Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
MHA Gamma Chapter 36, Hero Internships Part 6. Near the business district, the air was heavy with smoke, soot, and the acrid smell of scorched concrete. The last Nomo was still thrashing. Endeavor held it by the neck with a single hand, lifting the creature off the ground as if it weighed nothing. The Nomo writhed, its claws scraping uselessly against the forearm of the number 2 hero, its regeneration trying to keep up with the continuous damage its body was suffering. "Burn," Endeavor said, emotionless. The flames erupted. Fire enveloped the Nomo's head in an instant, intense and concentrated, searing flesh, bone, and brain before the creature could even let out a scream. The smell of burning spread as the body went limp, and Endeavor simply hurled it to the ground, where it landed with a charred skull just like the last 3. The silence lasted only a few seconds, broken by the sound of his sidekick's footsteps. "Burnin'," he called, turning. "Here," she replied, rushing out from among the downed bodies of the Nomas, her flaming green hair dancing behind her. Endeavor looked her up and down for a brief moment. "Come with me. Let the others handle this mess." "Understood." Burnin answered cheerfully, flashing a confident grin. They had only taken a few steps when... Boom. A violent explosion shook the ground in Hosu's southern zone, a column of dust rising between the distant buildings. Endeavor stopped. His eyes narrowed, fixed on the direction of the blast. "That's where we're going." Without another word, Endeavor charged forward, flames dancing across his shoulders as he crossed the street. Burnin grinned with excitement before taking off right after him, following without hesitation. From above, Robot floated motionless, coldly observing the spot where he had buried the heroes. Dust rose in thick clouds, and gradually began to dissipate. What appeared beneath the rubble was a translucent force field, broad enough to enclose a good number of people. Inside it, Anan and the Black Hole heroes remained unharmed, still stunned. At the forefront, Violet kept her arms raised, her face tense with concentration as she sustained the barrier. Robot tilted his head slightly. "That is a very convenient quirk," he commented, his voice metallic and devoid of emotion. "What would be the maximum force it can withstand?" As an answer, he raised his right arm slightly. The telekinesis now gripped even larger debris, entire building fragments, slabs, beams, and concrete blocks, began to rise from the ground, groaning under the invisible force. That was when something struck Robot in the side with brutal force, hurling him away in a violent arc through the air. The telekinetic control shattered instantly, and the debris crashed harmlessly to the ground. Robot stabilized his flight, twisting his body in the air. Below him, Rio emerged, clinging to his torso, his body clearly exhausted but his eyes still steady. "Got boring watching you up there," the boy snarled. Rio carried him away, deliberately distancing him from Anan, Violet, and the others. Both shot through the air like projectiles until they crashed into the upper floors of a building, exploding through the outer wall. The impact flung them into a luxurious room, expensive furniture shattering, curtains tearing, and glass flying everywhere. Rio rolled across the floor until he stopped, gasping, trying to rise from the wreckage. "Damn it," he murmured, forcing his body to obey. "What unnecessary resistance," said Robot. Rio looked up. Outside the shattered window, Robot floated just a few meters away, motionless, dominant. Telekinesis enveloped the entire top of the building, cracks spreading like spider webs. Robot slowly brought his hands together. The building began to compress. The walls of the room deformed, the ceiling groaned, the floor buckled under crushing pressure. Rio ran, shooting toward the window at the exact moment everything seemed about to collapse. He crossed the space and landed a direct punch on Robot's torso. The Nomo was thrown backward, sliding through the air before stopping thanks to his flight. Without wasting time, Robot retaliated, the debris torn from the very building itself moved like stone serpents, closing in around Rio the instant he landed on a building below. A rocky prison formed. Fall. The entire structure was then thrust downward. Rio was hurled like a meteor through the building, piercing 10 consecutive floors, walls, floors, and columns being breached in sequence until he hit the ground with a deafening crash. A vertical hole ran straight through the entire building. Rio coughed, his body buried in rubble, feeling every muscle scream in protest. Robot's shadow fell over him. The gnome descended slowly, landing a few meters away. It would simplify the process if you surrendered without resistance, Rito Takeda, he said, his voice cold. Come with us. For a moment, it seemed Rio wouldn't respond. Then he laughed. A hoarse, tired, almost mocking laugh. The boy stood up awkwardly, pushing concrete blocks off his body, his uniform torn, blood trickling, but his green eyes still burning. Ha! He wiped the corner of his mouth with his arm. Hell no. He raised his fist, trembling but firm. I'm not going anywhere without kicking your artificial ass first. The robot remained motionless for a moment before lowering its head in disappointment. So I'll have to take you by force. Its body floated a few inches higher as telekinesis expanded like a crimson tide. The entire building groaned. Columns creaked, walls twisted, and the air grew too thick to breathe. Rio answered only by charging forward. The boy shot across the shattered floor, pushing his body beyond its limits. The robot spread its arms, and the whole building responded to its command. Slabs broke loose, beams bent in midair, all converging to crush the target. The silent clash between human perseverance and artificial amorality unfolded within those walls. Across the city, amid the ruins left by the robot, Violet finally dropped the force field. Is everyone okay? She asked, breathing heavily. Anyone hurt? A few replies came, some hesitant, others almost ashamed. Before the murmurs could continue, Ainen stepped forward. We need to help Takeda. She pointed firmly toward the ravaged horizon, in the direction where Rio had been taken. He's facing that thing alone. We can't just leave him like that, we have to go save him. Without waiting for a response, she started walking across the rubble. But, the sound of her footsteps echoed alone. Ainen stopped. Turned around. The heroes of the Black Hole Agency stood motionless, eyes lowered, faces tense with fear and shame. No one had followed. Razorbeam stepped forward, his expression heavy. Chief. He began, hesitating. We don't know if we can do this. That thing isn't something any of us can face. Takeda is different, we're not strong enough to stand against that monster like he does. If we go, we'll just end up as collateral Dama. Slap. The sharp sound echoed through the ruins. Ainen's helmet rolled across the ground after she ripped it off in a surge of rage. Razorbeam staggered to the side, hand pressed to the cheek struck by his boss's slap. Ainen stood there, hand still raised, eyes glistening, jaw trembling. You should be ashamed. She said, her voice choked but firm. Ashamed to call yourselves heroes and say something like that. Tears threatened to fall, held back by force. A 15-year-old boy is out there, bleeding, breaking his own body to protect people he doesn't even know, and you call that collateral damage? Without another word, Ainen turned and walked alone toward the chaos. Razorbeam remained still, hand still on his face, staring at the shattered ground as his boss's words echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, Tony and Violet watched everything in silence. The slap, Ainen's decision, the way she walked off alone through the rubble, it all felt too heavy to ignore. Tony was the first to break the silence, glancing sideways at Violet. Should we do something? He murmured. Violet hesitated, her eyes following the spot where Ainen had disappeared. I could go after 13, she finally said. I could help her with my force fields, at least to make sure she stays alive. Tony frowned. Don't you think she might see that as pity? The question hit home. Violet fell silent, her lips pressing together as she thought. Maybe Ainen really would see it that way. Maybe it would only make things worse. Boom. The ground exploded. Debris, concrete, and beams were hurled into the air as something erupted from the rubble with brutal force. You bastard, the roar echoed across the area. Woman emerged from the wreckage where she had been buried, her body covered in dust. She landed on a large concrete slab, cracking it under her feet, her back arched like a predator ready to hunt. Burying me like that? She growled, her voice twisted with rage. Mommy doesn't like it when people try to trap her. The claws on her hands grew more prominent as she flexed them. Her gaze swept over the group of heroes. Oh, she said, genuinely surprised. You're all still alive. Then her eyes turned to Violet. Ah. She murmured. It was you. In the next instant, woman shot forward, the concrete slab shattering beneath her feet. You're too dangerous to keep breathing. Violet barely had time to react. A force field expanded around her and Tony, just as Woman's monstrous fist collided with it. The impact was devastating. The bubble was sent flying like a cannonball, tearing across the block and crashing into the facade of an abandoned shopping center, shattering glass, steel, and concrete in a deafening downpour. The remaining heroes stood frozen. Woman landed again, crouching low, her muscles coiled like springs ready to unleash stored power. She cast a brief look at the group, and then smiled. "I'll play with you all later." And in a blur of movement, she leaped toward the shopping center, chasing after her prey. The silence that followed was suffocating. A few heroes began to stir nervously. This is too much for us," one of them said. "Let's just focus on evacuating civilians instead." "Yeah, it's better to leave this kind of thing to the top heroes." Another agreed, trying to convince himself. There were murmurs, doubts, retreating footsteps. But Razorbeam said nothing. He only stared at the ruined horizon, the same spot where Rio had disappeared, where explosions still lit up the sky like artificial lightning. He clenched his jaw, his fists tightening hard. The slap still burned on his cheek. With a trembling sigh, he took a step forward. Then another. And then, he began to run, leaving behind the fear, the excuses, and his own hesitation. Todoroki stared in shock at Stain's figure atop the ice pillar. For a brief moment, the world seemed to stop, until their eyes met. A chill ran down Todoroki's spine, and his body froze before he could even react. The air was severed as a small knife appeared before his vision, burying itself in his right shoulder. "GH," he grunted, the impact making his body recoil slightly. By the time he realized it, Stain was already in front of him. The hero killer charged with his sword raised, and the ice Todoroki hastily erected was cut like paper, the blade slicing through without any resistance. Todoroki instinctively took a step back, dodging a potentially fatal blow by mere inches. But there was no time to breathe. Stain appeared before him again, a knife aimed straight for Todoroki's face. In a desperate reflex, he erupted his left side in flames, forcing the villain back with an agile leap. But not before two knives were thrown into the air, sinking deep into his left arm. Stain landed a few meters away, in a low stance, his eyes burning with rage. So fast, thought Todoroki, his chest heaving with difficulty. He got even faster after that burst of rage. Then, his body failed him. He fell to his knees, confused, his heart racing. What? How? He glanced to the side and noticed the knife that had been in his right shoulder was no longer there. "Just die already." Stain's voice echoed in front of him. The katana descended, aiming for his head. Detroit smash. Stain was sent flying backward by a 15% punch from Midoriya, hurtling through the air until he violently crashed against the large ice pillar, cracking it. Todoroki's eyes widened. Midoriya. Izuku landed in front of him, his fists trembling slightly. I don't know how," he admitted, panting. "Suddenly, I just could move again." "So it would be temporary then?" Todoroki asked, tense. "That doesn't make sense." Ida's voice echoed from the ground. "I still can't move." The pieces clicked in Midoriya's mind. "The blood," he murmured. "Could it depend on the amount ingested, or the type of blood?" "That's right." Stain appeared beside Midoriya in the blink of an eye, confirming his deduction as he brandished his katana. Midoriya reflexively ducked, leaping toward the side walls, maneuvering between them until his body froze midair. Again, he thought, panic trying to take over. Did he get my blood again? But his eyes widened as he realized Stain was staring directly at him. No. He corrected himself. It was that gaze. Seconds later, control returned. Midoriya fell into motion, bouncing between the building walls, his brain working at full speed. That paralysis from the gaze only lasts a few seconds. He dodges thrown knives. But now it's not working even though he's staring at me again. Stain dodges his punch. Then there must be some cooldown time. Stain's eyes were still following him. If that's the case. Midoriya murmured, one for all coursing through his body. He crossed his heels in the air and shot at high speed towards Stain. Then I just need to defeat you in that interval. Huh. The space in front of him was empty. Where? Stain appeared beside him, completely anticipating the attack. The blade rose from below, aiming for his throat. I can't dodge. I'm in the air. Then, an idea crossed his mind. Midoriya concentrated 15% of one for all into his finger. Delaware. The air blast exploded downward, propelling his body upward at the last moment. He spun in the air, his entire body following the motion. Manchester Smaz. The 25% kick landed squarely on Stain's head. The impact echoed through the district as the hero killer was hurled into the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Midoriya landed a few meters away, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his face. He stared at the crater, his heart pounding. I did it. A few seconds passed, and Stain made no movement. A weary smile appeared on Midoriya's face. He turned and ran toward the others, his voice filled with relief. Are you guys okay? I'm fine, Todoroki answered, breathing heavily. Not in the best shape, but I'm okay. Madame too. Ida answered reluctantly, his voice strained. But I still can't move my body. Same here, Todoroki confirmed, gritting his teeth. Midoriya frowned. The effect persists even when the user is unconscious. He leaned over to help Todoroki get up. But then his body gave out. His strength vanished all at once, and Midoriya fell to his knees beside his friend. Midoriya. Todoroki called, worried about his classmate. That's when he saw. Stain was rising from the crater. Slowly. Staggering. But, on his feet. The hero killer brought a dagger to his mouth, carefully licking the thin smear of blood stuck to the blade, Midoriya's blood, collected from a grazing blow in the last second before the kick. Hey! Stain snarled, his gaze feverish. You've really managed to piss me off now. He lunged. Before anyone could react, he kicked Midoriya, who was still kneeling, slamming him into the ground. Ah! Midoriya's scream came accompanied by a metallic sound. The worn katana was stabbed into Midoriya's thigh, wrenching a scream of agonizing pain from the boy. Midoriya. Ida screamed, horror etched on his face. Stop. Stop it. Kill me. Kill me instead of them. They have nothing to do with this. Stain didn't even look at him. I don't care. He pulled the machete, raising it above the anguished boy. Todoroki tried to move, but nothing worked. Midoriya, he called, his voice weak, his body betraying his will as he tried to drag himself forward. Ida felt something break inside him. This is my fault. Because of his actions, his classmates would die. He just wanted to avenge Ingenium. Avenge his brother. Why was life so cruel to him? It always gave him things he never asked for and took away those he needed the most. Ever since entering UA, it had been like this, hoping to become relevant, only to have a bucket of cold water thrown on him when he saw others doing everything he did, better. Faster. More efficient. More sensible. An old memory surfaced in his mind. Of him talking to Tensei after his first day of class at UA. Complaining that there were 2 students at the school faster than him. Saying he had failed to honor his family's power during the quirk assessment test. Tensei had laughed. Don't worry about it, he said, putting a hand on his shoulder. The world is a big place, Tenya. It's normal to find people who do things better than you. He continued, with a gentle smile. They might be stronger. Faster. Even more heroic than you. But that doesn't diminish you. Ida had lowered his gaze as Tensei continued. Not being the best at something doesn't mean you're bad, Tensei added. You might not be the best in your class, but you have an identity. He squeezed his brother's shoulder. Don't try to be better than someone. Try to be yourself. Tensei's smile was etched into his memory. Be myself. Ida gritted his teeth. His body trembled as he forced his muscles to respond. Little by little, rising from the ground. Stain raised the machete above Midoriya. Die. The blade began to descend. Recipro. The sound came like a gunshot. A kick at immense speed slammed squarely into Stain's face. Burst. Chapter 37, Hero Internships Part 7. Stain was sent flying backward by Ida's kick, the impact echoing through the narrow alley. For a brief instant, the hero killer felt his consciousness waver, the world spinning, but then he gritted his teeth and forced his mind to stay awake. His gaze lifted. The serpentine right eye glinted, and Ida froze in place instantly. Stain twisted his wrist and hurled the cleaver, the blade slicing through the air before embedding itself in Ida's arm. Ack! Ida grunted in pain. But he didn't fall. Even as his body trembled, even as pain tore through his arm, the engines in his legs roared once more. Recipro. Ida shot forward again. Stain was still reeling from the previous impact, everything happening in split seconds, when Ida's kick slammed squarely into the villain's abdomen. GH. The air was forced from Stain's lungs, his body involuntarily doubling over. Ida. Midoriya suddenly appeared as a green blur. Blood was still flowing from his wounded thigh, dripping onto the ground as he pushed his body beyond its limit, but he didn't stop. He drew back his fist. Detroit. The impact came with full force. Smash. The punch landed squarely on Stain's face, the sharp sound of the impact echoing like thunder within the alley. The combined force of the two attacks sent the hero killer hurtling backward, his body flying through the air until it crashed violently into the ice pillar at the far end, which exploded into shards and white mist. A heavy silence fell. Midoriya dropped to his knees immediately after. Ida ran to him, standing in front of him, even while injured, not taking his eyes off the smoke. Both of them were breathing heavily. The dust began to clear. Among the shattered pieces of ice, Stain lay motionless, slumped among the wreckage. His eyes were white, his body limp. Ida swallowed dryly. Is he unconscious? Midoriya, still panting, forced a small, tired smile. It looks like it. Inside the mall, the clash between Woman and Violet had become a true moving disaster. Woman didn't give her a second to breathe. Every one of her blows made Violet's force field vibrate. The heroine was sent flying from store to store, windows exploding, mannequins and metal structures being reduced to scrap as the impact echoed through every floor. Ha 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 ha. Woman laughed, her voice distorted and mocking. Come on, bitch, hold steady for me. Woman shot toward Violet. Before she could reach her, Woman was wrapped in a sudden force field and violently flung aside, crashing through the mall's central plaza. The Noma slowly rose from the smoke and debris, when something fell on her. Another force field appeared above her and dropped from above like a wrecking ball, crushing Woman. Violet floated to the center of the plaza, supported by the force field surrounding her, her chest rising and falling. Don't call me bitch. That's when the floor behind her exploded. Woman leaped out from behind, covered in dust with scratches on her clothes. She had dug under the force field. The kick came brutally. Violet was sent crashing into the escalators, which twisted and shattered under the impact, metal screeching as everything was crushed. Woman advanced without hesitation, muscles contracting, her arm thickening grotesquely. Body mass manipulation, 50-ton punch. The blow hit Violet's force field. A giant column of dust, iron, concrete, and glass filled the mall, the impact echoing like enclosed thunder inside the building. Woman jumped out of the dust cloud, landing a few meters away. Tisk. She complained. Annoying shields. She tensed her body again. Her muscles, especially in her legs, grew even more defined, ready for a powerful leap. Then I'll end this with Tony. Violet's voice echoed firmly through the dust. Woman looked up, confused, just as Tony appeared from the upper floor, leaping toward her. The Noma spun her body in a wild reflex, claws extending to tear him apart. And then, froze. Tony made a swag face midair. He bit his lower lip. Squinted his eyes. And shot a shamelessly seductive look. Woman blinked. Huh. Before she could react, her own face relaxed, her muscles betraying her intent, and she made a swag face too. What the hell am I doing? That was Tony's quirk. Swag face. When Tony makes a swag face, anyone who looks at him is forced to imitate it for 10 seconds. Now, Violet. Tony shouted. A purple aura exploded in the plaza. Violet emerged from the dust wrapped in an intense purple energy, her eyes glowing like violet flames as her black hair floated around her like a cloak. Violet's fist struck Woman's face with crushing force, sending the Noma flying through the mall, breaking through internal walls until she disappeared on the other side of the building. Violet landed softly beside Tony, still floating, the aura pulsing around her body. She snapped her fingers. Stay at a safe distance, she said, her voice calm but firm. I'm fighting seriously now. From deep inside the destroyed mall, Woman slowly rose, laughing softly. Even as her face regenerated. Ha ha ha. she murmured. Now you've pissed me off, bitch. Endeavor and Vernon advanced through the southern zone of Hosu, the cracked ground, shattered storefronts, and columns of smoke marking the path to the source of the chaos. Explosions echoed in the distance, each one more violent than the last. They crossed a ruined street and then... a hoarse voice cut through the air. Gran Torino appeared in the thick of combat, the old hero landing a rapid series of blows on the Nomu from before, using his speed to drive it away from two civilians trapped behind an overturned car. The impact sent the monster reeling, tearing its focus away from the civilians. Tisk. Torino clicked his tongue. Can't go all out with people still here. Just then, a wave of flame completely swallowed the Nomu, flames so dense the air shimmered around it. Torino instinctively turned his face toward the source of the attack. Endeavor stood there, his gaze hard as steel. What? Muttered Gran Torino. Why is Todoroki here? The flames slowly receded. The Nomu emerged, charred, its skin scorched, smoke rising from its body, but still standing. Endeavor frowned. I didn't put much into that flame, he said with disdain. But I've never seen anyone walk away from that conscious. Meanwhile, Vernon was already in motion, guiding the civilians away from the area. The Nomu began to contort, its muscles bulging suddenly. Hey, Todoroki. Gran Torino started. Be careful with this guy, he's got. The sentence died as a body violently slammed into the Nomu, the two of them sent crashing together into a nearby residential building. The impact threw up a pillar of dust, concrete exploding outward. Endeavor and Gran Torino looked back, surprised. What was that? Asked Endeavor, fire flickering around him. Something went right through that guy, Torino replied, confused. And it looked like a person. Before they could even move. Robot's cold presence passed between them. Endeavor's and Gran Torino's eyes widened in the same instant. Both turned to attack. But an invisible force slammed them into the ground. The weight crushed down on their backs as if gravity had increased tenfold, the asphalt cracking beneath them. Robot didn't even look at them. He simply continued floating, passing over the two as if they were nothing. At the impact site, Rio was amidst the rubble, his body covered in wounds, bruises, and blood matting his hair. The Nomu he had hit lay unconscious behind him, embedded in the destroyed wall. Rio tried to get up. He managed, for half a second before he pitched forward, his legs giving out. Robot landed in front of him, his feet touching the ground without a sound. The way your body is acting indicates extreme exhaustion, the Nomu said, its voice cold and mechanical. You've reached the limit of using your ability, from what I can see. Rio breathed heavily, his vision blurry. Even so, he reached out. His weak fingers grabbed Robot's metallic leg. Still. He murmured. Not done yet. Robot merely looked at him before enveloping him in telekinesis, slowly lifting him from the ground. This fight is over, it declared. You will come with me. Rio's body hung suspended in the air, powerless. Behind them, Endeavor and Gran Torino were still pinned against the ground, the invisible pressure crushing their backs against the cracked asphalt. The number 2 hero gritted his teeth, the muscles in his arms trembling as he forced his own body against that artificial gravity. TCH. You'll need a lot more than that to stop me, he snarled. Through sheer brute force, Endeavor managed to move his arms, then his shoulders, until he finally lifted his torso, getting to his knees under the force that still tried to crush him. His gaze lifted. Robot was already ascending, Rio suspended by telekinesis, the boy's body hanging limp and inert. Endeavor took a deep breath, closed his eyes. For a second everything fell silent, until he opened them again. Flames exploded from his back, violent, concentrated, the air tearing as he shot like a missile into the sky. "Hey," he roared, his voice echoing between the buildings. "You're not going anywhere." Robot turned in midair, processing the threat. Jet burn. The strike hit the Nomu squarely in the stomach, a blast of compressed fire that launched it even higher, disrupting its stable flight and distorting the air around it. The telekinesis failed and Endeavor grabbed Rio in midair, pulling him into his arms before falling in freefall. He spun his body at the last second and landed with a heavy thud, cracking the ground beneath his feet. He then looked at the person he was carrying. He recognized the bruised face, the exhausted body. "Why the hell are you here?" he grumbled. "And why was that punk trying to take you?" Hey. A hoarse, tired voice sounded beside him. Gran Torino limped over to the two of them, moving with a slight limp but otherwise okay. Old man, Endeavor turned his head, surprised. How did you get out of that pressure? It vanished when you, the old man cut himself off, frowning as he saw the boy in Endeavor's arms. That doesn't matter now. We have to get this kid out of here. Endeavor frowned upon hearing that. Wrong, he corrected. You have to get the kid out of here, and go to this location too. He carefully placed Rio on the ground, adjusting his position so Torino could pick him up and give him a small paper. I will stay. He turned, flames rising around his body once more. And deal with this punk. In the distance, against the night sky, robot silhouette stabilized its flight, regaining its balance. The number 2 hero took a step forward, fire roaring around him as he faced the high-end Nomo hovering in the night sky. Ainen gasped for breath as she ran toward the source of the destruction ahead. Each step echoed heavily against the broken asphalt, but her mind was racing even faster than her body. Rio. She knew exactly what was at stake if he died. She knew the consequences, the hidden layers behind that boy. But, in that moment, it was irrelevant. She wasn't thinking about the danger he posed. She was thinking of him. She pictured Rio injured, exhausted, perhaps too scared to even scream for help. Ainen's chest tightened. I promised I would be his hero. And now she was there, running through the chaos, not knowing if she could do anything, but she had to try. It was then that a figure passed by her like a comet. Endeavor sliced through the air at high speed and crashed into a building in the distance. The fiery explosion tore through the structure, causing the upper floors to collapse. Ainen looked back, startled. Todoroki. Gran Torino shot out from an alley up ahead, the air jets on his feet bursting in short, precise bursts as he carried Rio on his back. Just above the buildings, a robotic silhouette advanced, floating. The high-end Nomo pursued Gran Torino, its metallic head reflecting the light of the fires as its cold eyes analyzed the scene. With a simple gesture, it hurled the debris it had been trailing, chunks of concrete, twisted beams, metal plates, and launched them at Gran Torino like projectiles. TSK. Gran Torino clicked his tongue. He weaved through the projectiles in a zigzag, using short bursts of air to change direction at the last second. Sometimes, he used the debris as platforms underfoot, jumping from one point to another. But Rio's weight on his back made his movements slower and harder to execute. And that created an opening for a small, almost imperceptible fragment to strike the side of Gran Torino's head. The hero lost his balance instantly. His body spun in the air before slamming violently into the ground. The impact sent Rio flying forward, tumbling across the asphalt until he came to a stop just a few meters from Ainen. Rio. She ran to him, and then saw the state the boy was in, making her eyes fill with tears. Cuts, dried and fresh blood mixed, his uniform destroyed, his chest rising and falling unevenly. No, no. Her voice failed. Rio. Rio. Above them, a metallic voice echoed, cold and bored. Disgusting insects, you really won't stop being a nuisance. Robot raised its arms. The debris around it trembled, then deformed, reshaped by telekinesis into long, sharp stakes, dozens of them, floating like spears ready for the kill. Ainen stopped about a meter away from Rio's body. Without hesitation, she removed the stoppers from her fingers. I won't let you. She thrust her hands forward. The stakes shot toward her. And in that same instant, absolute vacuum formed from Ainen's fingertips. The projectiles were violently sucked toward her fingers, disintegrating into dust before they could even get close. SHHHHHHH. Robot tilted its head slightly. What a persistent nuisance. With a subtle command, a single stake veered in the air, curving around the field, and struck Ainen in the shoulder from behind. Ack! She staggered, blood staining the white of her costume. But she remained standing. NNH. But another stake appeared and hit her in the leg. GUH. Ainen fell to her knees, her body trembling in pain. Rio stirred in front of her, waking up. His vision was blurry, the world spinning. But, little by little, the figure before him came into focus. Rio's eyes widened as he saw his mentor injured. Ainen. Ainen. She was bleeding, kneeling in front of him. No, no. He tried to get up, his muscles refusing to obey. I have to, get up. I have to. Get up. Robot's voice sounded behind them. This ends here. New stakes formed in the air. Rio panicked. "SSTOP, he screamed, his throat burning. I can't let her die. I don't want to lose someone again." He reached out helplessly. Ainen turned her face to him, and even wounded, she smiled. A calm, warm, maternal smile. "Hey." Her voice was soft, despite the pain. "Everything going to be okay?" Robot extended its arm. "Disappear." The stakes advanced. "No." Rio screamed, the sound tearing through the air. The stakes struck their target, blood filling the air as Ainen's body was pierced. Or it should have. Something had thrown itself in front of Ainen at the last second. GH. Razorbeam's body stood for a moment, trembling. He turned his head slightly, looking at Rio over his shoulder. A tired smile appeared on his face. "Keep going, kid." And then, Razorbeam fell to the ground. Ainen's eyes widened. Razor. Ainen leaned over Razorbeam's body, her hands trembling as she uselessly pressed against the hero's wounds. Blood flowed warm between her gloved fingers, staining the shattered asphalt. "WWHY, her voice came out in sobs. "Why are you here? Why did you do this?" The hero didn't answer. A few meters away, Robot landed softly on the ground. "What an inconvenient situation," he stated, raising his hand. The debris around them began to vibrate again. "But I don't care at all. Just disappear already." But then, he stopped. Something was wrong. In front of Ainen, a silhouette was slowly rising. Rio was standing, menacingly. The boy remained still, his back to her, his body shrouded in distorted shadows. His green irises shone intensely, burning in the dark like sharp blades, charged with pure murderous intent. Before Robot could process that change, Rio appeared right in front of him, in a single instant. Robot's sensors reacted too late. His eyes widened beneath the metal helmet as Rio's palm struck his stomach. And in the next second, it began to glow in a green hue. Boom. A green explosion erupted from the impact, sweeping Robot away and tearing through the entire street ahead, ripping up the asphalt, bending poles, hurling cars, and sending a shockwave that echoed for blocks. The Nomo was launched like a projectile across the city. He tore through the top of a building, broke through the concrete, emerged from the other side, and only then managed to stabilize in the air. But that lasted just a second. Rio emerged from the dust cloud ahead of him and landed a powerful kick. Robot raised his arms to defend himself but was still hurled into another building several blocks away, crashing through the initial rooms until he came to a stop in an inner corridor. He slowly rose from the rubble. On the other side of the hallway, the dust shifted, making way for Rio to advance. The green aura around his body intensified, crackling like a living storm. An electric pulse surged from him and coursed through the hallway, sparking along the walls, ceiling, and floor, filling the space with threatening greenish charges. The boy's gaze was filled with pure hatred. Robot reacted, extending his arms, telekinesis wrapping around the corridor. He clenched his hands together like an invisible press, crushing the entire hallway, burying Rio under tons of concrete and steel. The silence lasted half a second before the debris exploded in front of him. Rio emerged from the destruction and landed a direct punch to Robot's face, the impact echoing like thunder. The Nomo was thrown out of the building. He entered free fall, his senses disoriented, spinning in the air as he tried to regain control. Robot looked up. He saw Rio leaping from the gaping hole, plummeting toward him. He tore chunks from the building and launched them like missiles. But Rio dodged in midair, using the debris itself as platforms, leaping from one fragment to another with precision, becoming a beam of green light. Threat beyond parameters. Rio's fist struck Robot once more. The Nomo was slammed into a building below and crashed through every floor, from the top to the ground, leaving a trail of vertical destruction until he disappeared in a cloud of dust and concrete. Robot slowly rose from the wreckage, a hand reaching up to clutch its dented helmet. Its systems were hastily readjusting, its regeneration working non-stop. That's when a shadow emerged from the dust cloud to its left. Two intense green eyes ignited in the darkness. Instinct took control of its body. Robot pivoted and threw a heavy punch toward the silhouette. But it hit nothing, because Rio was no longer there. The boy appeared beside him and landed a sharp punch to its torso. The robot tried to counter with another blow. Rio dodged and landed another hit. It tried again. Another dodge. Another punch. They fell into a brutal exchange, but it soon became clear it wasn't a fair fight. Rio began to dominate completely. His strikes came in rapid succession, falling like rain, hitting the robot's helmet over and over, then its abdomen, its chest, back to the head just to snap it back and continue the onslaught. Each blow left Robot more and more disoriented. The combo ended with a violent uppercut, Rio's fist wreathed in green energy slamming into the robot's chin and launching it upward, crashing through several floors before smashing through the side of the building. The robot managed to stabilize itself in the air with difficulty, letting out a distorted roar of rage. Aerg. Telekinetic power exploded around it. Entire chunks of buildings, columns, beams, concrete and steel were torn free and pulled toward it, swirling like a deadly swarm, forming a chaotic field of destruction as it tried to locate Rio. A green blur shot past it. Robot spun around and saw only a green bolt ricocheting off the surrounding debris, moving too fast to track, weaving a web of light that crisscrossed the space in every direction. The next instant, blows began to rain down on it, coming from all sides. Sharp impacts erupting from the left, the right, above, below. Every attempt to block only resulted in more blows, faster, more violent, until its guard was forcibly broken. Robot's vision narrowed to disconnected flashes, the green glow, the impact, the loss of consciousness, and another impact. A kick sent it reeling sideways. A punch crushed its torso. And then a brutal dropkick launched it backward, sending it tumbling through the air. Rio landed on a large piece of debris above it. Then he shot forward. The concrete fragment exploded behind him, and Rio descended like a projectile, concentrating all the green energy into a single point. The punch hit the robot square on. A black flash erupted from the impact, illuminating the sky, scattering the clouds and echoing like thunder across the city. On the other side, Endeavor, emerging from the building he had crashed into, stopped abruptly upon seeing the flash in the distance. What is that? On the destroyed street, kneeling beside Razorbeam's body, Anan looked up at the same black flash. Her face was still marked by recent tears, yet she seemed serene seeing that light, which looked beautiful to her eyes. Rio. Robot was driven into the ground like a meteor. The impact generated a colossal explosion, the ground giving way beneath it, shock waves reverberating in every direction, as a massive column of smoke rose into the sky. In the center of the crater, Robot groaned, a metallic, distorted sound escaping his artificial throat as his regeneration worked frantically to repair the catastrophic damage to his body. With effort, he rose from the wreckage. The dust cloud was too dense to see anything. Then, Rio landed beside him, his feet touching the broken ground. The pressure of the landing was enough to sweep the dust away around him, fully revealing the boy's figure, still enveloped in the pulsating green aura. Robot trembled at his core, then struggled to raise his hand, his fingers shaking as he tried to activate his telekinesis one more time. But Rio was no longer where he'd been. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front, crouching before Robot, coming face-to-face with his torso. The green glow reflected in the Nomu's cracked helmet. Sorry. I'm going to have to borrow your move, Razor. He opened his hand and struck a palm blow against Robot's abdomen. The black surface lit up from within, green lines spreading like living cracks before expanding violently. Internal razor beam. The energy exploded from the inside out. Robot's body was cleaved open in a perfect arc, like a crescent moon, his matter torn apart internally before he could even react. How? Robot's question would never be answered. His body disintegrated, reduced to fine particles that dissolved into the air, carried away by the hot wind still sweeping through the crater. Silence claimed the place soon after. The green aura around Rio began to fade, the lightning dissipating bit by bit as he remained there, motionless, staring at the empty space where Robot had existed just seconds before. I told you. I was gonna kick your ass. Chapter 38, Hero Internships Part 8. Ida, Midoriya, and Todoroki finally left the dark alley where they had faced Stain. The cold night air felt lighter now that they had dealt with the tense situation just moments before. The hero killer was bound tightly, being dragged along the ground by Todoroki, who kept a hard and watchful gaze, ready to react to any suspicious movement. Even unconscious, Stain still seemed like a latent threat. Beside them, Ida supported Midoriya's weight, helping him walk despite his injured leg, which left an uneven trail on the asphalt. The green-haired boy breathed heavily, his face pale but determined to keep going. Is it hurting a lot? Ida asked, concerned. Midoriya nodded, letting out a small, tired laugh. It does. But it's nothing compared to when I break an arm or a leg. Ida couldn't help but offer a brief smile at his friend's attempt at levity. He continued walking until he stopped abruptly. The sudden movement immediately caught Midoriya and Todoroki's attention. Ida stood motionless, his head lowered. His voice faltered. I'm sorry. For all of this. If I hadn't. Before he could continue with his apologies, the night behind them lit up. An intense, unnatural light tore through the sky. All three turned at the same time. A blackish-green flash exploded in the distance, spreading across the sky like a distorted electrical web, resembling the chaotic pattern of a living, pulsating, almost conscious thunderbolt. The twisting light illuminated buildings, streets, and clouds, casting restless shadows across the entire city. What is that? Todoroki asked, astonished, his eyes reflecting the strange glow. Ida frowned, confused. I'm not sure. Midoriya, however, felt his stomach churn. A shiver ran down his spine. That light. He had seen it before. His mind was seized by a violent déjà vu, the USJ, his blurred vision amidst absolute chaos, and, for a brief moment back then, that same light exploding right before his eyes, even though he couldn't see it clearly. But even then, he had already suspected someone was responsible for it. Now, he was certain. Because the same person was in this city. Midoriya swallowed hard, his eyes still fixed on the illuminated sky, and murmured almost without realizing it. Takeda. On the other side of Hosu, woman was violently hurled out of the mall, crashing through the roof like a living projectile before being launched into the city sky. The impact left a trail of debris and glass scattered in the air. 1 second later, a violet streak cut through the sky. Violet shot out from inside the mall, reaching woman in midair. Before the Nomu could react, a barrage of successive blows began raining down on her, punches and kicks so fast they seemed to overlap, each impact driving them both further across the skies of Hosu. The sequence ended when Violet spun her body in the air and landed a brutal kick, sending woman crashing straight into the asphalt of a wide avenue. Boom. The impact created a shallow crater, shattering the asphalt and sending up a cloud of dust. Woman groaned in pain, her body embedded in the ground, her costume already torn in several places. She spat blood, her eyes wide with hatred and confusion. Who the hell is this bitch? She's way too strong. Violet descended slowly from the sky, floating with eerie calm. Woman tried to get up, and failed miserably. Violet force fields closed around her hands and feet, holding her in the air like an insect in a spider's web. Woman was lifted toward Violet, her body writhing as she was dragged. Violet drew closer, the violet glow enveloping her eyes and body making the air feel heavy and suffocating. With a precise motion, Violet brought woman closer, aligning the Nomu's hands and feet along a vertical axis. I didn't like, said Violet, her voice calm and cold, the way you spent the whole fight calling me a bitch. She closed her fists, one over the other, and began a slow, deliberate motion, like someone wringing out a soaked cloth. The force fields around woman's hands and feet began to rotate in opposite directions. The Nomu's body started to twist slowly, beyond any natural limit. The sharp sound of cracks echoed through the street, joints being forced, bones shifting, muscles pulled at impossible angles. Woman screamed. Violet's expression remained impassive. I know killing villains is off the table, she continued. But that doesn't stop me from correcting certain impurities in them. She twisted her fists a little further. And you have plenty. Woman's body contorted even more, her screams growing sharper, almost animal-like. Violet let out a low chuckle. I'm lucky you can regenerate. That'll let the lesson last much longer. She twisted again. This girl is insane. She is not a hero, she is a complete psychopath. Desperate, woman tried to fight back, activating her quirk. 50 tons. Nothing. Violet twisted a little more. 60 tons. Her body sank an inch, and stopped. Another twist. 80 tons. Another scream echoed through the empty street. It's no use, said Violet, tilting her head slightly. You're not going anywhere. 100 tons. She went straight to the weight limit of her quirk. Woman managed to drop a little, but she was still suspended. Violet pulled her back up and twisted her once more. The scream that followed tore through the air, echoing between the buildings. There's still a lot wrong in there, concluded Violet. And I'm not done squeezing yet. On the street below, Tony watched it all, frozen, his hands trembling as he held onto a nearby pole. He brought one hand to his mouth, eyes wide. He muttered, swallowing dryly, I really need to be careful never to piss her off. He discreetly wiped a drop of sweat trickling from the corner of his forehead. And maybe take her out for more meat, too. On the roof of a building 3 blocks away from the street where Rio was, Shigaraki watched the scene through binoculars, his teeth gritted in irritation. The image of the boy still standing, after all that, made something itch violently inside him. What the hell is happening, he snarled. The image of Rio was still clear in the lens. Standing. Alive. Victorious. How did he handle the Nomu? His voice dripped with hatred. Sensei invested so much in it just to deal with this bastard. His fingers wrapped completely around the body of the binoculars. The metal began to decay under his destructive touch, crumbling slowly until Shigaraki, too angry to care, hurled what remained to the ground. The object shattered into a cloud of gray dust. He brought his hands to his neck and began scratching frantically, his nails clawing at his own skin. Why, he muttered through his teeth. Why is nothing going as it should? The image of Rio wouldn't leave his mind. Why does that cockroach keep crawling, even after all the beating he took? Why? His gaze dropped to the street 3 blocks away. Heroes were converging on the impact site, approaching rapidly. Among them, a specific figure made his pupils contract. Endeavor. He spat the name, seeing the unmistakable flames. Kurogiri materialized beside him, the purple mist wavering cautiously. Tamura, he said calmly, I recommend we withdraw now. The situation is already out of control. Shigaraki clicked his tongue, letting out a low string of curses. TCH, damn it. He continued scratching his neck, aggravated. This whole operation was an absolute failure. He started to turn towards Kurogiri. Sheeing. The sharp sound of air being sliced captured his attention instantly. A rock shot past at high speed, whizzing dangerously close to his hip before continuing onward. In midair, it began to emit an unusual, pulsing green glow. What the foo? Boom. The rock exploded in a violent green detonation, the shockwave tearing through the air and making the building tremble. Down below, several heroes heard the blast. Some stopped, looking back in alarm. That came from the top of that building. One of them commented. 13, being carried by 2 heroes, didn't want to slow down, her eyes focused ahead. Keep going, she ordered. The boy is the priority. Endeavor also heard the explosion. He stopped abruptly, turning his head to look back, glaring at the smoke rising from the top of a building a few blocks behind. Continue, he ordered, his voice firm. I will check that out. Without waiting for a response, he broke away from the group, flames beginning to gather on his back as he prepared to ascend. On the other side of the ruined street, Rio struggled to catch his breath after hurling the stone, his chest rising and falling unevenly. Bastard. He rasped between gritted teeth. You're not leaving here without your gift. His legs wobbled, and he stumbled forward, his entire body protesting. Every muscle felt too heavy, as if filled with lead, begging to give out. For a second, his vision darkened at the edges, but he clenched his jaw and forced his body to obey. Not yet. He couldn't fall now. He needed to confirm something first. With great effort, Rio turned and began walking out of the crater torn into the asphalt, his feet dragging through debris and smoke. I need to see if Ainen is okay. He murmured, more to himself than anyone. I need. Takeda. A voice like a direct tug on his chest. He looked up, blinking, and saw a group of heroes running toward him. But everything else lost importance the next instant. His focus was sucked toward a single figure. His mentor. Ainen was being carried in the arms of 2 heroes, her white suit stained with dust and soot, her helmet gone to reveal a pale, exhausted, and deeply worried face. Sensei. The name escaped almost soundlessly. Before the heroes could react, Ainen freed herself from their support. 13, wait. You're still injured, one of them warned. She ignored them completely. She staggered from the wound on her leg, almost falling, but forced herself to keep going, her teary eyes locked on Rio. When she finally reached him, she didn't hesitate. She wrapped her arms around him with a surprising strength for someone in her state. Never do that to me again, she said between sobs, her voice breaking. I was so worried. Rio swallowed hard, his body stiff for a second before he tried to reciprocate. "Don't cry," he pleaded weakly. "I'm okay now." She pulled back just enough to cup his face in her hands, her fingers trembling slightly despite their gentleness. Her hazel eyes, with those profound rings resembling black holes, analyzed every detail of him, the scratches, the dried blood, the gaze that was too tired and empty for someone so young. "What do you expect me to do when you're in this state?" she asked, her voice soft, laden with emotion. "Just look at you. You must have felt so much fear. Pain. And now you're completely exhausted." Rio couldn't respond. Ainin pulled him back to her, this time with an even firmer, more protective embrace. "But it's okay now," she murmured near his ear. "You've done enough. You can rest now." The world seemed to lose its weight. Rio let out a shaky sigh, his body finally yielding to the exhaustion he had been forcefully ignoring. The warmth of that embrace enveloped him completely. "I feel safe." His arms moved almost on their own, carefully wrapping around Ainin's back as if afraid of hurting her. He nestled closer, first resting his forehead, then leaning his head on her shoulder. "It's cozy." The built-up tension began to drain away, muscle by muscle. His breathing slowed, the weight of his body supported by that firm, steady hug. "It's peaceful, too." With his eyes almost closed, one final thought drifted through his mind, gentle as a distant whisper. "All of this, it feels like the hugs Mom used to give me before bed." And, for the first time since this whole incident began, Rio Tanaka finally allowed himself to rest. The sirens began to gradually overtake Hosu. Police vehicles surrounded the ruined blocks, sealing off entire streets as more heroes arrived as reinforcements, touching down on rooftops, emerging from around corners, descending from tactical transport vehicles. Medical teams spread out quickly, evaluating injured civilians and heroes. And then came the realization no one expected. Despite the scene resembling a war zone, partially collapsed buildings, craters in the asphalt, shattered storefronts, and smoke still rising, there were no fatalities. The miracle spread over the radios, confirmed sector by sector. Injuries, yes. Many. But everyone was alive. Successful rescues. People pulled out in time. Children found unharmed in shelters. For a city that had almost been swallowed by chaos, it bordered on miraculous. Ainin remained seated on a stretcher nearby, wrapped in a thermal blanket, as doctors assessed her injuries. Even so, her eyes never left Rio, who had been placed on another stretcher right beside her. He was unconscious now, breathing steadily, sensors attached to his chest and arms. "We found no injuries. None. Despite all the blood and bruised appearance, there are no active wounds or internal damage." The doctor let out a slow breath as he looked at the boy. "No fractures, no lacerations, it's almost as if he regenerated or something like that. He only passed out from extreme exhaustion. Whatever he did, his body was pushed beyond what it should have endured." Further ahead, in an area cordoned off by caution tape, the grim confirmation finally arrived. Razorbeam was confirmed dead. His wounds had been too deep, and the blood loss had been swift and irreversible. Even with delayed medical attention, nothing could have been done. Some black hole heroes looked away. Others clenched their fists. There was no celebration, only the silent weight of a life that had ended there, consumed by the very path he chose. Woman was captured by the police. She was found unconscious, still restrained by Violet's force fields after an intense morale lesson. Violet remained nearby, her expression calm, visibly tired but steady as the police placed handcuffs on Woman. Woman was taken under heavy escort, still unconscious, while media cameras and drones tried to get closer before being pushed back by security. High atop a nearby building, Endeavor stood watching from the partially destroyed terrace in silence, arms crossed, face stern. His eyes swept over the destruction, then over the ambulances, before briefly landing on where Rio was being treated. "Humph," he murmured lowly. "I have to learn more about that kid." The flames around his shoulders slowly dissipated. Hosu had survived the storm. Marked. Wounded. Shaken. But alive. And at the center of it all, the kid who was supposed to be only on his internship, had held back the chaos with his own hands until the very last moment, without any pause. Like a true hero. Chapter 39, Hero Internships Part 9. The rectangular black metal table that dominated the center of the DCSS meeting room was surrounded by holographic screens displaying maps of Hosu, structural damage charts, and classified reports. The air conditioner hummed softly, unable to dissipate the tension accumulating in the room. At the head of the table, Hiroshi Kagemura observed in silence. To his right was Madam President, Director of the Hero Public Safety Commission, with her impeccable posture and expression too controlled to be comfortable. Across the table, the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department kept a stack of physical reports in front of him, his fingers gripping the edges of the papers. Madam President was the first to speak. The Hosu incident has been officially classified as a coordinated attack by the League of Villains, she said, her firm voice echoing in the room. Multiple Nomas were deployed as strategic targets across the city to maximize panic, destruction, and overwhelm the few local heroes on duty. She made a hand gesture, changing the projections. Images of ruined streets, collapsed buildings, and craters in the asphalt appeared in the center of the table. Most of the Nomas were neutralized by Endeavor and his team, she continued. And they were able to capture a female Nomu, provisional codename Woman, thanks to the intervention of the foreign hero Violet. A low murmur traveled around the table. The city has suffered severe damage, she concluded. Reconstruction will take months. Entire sectors of Hosu will remain off limits indefinitely. The police chief cleared his throat before taking the floor. Now, he continued, his expression darkening, we need to address the elephant in the room, Ryo Tanaka. Silence fell immediately upon hearing the boy's name. The boy directly intervened in the confrontation, said the police chief. Without a provisional license. Without authorization. Without proper monitoring from his mentor. It is undeniable that he contributed to the defeat of one of the most dangerous Nomas in the attack. He paused briefly, eyeing those present. But his actions were utterly irresponsible. Some murmurs began to rise, but he didn't stop. The fight between them caused large-scale destruction. Buildings collapsed. Infrastructure was destroyed. Lives were endangered not just by the villains, but by his mere decision to help. The man folded his hands on the table. And furthermore, he added, his voice lowering. We are talking about the boy who, had he ended up killed in that incident, would have resulted in the loss of millions of lives across the entire country. The murmur transformed into an uneasy buzz around the room. I know, he continued, that Ryo Tanaka may have acted with good intentions. I don't question that. But the law is clear. Unauthorized use of a quirk, even during a crisis, constitutes a serious legal violation. If we make an exception this time, we open a loophole we won't be able to close later. Madam President nodded slowly. I agree, she said. And there is another point that cannot be ignored. She tapped the papers below, the report stamped with the Endeavor Agency seal. According to Hero Endeavor's reports, the primary target of the League of Villains was Ryo Tanaka himself. The reaction from those present was immediate. What? Are you sure about this? So the attack. The USJ incident, Madam President continued, ignoring the comments, and now Hosu. The pattern is clear. The League of Villains has its sights set on Ryo Tanaka. Silence returned, heavier than before. In light of this, she concluded, keeping the boy at UA represents an unacceptable risk at this time. For the students who are future heroes, and for the institution itself. The most appropriate punishment, and honestly the safest one, would be his immediate removal from UA and his placement back under direct government supervision or his return to the NCRCDQ. Some faces showed shock. Others, resignation. Kagemura remained silent for long seconds, his fingers intertwined before his face. Finally, he slowly turned to the other side of the table. Given the opinions presented, and the current circumstances, he said in a grave voice, does the principal of UA have anything to say? All eyes turned to Nizu. Across the table, the small principal faced the politicians with his dark, profound eyes. There was no smile on his face. He took a deep breath. And then, placing his paws on the table, he braced himself for what he was about to say and risk. Mommy. I'm here, sweetheart. It's all dark. I don't like it. I'm scared. Shoo, come here. Mommy's right here with you. But, what if the dark gets me? I can't see anything. It won't. As long as I'm here, nothing will hurt you. You promise? I promise. Mommy never lies to you. It's scary in here. I don't want to be alone. You're not alone. Look at me, that's it, breathe slowly. Mommy, stay with me. Don't go away. I will. I always will. You can hold on tight if you want. Like this, it's warm. See? That's because you're safe now. Mommy, can I go to sleep? Yes, you can. Mommy's right here, really close. Really? Really? Close your little eyes. Okay. Good night. Good night, my love. You can rest now. Rio woke with a slight startle, his chest rising with a breath that was too short. The first thing he saw was a white ceiling, too smooth to be anything other than a hospital. He blinked a few times, his eyes burning slightly as his mind struggled to piece itself back together. A sigh escaped his lips when he finally managed to focus. Again. He thought. These dreams hurt more than the beating I took from that guy. He sat up carefully, leaning his torso forward and running a hand through his messy hair. His body felt lighter and relaxed, free from the pain and stress he'd felt before. It left him confused. How long was I out? He murmured to himself. Takeda. The surprised voice came from his left. Thank goodness, you're awake, added another, firmer voice. Rio looked up and blinked, confused, until he realized where he was. A relatively spacious hospital room. Open curtains. The faint smell of antiseptic in the air. And, in beds near his own, Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki. What? Midoriya was half sitting up in bed, his eyes wide with relief. Ida adjusted his glasses with a restrained smile, while Todoroki watched him quietly. How long was I out? Rio asked, looking from one to the other. 3 days. 4. 5. Just 1 day, Todoroki replied calmly. Rio's eyes widened. Really, he blinked. Huh, new recovery record, I guess. He stretched a little, his back cracking, and only then seemed to notice the state of the three in front of him more clearly. Visible bandages, arms in slings, marks from the fight they'd had the night before. Okay, now for the right question, he said. What happened to you guys? The mood shifted for a few seconds. Midoriya averted his gaze, scratching his cheek, visibly awkward. We kind of ran into the hero killer. Rio raised an eyebrow. Huh. That was my fault, Ida added, lowering his gaze. Ida, don't start that again, Midoriya said quickly, turning to him. We already talked about this. We went to help because we wanted to. You don't have to blame yourself for our own decisions. Ida was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath and smiled, nodding. You're right. Sorry. Midoriya smiled back before looking at Rio again. As you can see, we ended up fighting the hero killer. Luckily, we managed to win and get out alive. Wow. Rio let out, genuinely surprised. So I wasn't the only one having a horrible night. Midoriya and Ida laughed somewhat awkwardly. Did you go through something similar? Todoroki asked directly. You ended up here too. I did, Rio replied. I fought a villain too. How was it? Ida asked, interested. Rio brought a hand to his chin, thoughtful. It was pretty tense. And really tiring. Ida nodded. I imagine it must have been. He kinda threw half a building at me when we ran into each other. Silence. Half a building. Midoriya repeated. Yes. A building. Ida insisted. Yes. Like, a whole building. Midoriya pushed, incredulous. Half. Rio sighed. But yes. Are you being serious? Ida asked. Do I look like I'm joking? Rio replied, starting to get a little annoyed. Todoroki furrowed his brow slightly. I understand, but you look way too fine for someone who took a building to the head. Rio looked down, staring at his own hands, his arms, rolling his shoulders a bit. Then he looked back at the three of them with a neutral expression. Maybe I'm just built different from you guys. All three let out a defeated sigh simultaneously. Yeah, we kind of expected that from you. Later that day, after finally finishing the endless battery of tests the doctors insisted on, Rio walked through the hospital corridors until he stopped in front of a specific room. He took a deep breath before knocking lightly on the door and entering. Rio. Ainen's face immediately lit up upon seeing him. It's so good. She said with a genuine smile. I'm really glad you've finally woken up. I'm surprised myself, he replied, approaching the bed and sitting on the stool beside it. Thought I'd be out for a lot longer. Ainen let out a light laugh. I was expecting you to wake up only after a few days. Rio nodded, but his gaze was soon drawn to the visible bandages on her body. His smile faded a little. Your shoulder, and your leg, he asked, his voice softer. Are they okay? They are, she answered, sounding too cheerful for someone who was injured. The doctor said recovery girl will come take care of it tomorrow. I'll be as good as new in no time. I see. Rio smiled, relieved. Anan noticed his smile and returned a softer one. For a few seconds, the room fell silent. Then she lowered her head a little. Rio. She called. A few things happened while you were sleeping. He furrowed his brow slightly. What happened? Anan took a deep breath before answering, choosing her words carefully. There was a meeting. With the commission. Nizu was present. The atmosphere shifted. They were discussing the consequences of what happened in Hosu, she continued. Mainly concerning you. Rio felt his stomach tighten. She explained simply that, according to the law, the excessive use of quirks, the destruction of property, and the risk posed to civilians were points too serious to be ignored. Part of the commission argued that he should be punished severely. The most extreme proposal was his expulsion from UA, under the argument that he represented too great a risk to remain at the school. Rio clenched his fists. For a moment, he wanted to say that was absurd. He had saved people. He had prevented something worse. But the more he thought, the more he remembered the destroyed buildings, his own out-of-control state, the thin line between defense and recklessness. Anan noticed his expression and gently touched his arm. Don't worry, she said. I told you they were planning this, remember? Rio looked up at her. Nizu managed to convince them otherwise. She didn't go into details there, just made it clear that the final decision hadn't been against him. The rest became clear when Rio was officially informed later by Nizu in a phone call. Nizu had managed to argue that since Rio began training under direct supervision, he had shown evident progress in controlling his quirk. Not only that, but he had acted reactively, not offensively. The confrontation with Robot wasn't started by him, Rio was the direct target of an attack that put his life at risk. The deciding point came with Endeavor's report. The number 2 hero had officially recorded that without Rio's intervention, he wouldn't have been able to contain that Nomu alone in time. The losses would have been significantly greater, both in lives and destruction. Rio wasn't the cause of the disaster but an essential piece in preventing something even worse. The boy may have been the target, but that didn't mean he should just let himself be caught, did it? The law itself was clear. Victims of kidnapping or direct attacks have the right to use their quirks to defend themselves. Faced with this, the commission backed down. The final verdict wasn't a punishment, but an agreement. Rio would remain at UA, his internship would be maintained, and no formal sanctions would be applied. In return, all of his contributions to the Hosu incident would remain anonymous. The school committed to drastically reinforcing its defenses against possible future attacks by the League of Villains and would guarantee the maximum safety of Rio Tanaka during his days as a student until graduation. Garaki's underground medical wing was silent, lit only by cold fluorescent lights recessed into the ceiling. The constant sound of heart monitors filled the space, creating a mechanical, unsettling rhythm. On 2 metal gurneys lay Shigaraki Tamura and Kurogiri, both unconscious, covered in tubes, wires, and restraint braces. Garaki walked slowly among the equipment, holding an electronic clipboard as he analyzed results projected on bluish holograms. His gaze was attentive, almost curious, as if examining rare specimens rather than patients on the brink of death. So, asked All for One, his voice echoing softly through the room from the monitor mounted on the wall. What is their condition? Garaki adjusted his glasses before answering. Kurogiri sustained relatively light damage, he said matter-of-factly. There was temporary instability in his quirk structure, but nothing irreversible. However, he made a brief pause. Recent scans indicate the development of cancer. Fortunately, it is in a treatable stage. All for One remained silent for a moment. And Tamura? Garaki shifted his gaze to the neighboring gurney. Shigaraki was in a far worse state. His left arm simply wasn't there anymore, replaced by a thick bandage covering what remained. Half of his body bore deep burns, the skin darkened and uneven. Medical readouts indicated multiple fractures, internal lacerations, and severe systemic damage. He lost his left arm, Garaki continued. Extensive burns caused by an explosion, multiple fractures, internal hemorrhaging, and, unfortunately, he has contracted another type of cancer besides the terminal one he already had. Another. All for One's voice showed genuine surprise. WH. Testicular cancer. The silence that followed was heavy. For a few seconds, All for One said nothing. Then, a slow sigh echoed through the audio system. "This is not how I intended to begin this," he said finally. "But we have no choice. We will have to begin the implants for Tamura." Garaki's eyes widened behind his lenses. Immediately afterwards, a broad, almost childlike grin spread across his face. "Master," he murmured, clearly excited. "Are you certain?" "Look at him," replied All for One, coldly. "In this state, Tamura cannot continue with the plan. He will not survive the next confrontation." Garaki tilted his head slightly, observing Shigaraki's motionless body, like an artist assessing an unfinished canvas. All for One fell silent once more. Then, a different tone entered his voice, something close to anticipation. "Perhaps," he said, "we can finally make use of those implants Buddy has been telling me so much about lately." Garaki's grin widened even further. He chuckled low. It would be an honor to work with new materials. Chapter 40, Hero Internships End and Return to Classes. For days after the Hosu incident, the city still hadn't stopped talking about that night. News, social media comments, TV debates, everything revolved around the League of Villains' attack on Hosu and the excellent work of the number 2 hero in containing the threat. It wasn't exactly the truth, but the government needed a face to support the narrative and avoid too many questions. A few images from the event even circulated online, showing strange blackish-green rays tearing through Hosu's sky, forming something like a distorted electric web. Still, no one dug too deep. The official explanation said it was the effect of one of the villain's quirks, and for most people, that was enough. As for the heroes who witnessed what Rio really did, they all accepted the government's request for silence. Not out of fear, but by choice. Many of them, especially those from the Black Hole Agency, felt satisfied to be able to help, even in this way, the boy who had saved the city from a much greater disaster. But not everything was rosy. Rio bowed before Razorbeam's headstone, replacing the burnt-out incense sticks with new ones. The gentle scent spread through the silent air of the cemetery. Ainin remained a few steps back, respecting the moment. After lighting the incense, they both clasped their hands and gave a brief bow to the fallen hero. "Thank you for everything," Rio expressed his gratitude. He knew that without Razorbeam, his mentor probably wouldn't be here now. The weight of that possibility always created a tightness in his chest. He lowered his gaze to his own clasped hands. "I promise to become stronger. Strong enough so that something like this won't happen again." After a few moments, Rio and Ainin stepped away from the headstone and followed the stone path to the car waiting for them outside the cemetery. 2 security personnel remained vigilant near their respective vehicles. Rio got into the back seat with Ainin, wearing his UA uniform, his backpack resting on his lap, officially marking the end of his internship. Ainin turned to him with a calm smile. "Ready to see your new home?" Rio took a deep breath before answering. "Yes." She nodded, satisfied, and then looked at the driver in front. The man responded with a brief nod, adjusting his hat before starting the engine and leave the cemetery behind. In a dark alley in Shinjuku, a sharp scream echoed between the dirty walls, and was abruptly cut off the next second. "TSK, you're way too noisy," a female voice complained. "For someone with such blood, you could at least die quietly, right?" The girl came into better view under the faint sunlight that barely filtered into the alley. Himiko Toga tilted her head to the side, observing the fallen man slumped against the wall. Her school uniform was lightly stained, her smile too wide to be normal. Her golden, cat-like eyes gleaming with almost childish excitement. She poked the man's forehead with the tip of her finger. "Nothing personal, Kay," she said, humming. "But I really need to get the attention of some specific people. And you're kinda helping me." The man's head twitched one last time as he agonized, before finally going limp, motionless. He had already lost too much blood after Toga had slit his throat. Toga pouted, as if disappointed. "Ah, that was quick." Without a care, she stood up, wiped her knife clean on her own uniform, and carefully, almost lovingly, sheathed the blade. Then, she skipped out of the alley as if she had just left a candy store. Once on the empty sidewalk of that area, she pulled her phone from her pocket and started scrolling through the news as she walked. League of Villains attack in Hosu. Nomus, destruction, blah blah blah. I already know that, she murmured, impatiently scrolling. Until her eyes lit up. Ah. An article highlighted her recent work, with reports of murders and strange attacks where victims were found partially drained of blood. Toga's smile widened even further, seeming almost to split her face. See, she said to herself, excitedly. This way they'll definitely notice me. Then they'll just have to invite me and tat on. Part of the league. She kept walking, happy, until another article beside it caught her attention. It was about students rescued by Endeavor that same night of the incident. Among the pictures, one specific face made her steps slow down. Rio. Toga squinted, tilting her head slowly. HM. She stared at the image for a few seconds longer than normal. A strange feeling rose in her chest, a slight discomfort, almost like a memory that refused to fully form. I've seen you before, she murmured. Her smile wavered for an instant. But it soon returned, and she shrugged. Ah, whatever. She put her phone back in her pocket and resumed walking, now with even more energy. What matters now is to keep killing until they call for me. Toga skipped away down the sidewalk, disappearing into the city lights, leaving behind that uncomfortable feeling of something from the past that insisted on trying to emerge from the shadows she'd been ignoring for so many years. Sometime after Rio and Ainin arrived at UA, Rio was guided by Nizu to the dormitory where he would stay during his time at the school. As soon as he stopped in front of the building, he looked up, and stood still for several long seconds. The building was big. Really big. Elegant, modern, and far too tall for something he imagined as just a dormitory. I wasn't expecting this, he commented, honestly. To be honest, I didn't even think UA had a campus this large. This is borderline absurd. He looked around and noticed other similar buildings scattered across the campus. Nizu gave a satisfied little chuckle, adjusting his suit. Well, we didn't intend to make something too rustic for your taste, he said calmly. During the planning, I sort of considered the possibility of a turbulent future. In case something like a war were to happen and our students needed a safe place to continue their studies. Nizu turned his gaze back to the building in front of them. That's how the idea for the Heights Alliance came about. A set of dormitories within the campus, prepared to keep our students safe in a distant future. He then looked directly at Rio. Perhaps the initial idea was to make something to guarantee safety for you, but remember that this place will house other people in the future. Treat it well. Rio observed the 5-story building once more, took a deep breath, and nodded. Understood. I'll keep that in mind. Excellent, replied Nizu, smiling. The principal extended a set of keys to him. Make yourself at home. Rio carefully took the keys. Thank you, Principal. He looked back at the building, still trying to accept that this place would be his home for the next few years. When he finally decided to go inside, his eyes nearly popped out. The interior was absurdly luxurious. The first floor looked more like a hotel's common area than a school dorm, comfortable sofas, tables, televisions, well-equipped kitchens, bathrooms, and laundries. Everything was far too spacious. Rio walked around, incredulous, until he finally sat down on one of the sofas. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this space. The rooms started on the 2nd floor and went up to the 5th, with 8 rooms per floor. Each one had air conditioning, a private bathroom, a bed, a refrigerator, a closet, and even a balcony. But the shock came when he opened the door to his room, number 17. It was the exact same environment he always saw in his old apartment. His bookshelf of books and manga. The study desk with the computer. The posters. The picture frames with photos of him and his mother. Some things had been replaced, the bed, the closet, the drawers, but the rest was exactly where it had always been. Rio ran his hand over the white wall. It's strange, he murmured. To see these walls like this, without stains, without marks. He flopped onto the bed and stared at the ceiling. And it's also been a while since I've seen a ceiling without cracks. He was silent for a few seconds. Then he got up, sitting on the edge of the bed, and looked at the set of keys in his hand. He gripped it tightly. Home, he murmured. Rio took a deep breath, feeling something warm grow in his chest. All right. I promise I'll take good care of this place. The next day, in the classroom, Rio had barely sat down when he was bombarded by Dash. The blonde wouldn't stop asking questions, bringing up topics about his internship, the villains he faced, and, of course, whether his sister had gotten involved in the Hosu incident. The envy was plastered on Dash's face, and he ended up venting, burying his face in his desk. "It's so unfair," he grumbled. "My internship with my dad was so boring." Rio looked at him and said calmly, "Don't be like that, man. The point of the internship wasn't even to fight villains, remember? But it was my point." Dash retorted, puffing out his chest. "I get it." Rio sighed, shaking his head, "But I hope you at least learned something during it." Dash relaxed a little, leaning his arms on the desk. "Oh, I definitely learned. I can't forget a single second of my dad's repeated lectures during the internship." Rio arched an eyebrow slightly, remembering the 1,000-yard stare Dash had gotten when he mentioned heroism earlier. "Maybe your dad went a little overboard," he suggested, trying to ease the tension. Before they could continue, the laughter of Shiro and Kirishima echoed through the room. They couldn't stop laughing at Bakugo, whose hair was straight. "BWA. Ha 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 ha. Is that really you?" "The same Bakugo we know," the two asked between laughs. "Stop laughing, you." Bakugo began, furious. But the two laughed even harder, seeing the blonde clearly irritated. In a spike of anger, Bakugo's hair exploded back to normal as he roared, "I'll kill you both." Rio watched the interaction curiously, thinking to himself that Bakugo must have gone through some kind of makeover at Best Jeanist's agency. He then turned to Midoriya, Todoroki, and Ida, who were talking calmly on the other side of the room. "It looks like they recovered well," he commented. "Who recovered?" Dash asked, confused. Rio hesitated. "No, it's nothing." He suddenly realized Dash had understood what he'd said in Japanese. "You understood what I said?" he asked, surprised. "Where did you learn Japanese?" Dash tried to respond in Japanese, but failed miserably, even with the simplest phrases. He sighed and gave up, switching to English in defeat. "I've been studying a lot in my free time, with someone." Rio raised an eyebrow. "With someone," he repeated, curious. Dash started to sweat. "Yeah, someone." Before Rio could continue the interrogation, Ida raised his voice, getting everyone's attention. "Everyone, class is about to begin. Everyone to your seats." Rio let out a sigh and settled into his seat, but not without shooting a suspicious glance at Dash, who flinched and nervously looked away. Since the first class of the day was FHS, Fundamental Hero Studies, All Might entered the classroom in his supposedly most normal way possible. He flashed a wide grin and clapped his hands, getting the class's attention. "Good morning, young ones," he said excitedly. "Grab your hero costume cases, because today's lesson will be practical." The reaction was immediate. The classroom practically exploded with excitement. It had been far too long since their last practical lesson, especially with the USJ under renovation after everything that had happened. Finally, Kirishima yelled from the back. Each student went to the compartment right behind their desks and pulled out their case. Soon after, the entire class followed All Might to Field Gamma. Once everyone had changed into their costumes, Rio barely had time to catch his breath. "Nice fit, though," commented Tokoyami, observing the costume carefully. "You look really stylish," said Uraraka, smiling. "I like the futuristic look," added Shiro. Tsuyu tilted her head, analyzing the helmet. "Did the helmet idea come from 13? I think I understand now why you chose the name 14, Ribbit." "Why yeah," replied Rio, awkward with all the attention he was getting. "Kinda. Dude, these neon stripes are so cool," remarked Sato, impressed. "So cool." Mina practically shouted, giving a little hop. Rio was a bit embarrassed, scratching the back of his neck, clearly not knowing where to hide his face with so much attention at once. Further away, Kaminari watched the scene with a somewhat bitter look. "It's not that great," he muttered. "They're exaggerating way too much." At that moment, Kirishima appeared beside him, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder and flashing a smug grin. "Be honest," he said. "Isn't he clean, though?" "Get that weird grin off your face, man," replied Kaminari, looking away. After a few minutes of chatter and excited comments, All Might finally called the class to attention, getting serious, or at least as serious as he could manage. "It's been a while, boys and girls," he said. "I hope you all rested well after your internships." He crossed his arms, smiling. As a direct follow-up to what you all recently experienced, today's activity will be very simple and playful. The class fell silent, paying close attention. We will have a rescue race. All Might then began to present Field Gamma. A training field simulating an industrial complex with numerous interconnected factories, tons of heavy machinery, cranes, piping, and narrow passageways. A true industrial maze. The class observed the immense structures ahead, some swallowed by shadows, others crisscrossed by thick pipes and metal walkways. You will be divided into 4 groups of 5, All Might continued. The objective is simple: find me and save me. Some students blinked, confused at having All Might himself as the rescue dummy. I will be at a random point inside the complex. As soon as the race begins, I will send each team my location. You will start from the edge of the field and must reach me as quickly as possible. He raised his arm. Group 1, head to your markings. As the first group positioned themselves, the remaining students were taken to the external area, where large screens displayed the feed from cameras scattered throughout Field Gamma. Rio crossed his arms, attentive. On the screen in front of him, he watched Midoriya taking his place at his marker, alongside Siro, Mina, Ida, and Ojiro. This place is literally my worst nightmare. Dash murmured beside him. Too many turns, too many obstacles. I'd probably get lost 7 times in half a second. I can imagine, replied Rio, not taking his eyes off the screen. Kirishima approached them, excited. So, Takeda. Who do you think takes this one? He scratched his chin for a moment. I'd bet on Siro, Kirishima said right after. The course looks tailor-made for him. Rio tilted his head, analyzing the field map on the screen. Perhaps. He answered. But I wouldn't count Midoriya out. Kirishima raised an eyebrow, surprised. Before he could comment, All Might's voice echoed through the speakers. Start. Group 1 shot forward. Siro immediately took the lead, shooting out his tapes and swinging between beams, pipes, and metal structures with absurd ease. Dude, it's almost like this place was made for him. He didn't finish the sentence. A greenish blur shot past him. Huh. Siro's eyes widened behind his mask as he recognized the silhouette ahead. Midoriya was leaping from platform to platform, his movements precise, fast, almost natural. He grabbed a thick pipe, swung his entire body around it, and launched himself to the next structure without losing speed. One for all, full cowl. 8%. Midoriya shouted, feeling the energy coursing through his body. Outside, the class fell silent for a second, and then erupted in surprise. Dude. Kaminari yelled. Since when does Midoriya move like that? Mina's eyes widened. Kirishima broke into a wide grin. I wasn't expecting that. Rio, however, merely watched intently. His eyes followed Midoriya's every move, analyzing posture, propulsion, control. After a few seconds, he smiled slightly. Seems like he's been working very hard during his internship. After a few intense minutes, the race came to an end with a scene that made the whole class erupt in cheers. Midoriya was the first to reach All Might. He stopped, panting, in front of the hero, the greenish glow still fading from his body. All Might grinned widely and carefully placed the winner's sash on the boy's shoulders. Excellent work, young Midoriya. Midoriya blinked, surprised, then offered a shy smile, still trying to catch his breath. Further back, Siro was sprawled on the ground on his back, staring up at Field Gamma's industrial ceiling as if he had just lost something deeply personal. I lost. He murmured. Of all things, in my own specialty. All Might quickly got the class's attention, clapping his hands. No need for disappointment, he said in an upbeat tone. Yes, Midoriya came in first, but all of you showed improvement. Compared to the first day, your quirk usage was much more efficient. He pointed at the group. There's still plenty of room to grow before the final exams, so use this as motivation. Siro sighed, sitting up and then getting to his feet with a crack in his back. Right, he said, already walking off with the others. The final exams are coming up. As the group began to disperse, All Might extended his arm and placed his heavy left hand on Midoriya's shoulder, stopping him from leaving with them. You did very well, he murmured quietly. I hardly recognized you since the last time you surprised me. He passed by Midoriya, gave a discreet thumbs up, and added. Meet me after class. Midoriya stood still for a second, confused, then nodded firmly. After the official results for Group 1 were announced, it was Group 2's turn to enter the field. Tokoyami, Tsuyu, Momo, Shoji, and Dash. The clock had barely passed 1 minute when Dash appeared in the finish area, completely out of breath, hair disheveled and with a blank look in his eyes. He took a deep breath. I got lost. 34 times. All Might blinked, surprised, then laughed heartily as he placed the winner's sash on him. You still arrived first. Use this as a learning experience, young Dash. Environments like these demand coordination and quick spatial awareness. Dash cast one last weary look at Field Gamma. No way, he murmured. I'm gonna start avoiding places like this hellhole. Group 3 followed right after, Uraraka, Kaminari, Toru, Kirishima, and Sato, with Uraraka taking the win. And, finally, it was Group 4's turn. Ryo, Bakugo, Todoroki, Aoyama, and Jiro. The group took their positions at their marks. Jiro looked around the starting area and sighed. Can someone explain to me how I ended up in a group with 3 of the biggest monsters in this class? Bakugo cracked his knuckles in his stance, Todoroki merely watched the field ahead with his usual indifferent gaze, and Ryo gave a calm half-smile, putting on his helmet and also looking at the maze ahead. On the other side, Ida adjusted his glasses while watching the screen intently. Honestly, victory is already on Takeda's side. Midoriya nodded beside him, his eyes fixed on the images. Yeah, just using Dash as a baseline, both of them are incredibly fast. On the field, All Might raised his arm. Start. The signal sounded, and Group 4 sprang into motion. Bakugo was the first to act, blasting forward at full force. I'm gonna win this damn thing and crush everyone, he yelled, already disappearing among the metal structures. Meanwhile, Ryo hadn't left his starting position yet. For a second, he just stood there, motionless, observing the maze in front of him. After I left the hospital, he thought, I didn't stop training in the days before the internships ended. He took a deep breath. The inert transition can now last for a full 4 hours. Ryo brought his hands behind his back. The rings embedded in his reinforced gloves began to glow with a soft green light, which quickly intensified. And I also took the chance to learn to do a few new tricks. In the next instant, his hands exploded with energy. Boom. Ryo was launched into the air like a rocket. What? Multiple voices shouted at once in the observation area. On the screen, Ryo's body shot across the industrial sky of Field Gamma after unleashing a powerful explosion from his hands, propelling himself further with smaller, controlled bursts. Kirishima's eyes went wide. Dude, that way of moving is so much like Kaken. Midoriya finished, shocked. Below, Bakugo heard the sound of the explosions and looked up just in time to see Ryo soaring over him. That bastard, he snarled, gritting his teeth. He's copying me. While I was wasting my time with those idiots, these guys changed completely in 1 week. He blasted forward with everything he had, increasing his speed even more. I'm not gonna fall behind a copycat. Ryo heard the explosions right below, sensing someone closing in. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Bakugo charging at him full tilt. I must have pissed him off, he murmured. But now's not the time for that. The rings on the soles of his shoes began to glow with the same intense green light. Boom. Explosions erupted from Ryo's feet, launching him forward with even greater speed, like a missile cutting through the air. Bakugo's eyes widened. He can do it with his feet, too. Ryo sped across the field, dodging a crane from above with a lateral explosion, each burst perfectly calculated. On his way to victory. And, without realizing it, on his way to a new chapter of his own life. Chapter 41, Approaching Exams. After the rescue race and the conclusion of the FHS class, the entire class headed to the locker rooms to change. In the boys' locker room, the atmosphere was as noisy as ever. Darn it. Kirishima grumbled while taking off his costume. It's no use being strong if I can't move properly in a place like that. I need to work more on my mobility. Aoyama carefully removed his protective goggles and wiped his face with a cloth, clearly tired. It's been a while since I moved around like that. He commented. My sparkle was almost outshone by sweat today. Kirishima let out a heavy sigh. Men. I'm jealous of people like Takeda, Midoriya, and Dash. He turned to Ryo, taking a better look now that they were changing. By the way, now that I think about it, where did you learn to let out those explosions like Bakugo's? Rio replied without looking, pulling his costume jacket off his shoulders. As I've already explained about my quirk, it's internal energy. I just released it outward. It ended up coming out like that. Kirishima brought his hand to his chin. That makes sense. Rio finally turned his face to him, incredulous. But, seriously, you only wondered about that now. I used it twice during the sports festival. Before Kirishima could respond, Kaminari approached, adjusting the towel on his shoulder. Ah, it's because that stuff is pretty common, he said, with an oddly serious air. Sometimes someone just uses their quirk in a new way out of nowhere. The world is a big place, you know. Rio and Kirishima raised an eyebrow at the same time. Since when did you get so deep? Kirishima asked. Yeah, Rio added. That sounded too smart for someone like him. Kaminari blinked a few times. Are you guys making fun of me? A little bit, Kirishima admitted, laughing. On the other side of the locker room, Shoji was observing Midoriya as he changed his shirt. You're a lot more defined than before, he commented. Even your jawline seems more firm. Midoriya immediately became flustered. Two trained a lot during my internship. He turned his face to the side and added more quietly. It was kind of hell with Gran Torino. Shoji crossed his arms. If you keep this up, you might end up reaching the same build as Takeda. The two of them looked almost simultaneously at the boy with black hair, who was shirtless. Rio's body was ripped, defined, almost on the same level as Shoji's own. What kind of training do you think he went through to get like that? Shoji wondered aloud. Midoriya just shook his head. I honestly have no idea. Rio noticed their stares and frowned. Hey. Could you stop undressing me with your eyes, he said dryly. I prefer girls. The two froze immediately. Sorry. Midoriya stammered, completely flustered. Shoji cleared his throat and averted his gaze. We were just curious about the kind of training you did. Rio sighed and brought his hand to his chin. Well, I, actually, didn't do anything that special. He crossed his arms before continuing. I did judo in junior high when I was, forcibly, placed in my school's judo club. Then I practiced a few other martial arts out of curiosity, at my home. He shrugged. I ended up dropping everything about a year ago. Kirishima's eyes widened. Ah, now it makes sense why you fight so well. At that moment, Ojiro approached, clearly interested. What other arts did you learn after judo? He asked. I'm curious now. As Rio began chatting calmly with Ojiro about the various martial arts he had picked up bits of over the years, on the other side of the wall, in the girls' locker room, a small group of girls had gathered right next to the partition separating the two spaces. Some of them were practically leaning against the wall. You really shouldn't be doing this, Momo said, shaking her head with visible discomfort. It's completely unethical. Tsuyu, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. She's right, if the boys catch them, there'll be trouble, Ribbit. Before she could continue, Toru put a finger to her lips, shushing her. Relax, it's fine, she said in a low tone. Just don't make any noise. Immediately after, the invisible girl pressed back against the wall and peered through a small hole that led into the boys' locker room. At that very moment, she was face-to-face with Rio's muscular torso. Wow. She blurted out without thinking. Takeda's abs are really defined. Really? Mina's eyes widened, excited. Not waiting for a response, she pushed aside the floating pieces of clothing and peeked through the hole too. Dang. She said, surprised. You could grate cheese on those. Mina. Uraraka tried to warn her. Stop that, it's a terrible idea. The warning was ignored. A thin trickle of blood was already escaping the pink-skinned girl's nose as Jiro approached, pulling Mina aside by the arm. All right, she said. But just one more peek and then we'll st. The sentence died midway as Jiro peeked through the hole, coming face-to-face with Rio's gaze on the other side. Kaya. He squeaked quietly, in a completely monotone voice. Rio extended his finger and firmly plugged the hole. The impact sent a puff of dust jetting out from the other side, hitting Jiro directly in the eye. Ow. My eye, she recoiled, rubbing her face. I told you. Uraraka said, crossing her arms. Karma, Ribbit, Tsuyu added calmly. In the boys' locker room, Rio discreetly positioned a poster against the wall, covering the hole as if nothing had happened. Dash approached, curious. "Hey, what was that noise just now?" Rio answered without even turning his head. "A rat." "Oh." Dash blinked, confused. After shrugging, he simply went about his business, while Rio returned to changing his clothes as if the recent incident had never occurred. Later, back in the classroom, Aizawa held the papers in his hands and got the class's attention. "Final exams are approaching," he said in his usual tired tone. "And, of course, it would be completely stupid to let you have an entire month of vacation right after that." "No way." Kaminari blurted out, already sensing something was coming. "Don't tell me that." Kirishima began, apprehensive. Aizawa made a deliberate pause before concluding. "That's why you'll be participating in summer training camp in the woods." The room erupted in reaction. "I knew it." Kirishima yelled, raising his fists in the air. "Truth or dare?" Mina cheered, already picturing the chaos. "Outdoor bathrooms." Kaminari commented, a strange gleam in his eyes. "Fireworks, ribbit," said Tsuyu, excited. "Curry, yes." Ida added, adjusting his glasses enthusiastically. Dash also seemed excited. After hearing Rio's quick explanation of what Aizawa had said, the blonde turned to him. "Dude, this is gonna be so cool," the blonde shouted, enthusiastic. "Training outdoors, away from school, aren't you excited too?" "Not really," Rio replied, without even looking at him. Even so, Dash noticed Rio's foot tapping insistently on the floor. He was excited. Very excited, actually. Rio had always wanted to go camping, even if he would never admit it out loud. The general excitement was cut short when Aizawa raised his hand. However, silence fell over the room. "Those who fail their final exams will not go to the forest training camp," he continued. "Instead, they will attend the hellish summer school right here." Tension immediately spread among the students. "Give it your all, guys," Kirishima said, trying to lift the class's spirits. Rio leaned back in his chair, relatively calm. He had been getting pretty decent grades since arriving at UA, so he didn't have much to worry about. His gaze ended up falling on Midoriya. The boy seemed completely lost in his own thoughts, staring at the desk as if he were about to short-circuit. Rio slightly furrowed his brow. Is he nervous about the exams, he thought. Rio eventually set aside his worry about Midoriya and returned his thoughts to the training camp. He realized now that he wouldn't be seeing his mother again for quite a while. So, Rio decided he would make the most of the remaining time until then, visiting her every single day without fail. Maybe he'd even bring more gifts than usual. When classes finally ended, the classroom began to empty out quickly. Dash was one of the first to move, grabbing his backpack in a hurry and almost running out, clearly ready to disappear down the hallway. That is, until he felt a tug from behind. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" asked Rio, holding the back of the blonde's backpack with Kirishima beside him. "We agreed to go to the arcade today." Dash's eyes widened. "Today?" he asked, nervous. "Ah, man, that's a shame, I've got some things to do." Dash. A female voice sounded behind them. All color drained from the blonde's face. Rio and Kirishima looked back and saw Pony hurrying over. The girl stopped in front of Dash and frowned slightly. "Why did you take so long?" she asked him. Dash stumbled over his words. "Class ran a little late." Pony then noticed Rio and Kirishima. "Hi," she said, giving a small wave. "Don't mind me. I just came to get Dash for our study session." Dash's jaw dropped instantly. It was then that Rio's hand landed on his friend's shoulder, making him turn around. He saw his friend with a straight, yet wide, smile on his face. "So that's what's been making you so rushed lately," Kirishima commented, smiling in the background. Dash began to sweat. "If that's the case," Rio continued, "don't worry about us. Go ahead and enjoy your study session. Kirishima and I can handle the arcade on our own." "Yeah." Dash replied, completely flustered. "Okay." Rio and Kirishima walked past him, but Rio made a small pause next to Pony before leaving. "Take good care of our little Dash for us." Pony blinked a few times, confused. "Little Dash." Rio and Kirishima said nothing more before walking away laughing, leaving Dash, who looked like he was about to die of embarrassment right then and there. Fast forwarding to the last week of June, with just 1 week left until final exams, Rio was sitting in the classroom watching pure chaos unfold around him. I'm screwed. Kaminari clutched his head, completely desperate. I didn't study at all. The sports festival and the internships wiped my brain clean. If this keeps up, goodbye to the outdoor bathhouses. He was in 20th, the bottom of the grade ranking. Next to him, Mina laughed without a care in the world. What are you laughing about? Kaminari complained. You're the second worst. It's true. Mina scratched her head, looking a bit sheepish but still smiling. On the other side of the room, Dash was shaking Rio back and forth, clinging to him as if his life depended on it. The blonde guy was visibly on the verge of a breakdown. Dude, what am I gonna do? He whined. I'm in 18th place. At this rate, I'm gonna get left behind. Rio pushed Dash's face away. Calm down, he said with a sigh. The situation isn't that bad. There's still time to study and pass. You can go to the summer training camp if you put in the effort. That's easy for you to say. Dash retorted. Mr. First Place. Rio raised an eyebrow. And what does my ranking have to do with you? Meanwhile, Momo let out a sigh from her seat, still surprised to have only managed second place in the ranking. I didn't expect to be in second place. She commented. I always come in first, ever since elementary school. And I didn't expect someone like Takeda to be first either, Jiro added, crossing her arms. It's almost like he cheated. Rio heard that and turned his head. Did you ever consider the possibility that someone is just smart? Midoriya approached at that moment. You must study really hard for that, he remarked. Congratulations. Rio paused for a moment. He thought that, technically, he did study a lot, but not exactly normal subjects. It was all about learning to control his own quirk. Yeah, maybe too much, he murmured, letting out a sigh. I should take a break someday. Midoriya chuckled lightly. By the way, what school did you go to before UA? He asked. It must have been a really good school for a genius like you to come out of there. Don't call me a genius, Rio replied. I went to Aldera Junior High School. It's nothing special. Midoriya's eyes widened. Wait. Aldera, he said, surprised. I went there too. But, how come I never saw you? Huh, Rio frowned. What are you talking about? We were in the same class. Midoriya froze in place. Rio noticed his reaction and sighed, bringing a hand to his face. Don't tell me you hadn't realized that until now. He murmured. Of all people, I thought you'd be the first to recognize me. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Even Bakugo recognized me, with the 2 brain cells he has. What did you say, Emo Corner Boy? Bakugo snarled from across the room. Hearing that, Midoriya's eyes widened even more. The image of the boy with long, messy hair, a hollow look, and a withdrawn posture came to his mind. He compared it to the current Rio, and gulped. No way. He murmured. You've changed so much, your posture, your hair, even your eye color is different. I still have the same name, dude. Yeah. Midoriya scratched the back of his neck. But similar names are pretty common. Fair enough, Rio agreed, not pushing it. Later, during snack break, the group was gathered at one of the cafeteria tables, eating and still discussing the final exams. The written exam is manageable, Midoriya commented, holding a piece of sausage with his chopsticks. It's stuff we've already covered in class, in the regular subjects. The real problem is the practical exam. I have no idea what that's going to be. Being UA, it'll probably be something we're not expecting, Rio said, calmly opening his bento box. Kirishima nodded. Very likely. Out of nowhere, bam, the test is to fight the teachers or something like that. That would be too extreme, Uraraka chimed in, making a face. And really random too. I agree, Toru added. I hope it's something like facing the entrance exam robots again. Tsuyu shook her head. I doubt it, Ribbit. That would be too obvious. We don't have much choice but to prepare for the worst, Ida concluded, adjusting his glasses. Let's do our best, a few of those present said almost in unison around the table. Uraraka then turned to Rio. By the way, I've noticed you always eat food from your bento, she commented. Is lunch rush's food not good for you? It's not that, Rio replied. The food here is great. I just prefer to eat what I bring from home. Did your mom make it? Toru asked curiously. Rio froze for a moment at the question but relaxed almost immediately. No. I made it by my. The sentence died when someone bumped their elbow against the back of his head. Still, Rio barely moved. The one who really reacted was the other person, letting out a small yelp of pain before quickly stifling it. Rio turned around and came face-to-face with Monoma from Class B. Ah. Sorry about that, he said, forcing a smile. My tray just couldn't get past that big head of yours. As he spoke, he was biting his lower lip, clearly trying to hide the pain. His left arm was trembling slightly. What is this guy made of? It's like he's made of concrete. Monoma stared at Rio in silence, when a memory forcefully came to his mind. One day before the internships began. He remembered perfectly his teacher Vlad King pulling him aside to a more secluded corner of the train station. The man, imposing as always, crossed his arms and spoke low, serious. Listen carefully, Monoma. The boy had widened his eyes, surprised by the tone. Never copy Takeda's quirk. Understood. Huh? But why, all of a sudden? Vlad didn't answer immediately. He just took a step forward, getting very close, his gaze firm and heavy. If you copy his quirk, your body won't withstand it. The amount of energy that ability emanates is absurd. You would simply explode from the inside out, so don't you even try to copy it, understood? Monoma swallowed dryly. 2. Understand. That's all I needed to hear, Vlad said, stepping back. Don't do it. Under any circumstances. Back in the cafeteria, Monoma blinked a few times, returning to the present. How dare you say something like that? Ida retorted, indignant. Monoma, completely ignoring him, continued his speech. I heard some of you were in that Hosu incident, he said with a crooked smile. Seems the sports festival wasn't enough, huh? You just keep grabbing the spotlight with one feat after another. Class A. A mocking smile spread across his face. But it seems attention isn't everything, is it? Things are starting to fall apart on your side. And it looks like they're getting pretty dangerous, too. Rio just stared at Monoma with a completely neutral, almost empty expression. Inside, only one question ran through his head. What is this guy yapping about? Before Monoma could continue his stupidly timed speech, a hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and struck the boy's neck with precision. Monoma went out like a light. Kendo appeared, holding the unconscious Monoma with one hand and his tray with the other, sighing. Sorry about that, she said, bowing slightly. This guy's heart is a bit, never mind. His heart is a bit what? Midoriya thought, with a nervous smile, clearly speaking more to himself than to anyone. Kendo continued as if she hadn't heard. I heard you guys talking just now about not knowing what the practical exam will be like, she said. Between us. I heard it's going to be a battle against the same robots from the entrance exam. The group was surprised. How do you know that? Ida asked. I know an upperclassman, Kendo replied. He told me about it. Pretty convenient, Rio commented, crossing his arms. Yeah, she agreed. At that moment, Monoma began to regain consciousness. Kendo, you idiot. He murmured. Just when we finally had the upper hand against that damn class. Whap. Another sharp strike to the neck, and Monoma was out again. They are not damn, Kendo said calmly, beginning to drag him away. Rio watched the scene in silence for a few seconds. I like her. The group could only nod in equally silent agreement. Later, already in the classroom after school ended, Kaminari and Mina practically celebrated when they heard the confirmation that the practical exam would be a fight against the robots from the entrance exam. Now we're talking. Kaminari cheered. That won't be a problem at all. Yes. Mina agreed, excited. Ojiro crossed his arms, thoughtful. You two always hold back a lot when fighting people, but this way. Against robots, we can go all out. Mina and Kaminari said in unison, raising their hands. Rio turned to Dash. What do you think of that? If it's just robots, this exam will be a piece of cake, Dash replied, shrugging. Even kind of boring, to be honest. Could finish it all in the blink of an eye. True, Rio agreed. It would be the same for me. It was at that moment that an irritated voice cut through the conversation. What's the difference between a human and a robot? Bakugo asked, already walking towards the door. I blow them both up the same way. He turned his head, throwing a contemptuous glance over his shoulder. I don't see what the problem is for idiots like you. Hey! Kaminari protested, pointing a finger. Who are you calling an idiot? Bakugo stopped at the door and only turned his head. Shut up, he growled. You're an idiot who still doesn't know how to control his own quirk. His gaze then shifted, focusing on Midoriya. And you, don't pretend I didn't notice, he said, serious. Those moves during the rescue race, another one copying me besides that emo. Getting a big head just because you learned to control that quirk better. Midoriya slowly turned to face him. That pisses me off, Bakugo continued. I'm not going to lose to you again in some stupid way like at the sports festival. In a real fight, I'd crush you like the bug you are. Midoriya swallowed dryly. In this exam, Bakugo finished, I'm going to open up such a huge gap between us it'll kill you. Then he shifted his gaze, one by one. You too, Emo Corner Boy, he pointed at Ryo. You too, Tutten, at Todoroki. And you too, Thin Leg, at Dash. Without another word, Bakugo left the room, slamming the door hard. Kirishima approached Ryo, scratching the back of his head. I've never seen Bakugo that serious before. I don't know if that's just restlessness or pure hatred, Ryo replied. Before he could say anything else, Dash appeared beside him. Dude. I barely understood half of what Bakugo said, but that doesn't matter now, he said, nervously. Takeda, I need help studying for the written exams. Aren't you studying with Pony? Ryo asked. Yeah. But she said she was going to help her friends study. He then looked at Ryo with almost teary eyes. Please. Ryo sighed. I'll think about. Great. Dash interrupted, already perking up. You're the best. We can study at my place on Saturday. Hey, wait. It's a deal. Dash was already grabbing his backpack. Thanks, Takeda. Ryo stood still for a few seconds, speechless. Okay, then. Chapter 42, Cookie Fight. Saturday morning, Ryo stood before Dash's house with an uncertain look. He checked the address on his phone one more time. Looks like this is the place. He walked up to the door and raised his hand to knock, but froze mid-motion. Taking a step back, he sighed. Better to text. Ryo took out his phone and sent a quick message to Dash, letting him know he had arrived and was outside. The moment he hit send, not even 3 seconds passed before he heard a sudden whoosh. The door practically burst open. Takeda. Dash appeared excited, grinning from ear to ear. Come in, come in. Ryo blinked, still processing, before stepping in somewhat reluctantly. The inside of the house clearly blended elements of American and Japanese culture, as if they had tried to keep a bit of both worlds alive in there. They passed through the main room, with the living room on one side and the kitchen on the other. In the kitchen, Helen was baking cookies. She stopped when she noticed them. Mom. Dash said, excitedly. This is Takeda, my friend from UA. He came to help me study today. Ryo stepped forward and introduced himself politely, giving a small bow. Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Parr. Helen's eyes lit up. Such a polite boy, and you speak English so well, she said, delighted. It's an honor to finally meet you. You were amazing at the UA Sports Festival. Ryo raised an eyebrow. You watched it on TV, he asked. Or something like that. No, Helen replied, smiling. We were there. Me, my husband Bob, my daughter Violet, my youngest Jack, and even Violet's boyfriend, Tony. She laughed. We cheered through the whole festival. Mostly because of your performance. Ryo was completely flustered. IIT wasn't that big of a deal. He murmured. I didn't even try that hard. Helen laughed even more. Then imagine if you had. That just made Ryo blush even harder. Noticing his friend's discomfort, Dash quickly intervened, starting to push him toward the stairs. Right, he said hurriedly. But now we gotta study. Finals are next week. All right, Helen replied. Just don't overdo it. We won't overdo it. Dash answered. The next second, he simply vanished, taking Ryo with him upstairs, leaving only a trail of wind behind. As soon as Rio entered the blonde boy's room, he was met with a chaotic scene. The bed was completely unmade, clothes were strewn across the floor, posters were crooked on the walls, and papers were scattered everywhere. The only truly organized thing there was the desk, where a high-end gaming PC glowed like an altar. Dash felt awkward when he noticed Rio's sweeping glance over the chaotic room. "Tool, tidy up really quick. Give me a second." Before Rio could respond, the boy simply vanished. In a few seconds, all the clothes were in the closet, the bed was minimally straightened, and the floor was clear again. The posters remained crooked. Rio pointed at them. "Is that aesthetic or something?" "Totally," Dash replied, proud. Rio sighed and placed his backpack on the bed. "I didn't think you were this messy, but whatever." He opened the backpack and started pulling out books and notebooks. "What matters now is getting some knowledge into that head of yours." Rio stacked everything on the desk with a solid thump. Dash looked at the pile of material as if it were a death sentence. He started sweating, swallowed dryly, clenched his fists, and nodded with determination. "Okay. I'll do my best. I'll study and learn." 10 minutes later, Dash had his head buried in the notebook. "I give up." Rio furrowed his brow. "We barely started and you've already collapsed." Dash raised his head slowly, metaphorical smoke coming from it. I know, but starting right off with algebra and quadratic functions is inhumane." "Of course it is," Rio replied. "But that's exactly why we start with the hardest and then move on to the easy stuff at the end." Dash made a face. "I don't know if my brain will last that long. It'll melt along the way." Rio sighed, running a hand over his face. "Well then, this is going to be a very long study session." After an hour and a half trying to get Dash to understand numbers and equations that, to him, seemed like alien hieroglyphs, the miracle finally happened. "Ah." Dash blinked a few times, staring at the paper. "I can read this now." Rio leaned back in the chair beside him, letting out a tired sigh. "See? It wasn't impossible." "Yes, it was," Dash replied immediately, dropping the pencil and letting himself sink into the chair. "Extremely time-consuming, absurdly torturous, mentally exhausting, emotionally draining, psychologically crushing, spiritually wearying, and so tiring it felt like it sucked out my very will to exist. This was definitely not made by humans." Before Rio could respond, Helen's voice echoed down the hall. "Dash, honey. I'm just running out quickly to go to the market. There are cookies in the kitchen if you guys want some, okay?" "Okay, Mom." Dash called back. The sound of the door closing came shortly after. The next second, Dash was on his feet. "Takeda, let's get cookies. My mom's chocolate ones are really good." Rio blinked, surprised by the sudden energy shift, but ended up following his friend down the stairs. Dash was the first to reach the kitchen, as expected. His eyes lit up seeing the full tray on the counter. He reached out his hand, and stopped. "Wait." He turned and washed his hands. Came back. "No. I don't think I washed them properly." Washed them again. Came back. "Darn it, I didn't dry them." He then shook his hands at high speed, drying them instantly, and finally grabbed 2 cookies. One went straight into his mouth. The other, he held out to Rio. "Here," he said, mouth full. Rio, who had watched the entire performance with a raised eyebrow and a slightly confused expression, took the cookie and bit into it. His eyes widened. Wow. He looked at the cookie in his own hand. "That's really, really good." Dash smiled proudly. "I told you." "How does your mom make these cookies?" Rio asked. Meanwhile, a tiny hand appeared from the other side of the counter and took a cookie, without either of them noticing. "No idea," Dash replied. "Maybe chocolate." Another cookie disappeared. Rio looked at Dash with a comically neutral expression. "All cookies have chocolate." Another cookie was pulled away. "Not all of them," Dash retorted. "I've seen cookies without chocolate." Another one vanished. Rio rubbed his fingers over his eyes. "Right, I admit my mistake. But what kind of magic does she put in them?" Another cookie was taken. "Like I said, I have no idea." Rio sighed, giving up on the conversation. He finished his cookie and reached out to grab another one, only to touch the nearly empty tray. He blinked, picking up the last remaining cookie. Huh. Rio looked closer. Where did all the cookies go? He turned to Dash. It wasn't me. Dash replied immediately, raising his hands. I've only eaten one so far. At that moment, the same tiny hand appeared again over the counter. They both looked. No more left. A little head popped up right after, followed by a small body that began to float slowly in the air. It was Jack Jack. He was holding a little All Might figurine in one hand, while the other was covered in crumbs. His mouth was too. All gone. He said, sadly. Dash's eyes widened. Jack Jack. You're supposed to be asleep. I wanted cookies. The little boy continued, chewing. They were yummy. Jack Jack noticed the last cookie in Rio's hand at the exact same moment. His little eyes lit up, and the toddler began floating slowly toward the boy, tiny hands outstretched. Cookie. Give, he demanded excitedly. Rio pulled the cookie close without a second thought. This one's mine. Jack Jack stopped midair. The smile vanished, replaced by a sad pout. Hey, 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 Dash widened his eyes. Give him the cookie, Takeda. Now. No, Rio answered firmly. I got it first. Jack Jack's sadness turned to irritation in the blink of an eye. He furrowed his brow, stared at the cookie, and suddenly the treat began to tug, shaking in Rio's grip. What the hell? But before Jack Jack could react, Rio leaned forward and swallowed the entire cookie in one gulp. Dash brought both hands to his head. You did not just do that. Relax, it's not a big deal, Rio said, chewing. It's just a cookie. Dude. Dash swallowed hard. Now he's gonna go into demon mode. Demon MO. Rio didn't finish his sentence. Jack Jack launched himself at him with full force, knocking him to the floor. When Rio opened his eyes, he was face-to-face with a Jack Jack transformed into a small, red ogre, teeth clenched and eyes glowing. You are bad. Jack Jack growled. He began punching Rio's face non-stop. The blows were strong, but nothing absurd that Rio couldn't handle. That's it. Rio asked, getting up with Jack Jack clinging to him. This isn't even that B. Jack Jack landed a precise punch to the groin, his tiny fist hardened like iron. Aya. Rio barely had time to scream before he was lifted into the air by telekinesis and slammed directly into the ceiling, getting stuck up there. Cookie stealer. Jack Jack complained, scowling. He threw Rio back toward the floor. Rio closed his eyes, covering his face, but there was no impact. A portal opened beneath him, and the boy simply fell right in. Jack Jack waved his little hand upward, mending the ceiling as if nothing had happened. Then, he jumped into the portal in the middle of the room and closed it with a plop. The house fell silent. Dash stood frozen, looking around, still processing everything. After a few seconds, all he could manage was a murmur. Oh shit. Rio fell in freefall for a few seconds before crashing onto a white, dusty ground. The impact created a small crater and threw up a thick cloud of dust around him. NGH. He groaned, getting up while rubbing his head. Where? As the dust settled, Rio froze. The sky above him was completely black, dotted with stars that were too bright, like stickers pasted on dark cardboard. Floating in the void were giant children's toys, broken colored blocks, twisted toy cars, pieces of torn teddy bears slowly spinning in the air. Nonsensical structures rose on all sides, crooked buildings, bridges that led nowhere, staircases that climbed to nothing. And everywhere. All Might. Statues, posters, inflatable dolls, giant and tiny versions, some smiling, others with strange, distorted expressions. It was as if the hero's image had been mixed with a child's dreams, games, and obsessions. Rio looked down and felt his stomach sink. He was on the moon, or something very much like it. A cracked, gray ground, but covered in random constructions, as if someone had played at building an entire world without following any rules. Okay, he murmured. Definitely not in Japan anymore. Before he could think further, something crashed down behind him with a thunderous noise. Rio tried to turn, but a punch hit him square in the face, sending him flying. The boy tumbled across the ground and smashed through a misshapen building, causing an explosion of colorful debris. TCH. Rio emerged from the hole, shaking off the dust. This is getting personal. He looked up, and froze. All Might was there, standing, staring at him. What? Before he could react, more figures began to appear around him. 1, 2, 5, dozens. All Might after All Might, appearing non-stop, surrounding Rio from all sides. "You've got to be kidding me," he murmured. A giggle echoed from above. Jack appeared floating in the air, pointing a tiny finger at Rio. "He's a bad guy, All Might," he said, pouting. "Teach him a lesson." "Of course, because I am here," answered the All Mights in unison, as if they were the real one. They charged. Rio narrowly dodged the first blow and countered with a punch to one of the clones' stomachs. For a moment, it seemed to have no effect, until the upper half of the All Might's body simply exploded into a multicolored powder, like paint thrown into the air. Huh. The clones stopped, confused. How? All Might is invincible. That's impossible. Rio clenched his fist, a half-smile appearing on his face. "Nothing is invincible until I decide to punch it." "You wretched villain," shouted one of the clones, attacking with both fists. Rio dodged, leaped, landed a dropkick on another All Might's head, and used its body as a springboard. His feet began to glow faintly, and he fired a gamma blast from his soles, exploding everything below and launching himself upward. He landed on a floating platform that looked like a broken highway bridge. "Don't let the villain escape," shouted the clones, charging again. 3 All Mights cornered Rio, attacking from all sides. He dodged as much as he could but ended up trapped. Then, a combined blow came from above with absurd force. Crash! The bridge broke in two. Rio crossed his arms above his head, holding back the impact with a grunt. For an instant, his hollow green eyes glowed more intensely. Hurrah! He broke through the attack, landed a punch on one of the clones, grabbed it by the wrist, and swung the body around, dragging the other two with him before hurling them toward the other part of the platform ahead. More and more All Might clones kept emerging on the broken platform, as if space itself were spitting out versions of him non-stop. Rio advanced without hesitation. He dodged one clone's punch and answered with a sharp side kick, hurling it off the platform. He spun his body, evading the strike of another, and landed a brutal uppercut that sent the copy flying high, where it dissipated in an explosion of colored dust. 2 clones charged together. Rio didn't even slow down. A violent snap kick hit the first in the chest, slamming it into the second, and both plummeted into the starry void below, disappearing in silence. For a few seconds, only the echo of powerful blows resonated through the space as Rio dealt with the endless stream of All Might clones. Then, a massive shadow covered the sky above him. Rio looked up, and his eyes widened. A gigantic All Might descended from the sky of that dimension like a meteor. He landed on the platform with a deafening thud. The structure groaned, tilting to almost 90 degrees, cracks spreading like spiderwebs. "You've got to be kidding me," Rio muttered, steadying his feet. The colossal clone said nothing. It merely pulled its arm back and, in a slow, devastating motion, launched a fist the size of a truck. Rio barely had time to react due to the imbalance. The fist hit him squarely and launched him like a projectile, hurtling through space and violently colliding with the surface of the fake moon. Boom! A gigantic explosion of gray dust and debris spread out, forming a deep crater. Fragments of childish constructions flew in all directions, while the impact echoed through the void of the distorted dimension. Silence fell for a brief instant. High above, Jack floated, watching everything with attentive little eyes, clutching the All Might doll tightly. He. He laughed, clapping his little hands. Get him, All Might." The fake All Mights began to fall from the sky and land around the enormous column of smoke raised by the impact. One by one, they approached, confident. "Is it over?" said one of them. "Evil has been defeated. The villain has fallen before All Might once again." It was then that a voice echoed from within the smoke, calm, firm. "Who decided that?" A burst of green energy erupted from the center of the crater. A pillar of greenish light shot into the black sky of that dimension, tearing through the false stars and sweeping the dust cloud away as if it were nothing. At the center, Rio stood firm. His body was enveloped in a dense, pulsating green aura, greenish bolts of energy snaking across his skin like living lightning. Inner transition, 2%. The pillar dissipated, but the pressure in the air only increased. Rio brought his hand to his chest and thumped it hard once. "Come at me with everything you've got," he said, raising his gaze. "Because the one who decides when I fall, is me." The All Mights all surged forward at once, leaping and throwing themselves upon him like an avalanche. For a moment, Rio disappeared under a pile of bodies. In the next second, everything exploded. The clones shattered into luminous fragments, and Rio burst out in a leap, shooting straight toward a giant All Might. His punch hit the copy's face, which simply disintegrated into glowing dust. Another giant tried to hit him, but Rio dodged with a precise burst from his feet, changing his trajectory midair. He landed on the Colossus's arm, ran up it, and landed a punch straight to its face. More dust. More light. A section of the highway platform fell in front of him, blocking his view. Before he could react, another giant All Might smashed through the debris and hit him with a brutal punch, sending Rio flying like a projectile. A second giant intercepted him with an uppercut, throwing him upward. A third appeared above and brought down a twarmed hammer blow. Crush! Rio was smashed into the ground of the false moon, creating a gigantic crater, fissures spreading for kilometers. The giants approached to confirm their victory. A fatal mistake. A green flash exploded from the ground. Rio shot out of the crater at tremendous speed, moving in a zigzag like lightning. In seconds, he passed by the giants, destroying their legs with precise blows. The colossi toppled, and soon after had their heads pulverized. Rio kept running across the false moon at absurd speeds. The kinetic energy generated was so intense that the ground melted under his feet, leaving a trail of incandescent light as he plowed through thousands of normal All Mights, ignoring them, focused only on the remaining giants. Everything seemed under control. Until all the All Mights began to float. They were pulled upward, converging to a single point. One merged with another. Then another. And another. Until a colossal form blotted out the landscape. Ultra Might. The monster lowered its massive arm, and a gigantic punch began to fall toward Rio, completely filling his field of vision. Rio felt something different in his chest. What is this, he thought. He pulled his right fist back, holding it with his left hand, as if compressing something. An intense, bright, unstable energy began to concentrate. High above, Jack pointed. Now you're gonna lose, bad guy. Ultra Might's fist approached slowly, overwhelming, leaving no room for escape within a kilometer radius. Rio smiled. So this is it. He murmured. Letting go like this, without worrying, is damn fun. His fist glowed even brighter, illuminating the entire shadow cast by the Colossus. The blow came. And Rio answered. He dragged his right fist upward with all his might, meeting Ultra Might's punch heaten. The impact stopped the colossal blow in midair. But Rio didn't stop. He pushed his fist upward. A crack of green light appeared on Ultra Might's fist, small, but quickly spreading across the entire arm like a living web. Nuclear. Impact. He raised his fist even higher. Ultra Might's arm exploded in an intense greenish light, followed by the entire right side of the colossal body, which disintegrated into bright fragments, vanishing into the void of that dimension. Rio watched the remains of the Colossus disintegrating on the horizon of that fake moon, his fist still raised high and a satisfied smile on his face. Gradually, he relaxed his arm and looked up. Jack was still floating above. So? Rio said, tilting his head. Is that all you've got? Jack's smile vanished. He grunted, irritated, a childish sound, but laced with something wrong. The space around them began to tremble, as if the very dimension was getting nervous. The black sky rippled, false stars distorting like ink in water. The little one's body began to glow. First, it was a soft white glow. Then, intense. Too bright to look at directly. When the light dimmed, Jack no longer looked exactly like Jack. In his place was a figure of pure white, almost without defined contours, floating in the void. Two black eyes stood out on that smooth, glowing form, watching Rio without blinking. Oh, Rio murmured. From the main body, similar clones began to emerge from it. One came out of him. Then two. Then four. Then dozens. And then, clones of the clones. And then clones of the clones of the clones. Within seconds, the sky was completely taken over. A white tide spread above, covering everything like living clouds. Rio raised his gaze, watching the clones begin to change. Their bodies deformed, grew, gained color, exaggerated muscles, heroic smiles. All Might. But not like before. One was completely engulfed in flames, its body burning like a living sun. Another crackled with blue electricity, lightning leaping from its skin. A third had eyes glowing with intense red, releasing a crushing pressure just from its gaze. There was an All Might with a red ogre-like body, reminiscent of Jack-Jack's furious form. Others mixed powers, different sizes, from normal versions to gigantic floating colossi, each with multiple abilities. Hundreds. Thousands. A bead of sweat trickled down Rio's forehead. Should have kept my mouth shut, he admitted. He turned his gaze to the white figure with black eyes, the original Jack-Jack, still motionless at the center of it all. What Rio didn't know, what no one there knew, was that as long as Jack-Jack remained inside that pocket dimension, a world shaped by his childish mind, by his emotions, by his toys, by the heroes he admired, the rules were not the same. Here, strength, technique, or logic didn't matter. Here, Jack-Jack did not play fair. Here, he was, effectively, invincible. Chapter 43, Having Lunch at the Par's House. Dash was running back and forth in the kitchen, practically panicking. Okay, think, he murmured, opening drawers, cabinets, even looking inside the oven. There has to be some cookies left, there has to be. He knew. That was the only way to bring Rio back. He climbed onto a stool and opened a high cabinet, his eyes lighting up at what he found. There it was, a glass jar full of chocolate chip cookies, probably set aside by his mom. Jackpot, he cheered, carefully pulling the jar down. He got off the stool and started walking towards the living room while trying to open the lid. Oh no. He grumbled, twisting the jar forcefully. Who was the genius who closed this like it was a safe? It seemed glued shut with superglue. Now is not the time for this. That's when the air behind him tore open. A portal opened in the middle of the living room, and the next second, Rio was spat out like a sack of potatoes, hitting the wooden floor hard. Takeda. Dash's eyes widened. Before he could react, Jack-Jack appeared above him, landing on the boy's body and stomping hard, pointing an accusatory little finger. Take that. Take that, you bad villain. Jack-Jack, no. Dash ran to them, pulling the toddler away from Rio. Jack-Jack complained, pouting, until Dash shoved the jar of cookies into his arms. Yay. Cookies. Jack-Jack smiled, completely forgetting the fight. He opened the jar's lid with ease and started eating the cookies enthusiastically. Dash knelt beside Rio, his heart tightening in his chest. Rio's clothes were torn, singed in several places. There were burn marks, bruises scattered over his body, and small cuts. He looked wrecked. Takeda. Dash called, his voice trembling. Hey, stay with me, man. Rio's eyes opened with difficulty. Dash, he murmured, blinking slowly. He raised his hand with effort and touched his friend's face, squeezing it lightly. Is it really you? He coughed weakly. You're not a clone, are you? It's me. Dash answered quickly. Stay awake, please. Rio let out a faint chuckle. Heh, thank goodness. His arm fell heavily to the floor, making Dash swallow hard as he saw that. Don't do that. He pleaded, his voice faltering. Not now. Rio managed a small smile. It was good. He said softly. Having you as a friend. Dash felt his chest tighten even more. Rio turned his head slightly, looking at Jack-Jack, who was happily eating cookies, all covered in crumbs. But, he continued, almost laughing, I refuse to live in a world where I got my ass kicked by a 5-year-old. His head fell to the side, his eyes closing, but the smile remained. And there was no more movement. Takeda. Dash screamed. He threw himself forward, hugging his friend's body tightly. No. He repeated, desperate. Don't leave me, dude, please, wake up. Jack-Jack chewed peacefully in the background, watching curiously. At that exact moment, the front door opened. I'm home. Helen announced, coming in with grocery bags, and freezing at the scene before her. Dash hugging an unconscious, or dead, boy, clothes destroyed, the floor marked, and Jack-Jack floating while eating cookies. Helen blinked once, twice, 3 times. What the hell happened here while I was gone? A few minutes later, the room was much calmer and more organized. Rio was sitting on the sofa, shirtless, while Helen tended to his injuries with the utmost naturalness in the world, as if treating a teenager beaten up by her superpowerful 5-year-old son was part of her routine. Across from them, Jack floated in silence, with a clearly remorseful expression, occasionally placing his little hand on Rio's wounds, which slowly closed as he healed them with his quirk. Helen finished one of the dressings and stuck a simple, childish band-aid on Rio's cheek. "All done," she said with a sigh. "I'm really sorry about my son's behavior. He feels very bad about what he did." She slowly turned her face to Jack, with that serious motherly look. "Right." Jack shrugged his shoulders a little and nodded. "Sorry for hitting you," he said quietly. "You're not a bad guy. I'm the bad guy." Rio blinked, not quite sure how to react, and ended up letting out a tired smile. "It's okay. I'm kinda used to getting beat up." But soon his posture broke, his shoulders slumped, and his body leaned forward. "I'm just not used to," he added in a defeated tone, "getting beaten and humiliated by a child." Helen chuckled lightly, trying to ease the mood. "Hey, it's not that bad," she said. "If it's any consolation, none of us here can handle Jack either." She got up from the sofa and looked at Dash, who was coming down the stairs carrying some shirts. "In fact," she continued, "I'm still surprised you lasted so long in his dimension." Dash scratched the back of his neck, a bit awkwardly. "Yeah," he replied. "I was kinda surprised too. He was in there for 15 minutes. Helen paused for a moment. 15 minutes, she repeated, looking at Rio more attentively. "Yeah. I counted down to the milliseconds," Dash added. "While I was trying to figure out how to bring him back." Helen let out a low whistle, impressed, and turned her gaze back to Rio. "That's really impressive." She crossed her arms. "Time in there is completely distorted. It can go faster or slower depending on what Jack imagines. You could have been in there for months without realizing it." She carefully placed a hand on Rio's shoulder. "Poor thing, that must have been really tough." Rio shrugged, still a bit dazed. "I've had worse days, I think." Helen took a deep breath, straightened her posture, and smiled determinedly. "All right then," she said. "I'm going to make a proper lunch. The kind that really says I'm sorry." She pointed towards the kitchen. "No quick snacks today. After what you've been through, you deserve a real meal." With that, she headed off toward the kitchen, already talking to herself about seasonings, marinated meat, and not leaving cookies under the counter next time. Dash sat down next to Rio on the sofa, still feeling a bit embarrassed. "Dude, sorry for all this mess," he said. "If you hadn't come over today, maybe none of this would have happened." Rio shook his head slowly. "Don't say that," he replied, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. "I'm the one who decided to come, not you. So there's no need to apologize." Dash seemed to relax a little upon hearing that. "Got it," he said, smiling slightly. He then held out one of the shirts he was carrying. It was yellow, simple, with the phrase "all in one" printed on the front. "Wear this shirt for now, since yours was completely destroyed," he said. "And, if you want, you can keep it as my official apology." Rio raised his hand to refuse but stopped halfway. He looked at the shirt, thought for a second, and then he took it. "All right," he said with a half-smile. "I accept the apology." Cybertech's headquarters in the United States never seemed to truly sleep. Even outside business hours, corridors illuminated by white light stretched like veins of a gigantic organism, with labs still active, screens flashing data, and mechanical arms working in silence. On one of the most restricted floors, Mira Caldwell was starting another day, or rather, hadn't finished the previous one yet. Petite, thin, almost swallowed by the oversized white lab coat she wore like a dress, Mira walked briskly through the lab, her large, spherical glasses slipping slightly down her nose. Her long, completely disheveled hair betrayed that she had already been there for hours, perhaps days. The coat sleeves covered her hands almost completely, yet she held tools, tablets, and parts with absurd precision, as if it were the most natural thing in the world for her. In the center of the lab, suspended by hydraulic arms and surrounded by holograms, was the robot she was developing. "Okay, if I align the energy core another 2 millimeters," she murmured to herself, typing quickly in the air. The machine responded with a soft beep, systems readjusting. Mira smiled faintly. "See? I told you you'd like this configuration," she whispered softly, as if talking to someone. "Much better this way, don't you think?" The machine emitted another low beep, almost like a mechanical purr. Hey. I thought so too, she replied, satisfied. Hours passed without her noticing. When she finally took a step back and analyzed the entire project, her shoulders relaxed. All right, that's enough for today, she said, rubbing her eyes beneath her glasses. If I keep going, I'll just make my health worse, and I don't want that. With almost tender care, she shut down the main systems. Get some rest, okay? We'll continue tomorrow. Mira left the lab, walking hurriedly down the quiet corridor, still absorbed in her own thoughts until... Thump. She bumped into someone. Oh, the sound came out more like a startled squeak. The cleaning cart wobbled but didn't fall. The janitor held it steady and took a step back. My apologies, miss, he said in a calm, polite voice. That was my fault. Mira flushed instantly. No. 2M sorry. I was the one who... I didn't see. She bowed several times, flustered, almost dropping the bag she was holding. 2M really sorry. Without waiting for a reply, Mira turned on her heels and practically ran down the corridor, her coat flapping, hair flying, until she disappeared around the corner to the right. The janitor stood still for a few seconds, staring at the empty space where she had vanished. He frowned beneath his hat. Strange, he murmured. Since when does Cider Tech let kids work here? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Not the time to get distracted. He adjusted the hat that partially covered his face. As he did, his face became visible for an instant, revealing he was none other than Koichi. Eyes alert, and focused on his current task. Koichi held the cleaning cart firmly and resumed walking down the corridor, blending back into the company's routine, continuing his infiltration. A few minutes later, Bob came back down the stairs, now dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans. Ready, he announced, rubbing his hands together. Now the party can really start. He sat at the table, his massive frame taking up almost 2 chairs, and looked around, pleased. All right. He said, pulling his plate closer. So, Takeda, what brings you here today? Before Ryo could even answer, Dash spoke, shoving a huge piece of food into his mouth. He came to help me study for the upcoming exams. Bob raised an eyebrow, surprised. Really? He smiled. That's cool. Very cool, actually. Ryo nodded. But things ended up getting a bit complicated after we took a snack break. He shot a quick glance at Jack, who was now swinging his legs excitedly. But it all worked out fine. Great, Bob replied. That's what real friends do, help each other. Helen clapped her hands lightly. All right, everyone, let's eat before it gets cold. With that, lunch finally began. Ryo took the first forkful into his mouth, and froze for a second. Wow. Helen immediately looked at him. You don't like it? On the contrary, Ryo said quickly. It's really good. Like, way too good. Dash laughed. I told you, my mom is a monster in the kitchen. Ryo tried another dish, then another, visibly intrigued. Mrs. Parr. He said, genuinely curious, how do you make everything so balanced? Nothing's too heavy or bland. Helen smiled, clearly pleased. Practice, and love. Ryo nodded thoughtfully. And the cookies, he asked, looking up. What's the secret? Helen let out a soft chuckle. Ah, that's a family secret. Darn it. Ryo murmured, half defeated, drawing laughs from around the table. Bob steered the conversation back, leaning his elbows on the table. You know, Dash talks about you a lot at home. Dash nearly choked. What? I don't. Yes, you do, Bob continued, laughing. He's always mentioning school stuff, training, you two seem like good friends. Ryo gave a slight smile. You could say that. The conversation flowed easily for a while. Talk about school, food, Dash telling exaggerated stories, Jack trying to eat with 2 spoons at once. Until Bob suddenly frowned. That feeling was back. He looked at Ryo more closely, especially at his green eyes, the subtle way his eyebrow lifted when he heard something. Takeda. Bob said slowly. Can I ask you a strange question? Ryo nodded. Is your father a hero? The exact second the question was asked, Ryo froze. His fork stopped midair. He didn't answer. It's just. Bob continued, not immediately sensing his mistake. I feel like I've seen your face somewhere. Maybe I met your father, or... No. I don't have a father. The answer came out sharp. Rio slowly set his fork down on the plate and sat perfectly still. The mood at the table instantly grew heavy. Dash shrunk in his chair. Helen shot a hard look at Bob, who blinked nervously, realizing his error too late. He cleared his throat. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to touch on a sensitive subject. Helen cleared her throat loudly in disapproval. Bob. Okay. He sighed. I'm sorry, Takeda. Truly. Your father, did he pass away? Bob. Helen called again, more firmly. But Rio raised his hand slightly. It's all right. He took a deep breath. Yes. He died when I was a child. Helen brought a hand to her chest. Oh, dear. I'm so sorry. She tilted her head with a gentle expression. You must miss him very much, don't you? Rio lowered his gaze. Yeah. The word came out hollow. His face was partially hidden, his expression too empty for someone supposedly sad. Inside, Rio only felt one thing. Anger. Anger for thinking about that man again. But he took a deep breath, recomposed himself, and lifted his head again. But I've moved past it, he said, forcing a small smile. I'm fine with what I have now. And he went back to eating as if nothing had happened. Bob and Helen exchanged an uncertain look. At that moment, Jack pushed a bowl of mashed potatoes toward Rio. Eat this, he said seriously. Helps take sad away. Rio blinked, and smiled a real smile this time. All right, thank you. Dash immediately jumped in, passing another plate. Try this too. Helen did the same. And this here. Bob cleared his throat and pushed a serving dish. And this. Rio stared as food piled up in front of him. Are you all trying to bury me in food? Maybe, Dash replied, laughing. Jack laughed. Eat it all. We'll help you get stronger. Rio chuckled softly, picking up his fork again. All right then. I surrender. A/N, we're close to hitting 1 million views. Wow, it's been quite a journey, hasn't it? I barely saw the time passing, and I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for your support. I'm thinking of making a special Q&A chapter once we reach the goal, where I'll answer your questions. They can be about the story or about me as an author. Leave your questions here or, if you can't comment in the paragraphs, at the end of the chapter. I'll select a few to answer in the special chapter. Thank you to everyone who has been following and supporting the story so far, you are my heroes. Chapter 44, 1 million views special, Q&A. Reaching 1 million views is something I honestly never imagined when I started this FIC. That's because I began with low expectations that this story would attract much attention, but I ended up getting a reality check when I saw the complete opposite happening. None of this would have been possible without you. Thank you for all the support, for the comments, for the theories, for the kindness, and especially for the patience during the times I needed to take a break. Knowing that you all stayed here, waiting and supporting, meant a lot to me. This work grew alongside you, and every view, every message, and every reaction was fuel for me to keep writing. Now, to celebrate, let's move on to the special Q&A. The questions and answers will be organized like this. Person's name. Question. Answer. With that, let's move on to the first question I've selected. Stein_BOI. Question. 1. Is it possible for him to copy different radiation from other shows besides MHA and Incredibles, for example, Hulk's gamma radiation? 2. Is his mom ever gonna come back alive, or is she gonna stay dead with 13 as her replacement? 3. Are he and Mirko ever gonna meet, and if so, is it gonna be a one-time thing or recurring? 4. What fanfics would you recommend? 5. Can he just control power in general? If so, could he possibly learn how to heal people or even teleport? Answer. First of all, wow, that's a lot of questions, but I'll answer them. 1. Unfortunately, I don't plan to rely heavily on other types of radiation like Hulk's gamma radiation, because they have very different natures, and mixing everything ends up creating a mess. 2. Yes, Rio's mother will return in the future. 3. Yes, Rio and Mirko will meet, and it will be quite recurring. 4. Reborn as Saitama in MHA, the hunter amongst villains, and life can change. 5. Yes, in the future Rio will learn to completely control his powers. He will learn to heal and other things, and about teleporting. I think so. I know he can do something with quarks to be able to do that, but I'll have to research more. Yato_came. Question. I don't know what to ask that won't reveal the future, so I'll just ask one thing about his powers. Does the protagonist have the ability to create energy constructs similar to those of Atomic Eve and Gwen? Answer. Yes, this will be a somewhat challenging area for him, but he will discover he can do this in future arcs. Samad_senpai. Question. I want to know who is going to be the FL. And if possible I would like to know, I think you have an idea, if you have the final of the series and others events in mind, how much chapters do you think this all will be? Give a range. Answer. Well, the infamous question I always get, who the FL will be. Normally I would be able to answer that at the beginning of the FIC, but this work has escalated to such a high level that if I said who it will be, it would start a war in the comments. That's why I will have to, unfortunately, not answer that question, GOAT-senpai. But the good side is that I can change my mind about the FL at any moment. After all, I like to develop relationships. About the estimate, maybe 300 chapters. I already have a clear vision for 70% of the content, I'm just having some issues with the ending, which will be quite chaotic and full of emotional drama. Bloomage 333. Question. Can you give him laser eyes? Answer. Of course, just wait for the first movie arc. Power_enthusiast. Question. Is the MC going to be stronger than Jack Superscript 2 or is that just a pipe dream? Answer. If it were the Jack from the movies, yes, but I'm using the comic book version. Yes, there is an Incredibles comic. This version is absolutely, no joke, he can literally sneeze a blue powder that gives one or multiple powers to people. And if that person already has a power, it gets increased like 10 times more. But don't worry, both of them are completely even in power, it just gets a bit difficult for Rio's side when his opponent has a literal domain expansion. I like it. Question. Will Jack become stronger when he grows up? Answer. Yes. Big Chungas 10. Question, I guess it is. Please do the MHA movies. Response. Of course, I have plans to include the current 4 anime movies in the FIC. It's a lot of content, I know, but I wouldn't be including it if I didn't already have a clear vision and plans made. Zliviker. Question. When will they find out that Rio is the son of Gamma Jack? Answer. That will be much later, probably around the same time Dobby reveals his family secrets to the public. _Alec_. Question. How are you doing in this first month of 2026? Answer. I'm doing well, even though my job is killing my back, but overall, I'm good. Y factor. Question. How old are you? Answer. 2 years old. But in human years, 23. Jamaxter. Question. Still have all 9 lives? Answer. Well. I lost one in a car accident, so I'm down to 8. Meeks. Question. What is the answer to the Riemann hypothesis? Answer. The answer is that the Riemann hypothesis is true because the zeta function imposes an absolute symmetry onto the fabric of numbers. Every non-trivial zero is forced, by structural necessity, to exist exactly on the critical line s equals 1/2, as any deviation would create an instability in the distribution of primes, propagating contradictions that would cause arithmetic to collapse in a cascade. Thus, the equality rho equals 1/2 is not a result to be proven, but a condition for the existence of the mathematical universe itself. Quantity specs. Question. GIF showing a ring. Answer. Yes. Another, but much mentioned question. Is Rio's mother dead? Answer. Yes and no, she is alive but also dead. And no, she is not a zombie or a Nomu. Fun facts. 1. Did you know I get my ideas by listening to music while lying on the floor? It's a pretty peculiar method, I know, but the floor is more comfortable than my bed. I'm the type who likes firm mattresses and hates soft ones. 2. I usually write the chapters for my fics in my native language, use AI to proofread, and then translate everything into English. But the AI's proofreading is so shitty and over the top that everything goes through a second round of editing by me before it's posted. Seriously, it's so exaggerated it makes me wonder if ChatGPT is proofreading me, or if I'm proofreading it. 3. I love fight scenes so much that I give my all to write them and make them really detailed. It's almost a shame that so few fanfics focus on that. Like, they make a fanfic of a battle shounen, and then the focus shifts from the fights to the MC building a harem. And if they do have fights, they often end up being very simple and quick. Bro, I want to see the MC at least pull off a grappling combo like Kings. 4. I hate harems with every fiber of my being. It literally ruins the essence of the story because most authors don't know how to handle and develop multiple characters. The only harem I like is from The 100 Girlfriends anime, and honestly, I'd join Chad Renteru's harem too. 5. I'm a peculiar case who likes both dark, heavy stuff and cute, fluffy things at the same time. One moment I'm smiling while watching an anime where giant rabbits are having a bloody feast on people, and the next, I'm watching a cute, touching slice of life romance anime. Chapter 45, Practical Exam Part 1. The class filed out of the bus one by one, already dressed in their hero costumes, forming an organized line in front of the teachers. The air felt different. Heavier. More electric. Practical exam day had finally arrived. Finally. Dash said, practically vibrating on the spot. I can almost smell the sweet scent of marshmallows roasting over the campfire. Rio glanced sideways at the blonde. He'd been like this ever since he passed the written exam thanks to him. I can't wait for the training camp. Dash continued, giving Rio's shoulder a quick pat. What about you, aren't you excited? Sort of, Rio replied in a completely monotone voice. But his feet were tapping rapidly on the ground, the tip of his shoe going back and forth nonstop, like a restless rabbit. Dash smiled. You're terrible at hiding your feelings, he thought. Rio shifted his attention to the group of teachers ahead. There were a lot of people there. More than usual. His gaze ended up landing on Ainen, who noticed and responded with a small wave of her gloved hand. He returned it with a discreet nod. Then Aizawa stepped forward. All right, attention class. His tone alone was enough for the entire class to instantly straighten up. The practical exam will now begin, he said. And yes, it is possible to fail this exam. If you want to go to the training camp so badly, then don't mess up. Their gazes grew even more focused. We know that. Kirishima responded from beside Rio, clenching his fist. We'll give it our all. There are way too many teachers here. Jiro commented quietly, looking around. Aizawa continued. Does anyone here have even a vague idea of how this exam will work? Of course. Kaminari answered quickly, striking a JoJo pose. A battle against robots, just like the entrance exam. Fireworks. Curry. Truth or dare? Mina shouted, raising her arm excitedly. Before Aizawa could respond, something moved within his scarf. Not even close. The class froze. Nizu emerged calmly from inside Aizawa's scarf. Due to various recent circumstances, continued the principal with his overly serene smile, I demanded a complete overhaul of the exam. Huh. Dash's eyes widened. What's the principal doing here? Revision of the exam. Rio murmured, attentive. Nizu adjusted his tiny suit jacket. You see, fighting robots isn't practical at all. They're predictable, easy to handle, and frankly, offer no real-world experience. He began climbing down from Aizawa, still staring at the students. The world isn't made of enemies that follow clear patterns. Danger doesn't announce itself. It doesn't wait. And it certainly doesn't come with highlighted weak points. A heavy silence fell over the class. If you want to be heroes, Nizu concluded, then this exam needs to reflect what truly awaits you out there. Nizu finally descended from Aizawa's shoulder with a little help from Ainen, straightening his jacket before continuing. From now on, we will focus on battles against flesh and blood opponents, he said with a mischievous smile. Our goal is for your training to simulate the practical experience as closely as possible to reality. Some students swallowed hard. That is why students like you. Nizu extended a tiny paw to the side, as if presenting a prize. We'll face those who teach you here. The impact on the class was immediate. What? Several voices exploded at once. Uraraka slowly turned her head to Kirishima, her eyes wide. Hey, hey, hey. He raised his arms defensively. Don't look at me. I didn't know anything about that. That just slipped out by accident. Nizu continued, unfazed. Your pairings have already been decided. The tension ratcheted up another notch. First match, he began. Todoroki and Yaoyorozu versus. Aizawa took a step forward. Me. The two students tensed up instantly. Second pairing, Nizu proceeded. Midoriya and Bakugo versus. A massive shadow fell from above. The impact echoed across the grounds as All Might landed in front of the class, kicking up dust. I will be honored to be your opponent, he announced, fist on his hip. Midoriya gaped. All Might. Bakugo ground his teeth, his eyes tense as he stared at All Might. The entire class murmured in shock, seeing that Midoriya and Bakugo were facing the symbol of peace right away. And the third pairing, it is a bit special. Nizu said, not giving the confusion time to settle. Takeda will be with Dash, and they will face. Midnight stepped forward, smiling provocatively. Me. Me as well. All Might said, raising a fist to his chest. However, since the two of you are a special case. The atmosphere seemed to grow heavier. You will face not just the two of us, continued All Might, but also two special guests. From among the teachers, two figures emerged. Hey there, champ. What's up, kid? Dash froze. Dad. Uncle Frozone. Mr. Incredible crossed his arms, serious, while Frozone just raised his hand in a cheerful wave. I got here the day before yesterday, Frozone said, smiling. Sorry for not giving a heads up, kid. Dash felt his stomach sink. Since the two of you constitute a non-standard case, Nizu explained, we ended up needing to call for external support. Fortunately, All Might recommended people of absolute trustworthiness. I was lucky some old friends were in the area. All Might said with a booming laugh. Dash swallowed hard, looking at the four opponents before him. Professor Midnight. All Might, my dad, and Uncle Frozone. He murmured. This is crazy on an extreme level. He turned his head to Ryo, expecting to see at least some surprise. But Ryo was motionless, his gaze fixed on All Might. There was no shock, nor fear. Just a silent tension between the two. All Might felt a shiver run down his spine as he noticed the threatening look Ryo was giving him. The two large, white helmet eyes kept staring at him from under the hood. Why this young man look so mad? A drop of sweat trickled down his forehead as he held Ryo's gaze, feeling that sharp, almost predatory presence, as if waiting for its prey to move before attacking. Something was wrong there. And he knew it. All Might straightened up, taking a deep breath. Young Takeda and Dash, you will have to work together if you wish to emerge victorious from this. He raised his fist, which seemed to glow with heroic will. I want you to come at us with everything you've got. Dash swallowed hard and nodded, feeling his stomach churn, while Ryo just kept his gaze steady and replied with a firm but monotone. Okay. Aizawa took a step forward, his tired eyes now fixed on the class. Normally, all teams would begin their matches at the same time. His firm voice cut through the class's murmur. But, due to Takeda and Dash's special case, Midoriya and Bakugo, Jiro and Siro will have to wait a bit. The rest will begin as normal now. I wish you all good luck. And remember, don't fail. If you do. The class swallowed hard. Silence hung for a few seconds before the unanimous reply came. Understood. Dash took a step forward, trying to take a deep breath, feeling his heart race, but also feeling a strange confidence and a sense that having Ryo by his side today might just be the best thing that has ever happened in this exam. After a few minutes on the bus, Ryo and Dash finally arrived at the stage where they would take the test. The impact was immediate as soon as they stepped off. Before them stood a near-perfect replica of the Gamma field, the familiar, oppressive maze, full of shadows, blind spots, and routes that seemed to repeat endlessly. Dash's jaw hit the floor. Ah, hell no. He dragged a hand down his face. Out of all the places, they had to pick this damn maze again. Midnight smiled at the corner of her mouth, clearly pleased with the reaction. The exam is designed to be difficult, sweetie. She took a few steps forward, her heels clicking. And based on your recent lessons, this stage was chosen specifically to counter your quirk. Dash swallowed hard. Mr. Incredible and Frozone observed the scene carefully, visibly impressed. The massive industrial complex stretched as far as the eye could see. Frozone let out a long whistle. Dumb. He shook his head slowly. I already thought this school was crazy big, but this. Nah, these folks are swimming in money, my brother. Bob crossed his arms, analyzing the place. Maybe. He furrowed his brow. Or just very creative with public funding. All Might cleared his throat loudly, grabbing everyone's attention. Very well. He took a step forward. This is where we will battle. Rio and Dash immediately snapped to focus. The rules are simple. All Might continued. The time limit is 30 minutes. Midnight then produced a pair of gleaming metal handcuffs and held them up, giving them a slight shake. Your win condition is to either cuff us with these, she said with a mischievous smile. Or, All Might finished, you escape the stage before time runs out. Rio tilted his head slightly. Sounds simple. Yeah. Dash agreed, still eyeing the maze suspiciously. Real simple. Bob let out a short laugh. Don't be fooled, boys. He pointed at their group. Your opponents here ain't just anybody. Yeah, listen to the big men, Frozone added, raising a finger. We on a whole nother level up here, aight. A whole nother level. Midnight took a few more steps, her voice dropping lower and more serious. This test is designed to simulate real combat as closely as possible. She slowly licked her lips. So do yourselves a favor, treat us like the bad guys. All Might raised his hands in agreement. Your decisions will also be evaluated. Strategy, cooperation, priorities, it all counts. He then took a deep breath. And due to certain circumstances, he said, pulling something from behind his uniform, we four will be wearing special weights, produced by a very special person from the support department. All Might began distributing the weights. First to Midnight. Then to Bob. And then to Frozone. Frozone held out his hands to take a weight from All Might. This lil thing. He chuckled. Feels light as a feather, man, you playin'. All Might deliberately let the weight drop into his hands. Whoa. Frozone nearly hit the floor, his eyes widening as he strained to hold the weight. Gaddamn. He lifted the weight with difficulty. What in the world is this made of, vibranium? Bob was already fastening his weights to his wrists and ankles, laughing. They're plenty light, Lucius, he said, teasing. Just like you said. Light my ass. Frozone grumbled. This thing's gonna wreck my knees, man. Soon after, everyone was inside the Gamma field, each team positioned at their starting point. Rio and Dash were atop a tall industrial building, surrounded by rusty chimneys and suspended walkways that vanished into the low-hanging fog of the complex. The wind blew strongly up there, carrying the metallic scent of the place. Rio observed the scene calmly, his green eyes analyzing the area. Dash, on the other hand, paced back and forth, visibly nervous. Dude. I don't know if we can pass this exam. He stopped, sighing deeply. This is too much. Look at the level of what we're facing compared to the others. The blonde boy's shoulders slumped. Goodbye, training camp. Hey. Rio spoke, without taking his eyes off the maze. Stop that. Dash looked at him. How can I stop? He retorted. We're going up against 4 pro heroes. 2 of them are my dad and my uncle, who are top-ranked in the country where I grew up, Professor Midnight, and even All Might. The symbol of peace. The number 1 in Japan. Rio finally turned to face him. And? Dash raised an eyebrow. And what? And when does that have anything to do with us? Rio replied, straightforward. Dash fell silent. Yeah, they have titles. Rio continued. Yeah, they're strong. But this is an exam. They're testing a lot more than just brute strength. Strategy, emotional control, decision-making. If you get nervous now, you'll only sink our score. Rio walked over to his friend and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. That's why I want you to have more confidence in yourself, he said seriously. We are going to pass. Dash opened his mouth to argue but closed it moments later. Okay. He took a deep breath. You're right. He rubbed his face, still tense. But what about All Might? He asked. I'm pretty sure we can't outrun him. I think he's as fast as me, or maybe even faster. Rio gave a small smile behind his helmet. Don't worry about that. He turned his back to Dash and walked to the edge of the building, looking down at the maze below, his expression shifting to a colder, more focused one. I'll handle All Might. Before Dash could respond, the speakers scattered throughout the Gamma field echoed, Recovery Girl's voice ringing clear across the entire complex. Attention! Is everyone in position? A brief pause. The final practical exam for the first-year Hero Course students will now begin. The silence grew heavy. Ready. Dash's heart raced. Rio clenched his fists. Go. In the makeshift medical post, a large white tent set up near the testing field, Midoriya, Bakugo, Shiro, and Jiro watched the numerous screens scattered across the central panel. Each monitor showed a different confrontation where their classmates were being pushed back, retreating, or improvising against their teachers. But, inevitably, everyone's gaze converged on a single screen. The one displaying Rio and Dash's exam. On the feed, the two were already in motion inside the Gamma field, with Dash sprinting across the ground and Rio flying through the industrial sky with his explosions, his shadow stretching across the metallic walls. This is insane. Shiro commented, crossing his arms. While most of us are taking the exam the normal way, Takeda and Dash just had the difficulty cranked up right in their faces. Insane is an understatement. Jiro corrected, her arms resting on the table. This crossed into absurdity a long time ago. They're fighting 4 pro heroes at once. Shiro gave a nervous half-smile. Yeah. But at least it answers one thing. He pointed with his chin toward the screen. Who the strongest in the class are. I mean, look at that, they were literally thrown into nightmare mode. Shut the hell up. Bakugo exploded, whirling around suddenly. Those two aren't stronger than anyone. Not until I decide to blast their asses into the dirt with my own hands. He stomped out, roughly shoving the tent flap aside, but not before bumping his shoulder into Midoriya. Move it, nerd. Sorry. Midoriya replied automatically, even though he hadn't done anything. Recovery Girl, seated before the main panel, sighed in irritation. That boy truly has no manners. Sorry about him, ma'am, Midoriya said quickly. Kaken's probably just a bit nervous. Before he could finish the sentence, a powerful vibration shook the tent. The screens flickered. Equipment rattled. A muffled sound of an explosion echoed in the distance. What was that? Shiro asked, eyes wide. Another villain attack. Jiro brought a hand to her earphone. No. Recovery Girl answered, her voice suddenly serious. She leaned forward, her eyes fixed on the screen of Rio and Dash's exam. Then, her eyes widened. That can't be. Midoriya noticed the change in her expression and rushed to the side of the panel. What's happening? He followed the nurse's gaze, and froze. On the screen, Rio was standing, steady as a post driven into the ground. A dense, violent green aura enveloped his entire body, green electric sparks crackling through the air around him. But that wasn't what made the hearts of those watching race. It was All Might, who was kneeling in front of him. Breathing heavily. One knee planted on the ground. His head slightly lowered. All Might. Midoriya murmured, his voice failing. In the image, Rio tilted his head slightly, as if genuinely confused. What's wrong? His voice came through his helmet speakers. Drop a coin or something. He took a few steps forward, the green aura pulsing stronger with each movement, and stopped in front of All Might, looking down at him. Rio's gaze was cold. Pressuring. Menacing. Get up. I'm not done with you yet. Chapter 46, Practical Exam Part 2. A few minutes earlier. All Might was leaping between the buildings of Gamma Field, his massive body cutting through the air with ease while his mind raced. The plan was simple. Separate the two boys. He and Midnight would handle Rio. Meanwhile, Mr. Incredible and Frozone would deal with Dash. All Might would be the point of rupture. The first contact. Separate Rio from his partner and guide him to the strategic point he had agreed upon with Midnight. He landed in a narrow street of the industrial complex, the impact echoing off the metal walls. The place was tight, full of pipes, suspended walkways, and deep shadows. This place really is confusing, he commented to himself. Maybe young Dash was right about this maze. He raised his gaze to the sky above. And then lowered it again. A silhouette was standing at the end of the street. All Might narrowed his eyes slightly. Huh. The figure tilted its head up slightly. Hey. A voice echoed down the narrow corridor. It's been a while. All Might raised an eyebrow. Is this for real? Rio was there, right in front of him. For real, the boy continued, taking a few steps forward. I came here to face the symbol of peace, Hedon. All Might furrowed his brow. I didn't expect such boldness from you, he replied. But too much boldness often becomes foolishness. He settled into his stance. Or do you have some plan to face me? Rio laughed from behind his helmet. A loose laugh, almost happy. He raised his right hand and tapped his thumb twice against the helmet, as if tapping his own forehead. Bingo. His aura began to stir lightly around his body. I went through hell in that dimension, said Rio, his voice taking on a strange tone, too cheerful for the content. Every minute, with no rest. No break. Not even a pause for tea. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing an absurd memory. Thousands of you. Coming from all sides. From above. From below. Giants. Tiny ones. Fast ones. Strong ones, he laughed again. Punches. Kicks. Throws. Explosions. Crazy powers that shouldn't even exist together. The green aura began to thicken. I got hit. A lot. Non-stop, he continued, with a crooked smile All Might couldn't see. That's why I was forced to learn everything about you. All Might listened, genuinely confused. What is this young man talking about? Learning your patterns. Rio pointed at All Might. The way you move. The timing between one attack and the next. How you shift your weight before punching. Even when you fake an attack and don't follow through. He tilted his head. I analyzed every version of you. Every size. Every combination of power. The energy around him crackled. I kept adapting. His voice grew lower and sharper. Creating countermeasures against you that updated every minute. Learning how to do new tricks with my quirk. He took a step forward. I grew so much that I even developed a new martial arts style. Rio spread his arms like someone announcing the climax of a show. All of this, he said, with an almost childlike enthusiasm. Just for this moment. The moment when I would face the real thing someday. He pointed directly at All Might. And that is exactly the reason. The green aura around him suddenly vanished. Why, you're going to lose today. All Might let out a low chuckle. I'm going to lose. He clenched his fists. Our fight is just getting started. Rio looked up at the sky, as if disappointed, and yet excited at the same time. Oh. Is it? Yeah. Maybe it is. With a single step, All Might shot forward with a punch, but Rio simply turned his body to the side, as if he had been expecting it. The fist passed through empty air. All Might's eyes widened slightly, and he pivoted his torso, trying to hit him with the back of his arm. But Rio had already vanished. All Might instinctively turned his head to look behind him. Rio was suspended in the air a few meters back, upside down. 2 fingers were extended, a green energy condensing at their tips, his eyes not straying from the hero for even a second. Energy release, Gamma Sphere. The small green sphere was fired. It struck All Might's abdomen and dragged him down the street, tearing through the asphalt until he crashed violently into a building. The collision triggered a massive explosion of debris, followed by a second green explosion, which swallowed the area. On the other side of the gamma field, Dash felt the ground tremble. He turned his head toward the distant column of dust and smoke rising into the sky. Takeda. He murmured, concerned. He shook his head hard. No. Focus on the plan. And he shot off again through the curves of the industrial maze. Back at the confrontation, Rio kept his gaze fixed on the point of the explosion. The smoke parted, and All Might emerged from it at high speed. The punch came too fast for ordinary eyes to follow, but Rio defended perfectly, crossing his arms. Still, the impact sent him hurtling backward through the air. Rio stabilized himself in the air with ease, gliding on controlled bursts of energy, until a truck was hurled toward him. He caught it midair, spun his body, and threw it back. All Might tore straight through the truck, splitting it in half, and was already upon Rio, trying to land another punch. Rio dodged with precise bursts from his hands and feet, using All Might's own arm as a momentary pivot before landing a dropkick squarely on the hero's face. All Might was sent flying back. But not without grabbing Rio's leg. The two shot off together, hurtling through the air until they crashed into a building and burst through to the 5th floor. Dust filled the space. When it settled, it revealed the two of them face to face, mere centimeters apart. Silence fell over the area as they stared intensely at each other, both waiting to see who would strike first. And that person was Rio. He unleashed a rapid series of strikes. All Might responded in kind, but Rio dodged with ease, landing precise blows on the hero's torso, until he spun and landed a precise hook on the left side of his chest. Exactly where the old injury was. GH. All Might grunted, feeling the pain shoot through his body. Even so, he didn't retreat. He increased his speed and power, managing to land a blow that sent Rio flying out of the building. Without hesitation, he followed, landing a punch, then another. The third one didn't connect. Rio dodged with a short burst, appeared behind All Might, and struck him with a powerful kick, sending him hurtling in the same direction Rio had just been thrown. All Might collided with the ground, tumbling several meters before adjusting and rising to his feet. Rio landed a few meters ahead, and both froze in the same instant. Until Rio slid sideways and opened his palm. A gigantic explosion erupted, completely swallowing All Might and the scenery in front of him, forcing the hero to raise his arms to defend himself as everything around him was consumed by the green wave of destruction. Despite the explosion, All Might emerged from the smoke in a perfectly executed tumble and landed on the ground, gouging a trench in the asphalt. He looked up, surprised by the trail of destruction before him. Am I really fighting a teenager? Hey, don't get distracted in the middle of a fight. The voice came from behind. All Might turned in an immediate reflex, and saw nothing. Before he could react, Rio had already slid behind him. A green sphere of energy compressed in his hand and was slammed into the hero's back. Boom. All Might grunted from the impact. And it didn't stop there. Rio retreated and advanced at an impossible-to-follow pace. One sphere. Explosion. Retreat. Another sphere. Another explosion. The ground cracked, the air vibrated, and within seconds Rio became just a green blur, circling All Might like a living web, darting back and forth without giving him room to react. The hero's body was bombarded relentlessly by the spheres Rio struck him with. TCH. All Might tried to plant his feet, but it was useless. Rio appeared in front of him and drove a brutal knee into All Might's stomach. The impact was so strong that the shockwave pushed away the surrounding cloud of dust. All Might's body arched, the air forced from his lungs. He staggered back, one hand pressing his abdomen, his leg buckled. And then he fell to his knees. His head hung low, body heavy, breathing with difficulty. Rio walked toward him calmly. "What's wrong?" his voice came through his helmet speakers. "Drop a coin or something." All Might answered only with a rough grunt. "Something is off. Something is really off." He lifted his gaze with effort, staring at Rio standing before him. The boy tilted his head slightly, his helmet reflecting the green light still pulsing around him. "Get up," Rio said, firmly. "I'm not finished with you yet." That's when All Might realized. He had underestimated Rio. Massively so. The time the boy had spent in that distorted Jack dimension had not been insignificant. To the outside world, it had only been a few moments, but for Rio, it had been 3 full weeks of constant combat. 3 weeks fighting non-stop. 3 weeks being pressured and beaten down non-stop. 3 weeks with no escape. During that time, he had honed his combat experience, refined the use of his martial arts, refined his control over his power, pushed his own limits, and, more than that, he had completely adapted to All Might. The old limit of just 2%. Now, it was 5%. All Might was not the one testing here. Rio was the one who is testing here. Dash through streets, alleys, and industrial corridors without looking back, his heart beating in rhythm with his steps. He turned another corner and then saw a long, straight road ahead. And, at the very end, a huge gate with a clear sign above it. Exit. Jackpot, he grinned, already sprinting towards it. But the ground in front of him suddenly froze over. Whoa. Dash tried to stop, but it was too late. He slid, spun, and landed flat on his back on the ice with a solid thump. Hey, ain't no rush that big, kid. Frozone slid out from a side street, gliding naturally across the ice. Dash scrambled to get up, but then a huge shadow loomed behind him. Mr. Incredible's arm shot out for a grab, but Dash barely dodged, the ice sending him sliding uncontrollably. I can't run like this. Bob planted his feet, and almost slipped himself. Lucius, you had to freeze the whole thing, he complained, spreading his arms for balance. Was one of the few options for dealin' with this little speedster, Frozone replied, chuckling. But relax, man, just slide. He made a smooth, confident gesture with his hand. Stop playin' around, Bob grumbled. This is an exam, we gotta be in sync to handle. He stopped. Dash was gone. Dash. The kid was already across the street, scrambling fast over the ice, like a penguin out of control, heading straight for the gate. Just gotta keep this up and I'm good. Dash shouted, pumped. The shadow of a car fell over him. Crash. The vehicle plummeted, smashing the ice and sending up a small plume of smoke and debris. Bob. Frozone's eyes went wide. Have you lost your mind? Bob blinked, confused. What? He can dodge that easy. On normal ground, yeah. Lucius shot back. Bob went pale. Dash. Son, you okay? No response. Men. Frozone was already running to the spot. You might have squished the kid. He stopped mid-sentence because the car hadn't hit anything. Huh. Lucius looked around. Where'd he go? His question was answered as Dash emerged from the ground a few meters ahead, spat out of the asphalt, tumbling and sliding to a stop. He sat there for a second, dazed. What was that? He brought a hand to his head, trying to understand. In that moment when he was scrambling, he'd thought about generating heat by rubbing the ice. When that didn't work, he tried even faster, and faster, until he started vibrating without realizing it. And then everything went dark. Dash had vibrated so fast his body's particles hit a strange frequency, slipping between the particles of the ground, as if he'd phased right through it. When the vibration dropped, the ground itself expelled him back out, like a projectile. Okay, he murmured, looking at his lightly vibrating hands. I don't know what's going on, but I definitely gotta learn how to use this later. The vibration stopped as soon as he reached normal ground after scrambling a bit more. He jumped up and ran. But Frozone's ice shot past him and raised an ice wall ahead. Oh, no you don't. Dash instinctively started to vibrate, covering his face, bracing for impact. But he passed right through the wall, leaving it behind. What in the name of black magic was that? Frozone stood frozen, mouth agape. Dash slowly opened his eyes, looked back, then at his hands, then at the gate. It worked. Without a second thought, he dashed the last few meters, passed through the gate, and crossed the line. He had passed the exam. On the other side of Gamma Field, Midnight maintained her strategic position, leaning against the side of a metal structure, her eyes fixed on the field. Where on earth has All Might gotten to? She murmured. Before she could ponder further, Recovery Girl's voice echoed through the speakers, announcing that Dash had escaped the field and passed the exam. What? Midnight's eyes widened. They couldn't hold the kid. The next second, a green explosion detonated near her zone. The shock wave swept through the area, forcing her to cover her face as the wind kicked up dust and debris. What was that? From within the smoke, All Might was launched skyward, his body spinning in the air. Right behind him, Rio shot out like a living sphere of green energy, electric sparks crackling through the space around him as he advanced in a straight line. All Might saw the boy coming. Midair, he braced himself, muscles flexing. With a sharp movement of his back, he thrust himself violently forward, repeating the motion once, twice, 3 times, gaining absurd speed, until he collided with Rio. Boom. Their punches clashed, creating a shockwave that shattered the windows of nearby buildings. In the same instant, Rio attempted a hook. All Might blocked it, but the force caused his arms to buckle upward for a brief second. But it was enough for Rio to twist his body in the air and drive a powerful elbow into the hero's stomach. All Might was hurled like a projectile, hurtling through the air until he crashed into a building near Midnight's position, not before Rio launched 2 energy spheres after him. The explosions came right after. What kind of teenager fights like this? Midnight murmured, in shock as she watched the absurdity before her. She prepared to move, but she froze. Because Rio had appeared at her side. The boy stared at the cloud of smoke in the distance, his body tense, his aura still pulsing. Midnight felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't move. She didn't even breathe. When she finally tried to act, preparing to release her pheromone cloud, Rio reacted on instinct and threw a punch. The shockwave swept everything in front of him, tearing through the air and hurling debris. The boy stared blankly at where he had punched before his eyes widened in realization of what he had done. Shit. Rio cursed, snapping out of the trance he was in. I ended up acting on instinct. But he furrowed his brow next as he felt his fist had stopped against something. The dust began to settle, finally revealing Midnight standing there, unharmed. In front of her, All Might held Rio's blow firmly, muscles tensed. Young man. All Might spoke in a hoarse voice. You should learn to gauge your strength, especially against women. In the next instant, he disappeared. And reappeared behind Rio. The hero's arms closed around the boy in a crushing bear hug, locking down his movements. Midnight. Now. She blinked, snapping out of her shock. Right. Midnight advanced quickly, tearing the fabric at her shoulder to release her cloud of pheromones, the gas spreading in the air. At the same time, her hands went straight for Rio's helmet. She pulled it off. And the sleep-inducing cloud enveloped the boy's exposed face. Rio's eyes widened as the dizziness hit him like a heavy tide. The world seemed to tilt, his body feeling strange, far too heavy. This is the end of the line, said All Might, firm, maintaining his grip. Checkmate. You were a truly formidable opponent. Rio's consciousness began to slip through his fingers. For a second, just 1 second. Then something snapped inside him. The drowsy sensation was crushed from within, like shattering glass. His body reacted before he could even think. A sudden detonation of strength and energy tore through the air, breaking All Might's bear hug as if it were made of paper. The hero was thrown backward as a green shockwave swept through everything around them. The reason for such a reaction was simple. Rio Tanaka's body was immune to any kind of poison, drug, or chemical substance. The radioactive energy flowing through him destroyed the atomic and molecular structure of these things before they could even take full effect. Midnight's quirk, however, worked in a slightly different way. Her quirk directly hijacked the target's biological arousal response, redirecting it towards sleep. But, the moment that process was redirected, it became a chemical process. And that's when Rio's brain identified it and began neutralizing the effect, and because this was a type of danger he'd never faced before, his brain responded by flooding his body with an enormous dose of adrenaline, energy, and pure survival instinct. All released at once. NGH. Rio brought a hand to his head, dizzy, feeling his heart racing. Even so, he stretched out his arm to the side. Energy release. Gamma blast. The massive explosion hit All Might deaden. The hero was swept away by the impact, plowing through blocks of the industrial field before disappearing amid the rubble. Midnight stood still, her eyes wide. That boy. She murmured. Is he fighting my quirk? Rio turned to her, still a bit dazed. Midnight slowly raised her hands. Okay. I surrender. All right. Rio replied simply, still rubbing his forehead. He picked up the handcuffs and carefully secured one of Midnight's wrists. Hey, you're being a bit rough with me, you know. Didn't they teach you to be gentle with a lady like me? She commented, smiling coyly. Rio sighed. Teacher, please, don't make this any weirder for me than it already is. Meanwhile, on the other side. All Might was on his knees among the rubble of a destroyed industrial building. Steam escaped his body as he breathed with difficulty. Darn it. He muttered. He tried to maintain his form, but couldn't. I can't hold on any longer. The transformation faded, revealing his skeletal form. All Might pressed a hand against the ground, breathing laboriously. He let out a low, gasping laugh. I really didn't expect young Takeda to be so strong, and so experienced. The strange words the boy had said earlier came back to his mind. Dimension. Hell. Adaptation. Was there some meaning to that after all? He tried to stand up. I need to get out of here before anyone. All Might. The voice echoed through the hole blown in the building, making All Might look up. Only to see Rio there, standing among the debris, looking at him with a genuinely shocked expression. What, are you really All Might? Chapter 47, Practical Exam Part 3. Midoriya stared at the screen literally without blinking. He was sure that if he closed his eyes for even a second, he would miss some moment of the scene he was watching. His brain simply could not accept what he was seeing. This is insane. Ciro shouted beside him, pointing at the screen. Takeda's fighting All Might evenly. I knew he was strong, Jiro replied, hugging her own body, tense, but not at this level. With every exchange of blows, the image shook. Then, it went black. Another camera would take its place. Black again. Recovery girl furrowed her brow, clearly irritated. Tisk. She typed quickly on the panel in front of her. The cameras are being destroyed one after the other. On the secondary screen, a map of Gamma Field showed several green dots, which began blinking red. Just as I thought, she muttered. How do they expect me to monitor the evaluation if those two are demolishing all the equipment? But, doesn't that count as collateral damage from the test? Ciro laughed, somewhat awkwardly. Recovery girl slowly turned her head. Boy, don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Okay. Sorry. Ciro raised his hands, immediately backing off. Midoriya kept staring fixedly at the screen. Right at the moment the image returned, Rio appeared enveloped in green energy, opening the palm of his hand. The ensuing blast swept across entire city blocks, swallowing All Might in a cloud of destruction before the screen turned black again. Midoriya's heart leapt. All Might. He swallowed dryly, feeling a lump form in his throat. Why? Why is it that the closer I get to Takeda? He murmured, almost to himself, the further away I feel from reaching him. Outside, Bakugo gazed at the horizon from where he could hear the explosions and tremors, clicking his tongue before go somewhere else. Rio and All Might stared at each other in silence for a few seconds. The skeletal man was breathing irregularly, his chest rising and falling with difficulty. He opened his mouth, somewhat awkwardly. I'm not All Might, he said, confused. What are you talking abo? The sentence died there, because an absurdly large amount of blood exploded from his mouth, splattering the broken floor. MHA. Rio's eyes widened, and he rushed forward immediately. Are you okay? All Might brought his hand to his mouth, wiping the blood with the back of his hand, trying to smile. He hesitated. I mean, no. I mean, yes. I mean. But. He furrowed his brow, clearly disoriented. My name isn't All Might. I don't know how I ended up here. Where am I? Rio stopped for a moment. Then he continued walking toward him, carefully, navigating around the debris. I know it's you, he said quietly. You're still wearing the suit. All Might looked down. The uniform, once tight and imposing, now hung loose on his emaciated body, torn and dirty. He let out a tired sigh. Yeah, it seems I can't fool you. Before Rio could respond, Frozone's voice echoed through All Might's intercom. Guys. Everything okay over there? We saw that huge explosion from here. Rio turned his head toward the sound. Go, said All Might, raising a weak hand. You still have an exam to finish. Rio looked back at him, assessing his condition. Are you going to be okay? Yeah, replied All Might with a short nod. I'll call Midnight, she'll help me. Rio hesitated. The weight of what he had done was finally catching up to him. Sorry, he murmured, almost inaudible. Then he turned and disappeared at high speed, leaving All Might alone, kneeling amidst the debris of the destroyed building. All Might brought his hand to the communicator on his chest. Midnight. His voice came out hoarse. I've reached my limit. I need cover. Already, her voice responded, surprised. Yeah. That fight against young Takeda. He took a deep breath. It drained everything in a very short time. Got it. I'm on my way, she said, ending the communication. All Might coughed and covered his mouth with his fist, and when he pulled his hand away, he was met with a smear of blood. I'm getting weaker and weaker, he murmured to himself. How much longer can I hold on? Outside, Frozone was sliding smoothly over the ice he created, still trying to figure out what that green explosion had been moments before. When suddenly, whoosh! Something green passed by him at extremely high speed, so close it nearly knocked him off balance. What the hell was that? He asked, his eyes wide. Rio was racing across the field without stopping. The wind tore around his body, but his mind was stuck on something else. The image of an injured All Might wouldn't leave his head. Especially that wound he saw on the left side of All Might's torso, the fabric stained with fresh blood, betraying how serious the situation was. "I'm sorry," he murmured as he ran. "I didn't want it to get to this point. I really slipped up." He passed like a green blur by Mr. Incredible, who turned his head in surprise just in time to see only the trail of energy crossing the finish line gate. Rio passed through the gate, slowing down gradually until he skidded to a stop on the ground. He turned to look at the gate behind him with a heavy, distant gaze. Takeda. Dash appeared out of nowhere beside him and hugged him tightly, almost knocking him over. "You did it," he said excitedly. "You actually managed to get past All Might and make it here." He pulled back a little but kept his hands on his friend's shoulders. "We did it, dude. We passed this impossible exam." Dash tried to smile, but soon stopped and frowned when he saw his friend's dejected expression. "Hey. What's wrong?" Rio opened his mouth, tried to speak, got stuck. The words wouldn't come out. So he lowered his head. His voice came out low. "I messed up." After Rio and Dash finished their exam, the other matchups also started wrapping up. One by one, students and teachers returned to the large makeshift tent set up by Recovery Girl. Once everyone was gathered, Aizawa stepped forward, getting the class's attention. Due to a minor incident during the Takeda and Dash exam. He paused briefly. All Might will no longer be able to participate in the remainder of the finals. An immediate buzz filled the tent. "What?" Several voices overlapped. Kirishima, all beat up after being defeated by Cementos and failing his exam, quickly turned to Rio. "Hey, man, what went down on your end?" Rio averted his gaze. "I screwed up." "Huh." Before Kirishima could press further, Aizawa continued. "With All Might stepping out, we'll need to make a slight adjustment to the Midoriya and Bakugo exam." Mr. Incredible and Frozone stepped forward at the same time. "You two," Aizawa pointed at Izuku and Katsuki, "will be facing Mr. Incredible and Frozone." Midoriya and Bakugo's eyes widened. "I know this probably doesn't come close to what All Might meant to them," Aizawa went on, "but don't underestimate your new opponents. They are the current number 2 and 3 heroes of the United States." "What?" Kaminari nearly yelled. "I thought they were just some random guys All Might called in." Shoji tilted his head slightly toward him. "If All Might called them, they're not exactly random." Kaminari swallowed hard and then looked at Rio and Dash, just like many of the other students did. "So does that mean?" He murmured, "Those two passed their exam facing a team with Japan's number 1 hero, and the US's number 2 and 3. Todoroki frowned, serious. He remembered very well how much he struggled just facing Aizawa. What the hell are those two made of? Midoriya, on the other hand, stared at Bob and Lucius with a dry throat. This is crazy. Not one, but both of them." Bakugo gritted his teeth, fists clenched, his whole body trembling with rage as he glared at Rio and Dash. Aizawa then turned his gaze to Siro and Jiro. "You two will face Midnight without issue. With that, give it your all." "That's it." With that, the tension began to gradually dissipate. Teachers and students started dispersing. Some headed straight for Recovery Girl's tent to get patched up. Others just walked away. Rio was one of them. He quietly distanced himself from the group, desperately needing time to think about his actions today. Bob and Lucius watched Midoriya and Bakugo boarding the bus that would take them to the exam field. Lucius let out a long sigh. "Man, thank God we got a second shot. Cause, let me keep it a buck with you." He shook his head. "We did nothing in that last thing. Like, zero. No shine. No vibe. We lost all our aura back there." Bob arched an eyebrow. "Man, quit talking like a teenager on the internet." EY, Lucius raised a hand. "Aura has been a thing way before that, big fella. Same as Chad, Sigma, that's just culture now." "Yeah." Bob sighed, "and it comes with all that 67 talk." Lucius immediately put a hand on Bob's shoulder, his face going completely serious out of nowhere. "Never say that shit again." Bob blinked twice. "Okay." Lucius smiled, satisfied. "That's what I like to hear." After some time, already inside their test area, Midoriya and Bakugo walked through the fake city toward the starting point. The sound of their footsteps echoed between the artificial buildings, creating an uncomfortable silence. "Stop following me, Deku." Bakugo snarled, not even bothering to look back. "Keikaken." Midoriya tried, "We're supposed to be together at the starting point, it's part of the EXA." "I know that." Bakugo cut him off, annoyed. "I just don't want you up on me." Midoriya swallowed the words that were about to come out. Without arguing, he slowed his pace and dropped back about 2 meters, continuing to follow him in silence. On the other side of the fake city, Frozone looked around the area, letting out a relieved sigh. "Phew, finally get some room to breathe," he said. That other place was nothing but rubble all over. Couldn't even move right. "Yeah," Bob replied, observing the buildings around them. "How many facilities like this does the school have? Never seen a setup this big. Not even the all-in-one hero school where Violet graduated from came close to this." Lucius let out a short laugh. "See, that's what I'm saying, big man. These folks over here swimming in money." Before they could continue, Recovery Girl's voice echoed through the comms. "Everyone in position?" she asked. "The final exam for the pairs Midoriya and Bakugo, and Siro and Jiro, will begin now. Ready?" There was a brief silence. "Begin." The moment the signal was given, Midoriya tried to open his mouth. "Kaken, maybe it's better if we avoid a direct confrontation and focus on getting out." "Shut the hell up." Bakugo cut him off, already blasting off. A short detonation shook the ground and threw Midoriya back. "I do what I want." Bakugo screamed, rocketing forward like a human missile. "And I want to kick those 2 foreigners' asses." Midoriya tumbled on the ground, still feeling the impact of the blast, and looked up just in time to see Bakugo disappearing into the horizon of the fake city, propelled by continuous explosions. "Kaken," he called out, but it was too late. Bakugo was already long gone. Midoriya clenched his fists, his jaw tight. "It's okay," he muttered to himself. Green energy crackled over his body as he activated full cowl, and in the next instant, he took off running after Bakugo. Further ahead, Bob was walking down the wide avenue of the fake city, alert, his senses sharp. "How's it looking up there?" Lucius's voice came through the intercom on his chest. "Way more peaceful than that other mess back there," Bob replied. "No contact yet." "Heh. All right then." Lucius chuckled on the other end. "Just wrapped up my thing over here. Headin' your way now." "Got it," Bob responded. The communication cut off. A few seconds later, the distant sound of explosions echoed through the air. Bob frowned and looked up, staring at the horizon above the road ahead. He saw Bakugo flying straight toward him, propelled by increasingly powerful blasts. "Found you," the kid roared. "Hero number 2 or 3, don't matter. I'm gonna blow you all the same with my X-blow." The sentence died in the air as a car came flying right at him. Bakugo's eyes went wide and he barely dodged, using lateral blasts to escape, but in the next instant, he felt another large shadow swallow him up. Mr. Incredible was right in front of him, in the air. Bob had used the car as a distraction, leaping immediately after to reach Bakugo midair. His huge hand closed around the kid's head, and in one brutal motion, he slammed him back down to earth, driving him into the asphalt. "GHH." Bakugo grunted in pain as the impact cracked the ground. Bob kept his hand firm, pinning him down as he spoke calmly into the intercom. "Got one." "Nice," Lucius's voice came back. "Hold tight, I'm almost there." The call ended. Bob looked down, eyeing Bakugo with a mix of seriousness and curiosity. "That was a mighty foolish move," he said. "Charging in like that, with no plan at all." He lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings. "Or you two got one." At that moment, Bakugo brought his hand to Bob's chest. "Die," he screamed. The explosion was violent, the blast echoing for several blocks as a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. A few blocks away, Midoriya skidded to a halt. He found them. He turned his face toward the sound. His eyes narrowed. "I'll cut through." He ducked into a narrow alley, ran a few steps, kicked off the side walls, and vaulted onto a rooftop, beginning to leap from building to building. In the center of the smoke, Bakugo was breathing heavily, glaring at the silhouette in front of him. The dust began to clear. Mr. Incredible was standing. Unharmed. He wiped his free hand across his eyes. "Kid, your lil fireworks sure are bright as hell." Bakugo's eyes widened with pure rage. "You son of a bitch." He bit the hand still gripping his head and started exploding non-stop, screaming as he fired blast after blast. "Die. Die." Die. Die. Bob raised his free arm to shield his face. In a quick motion, his other hand grabbed Bakugo's arm, the one firing the explosions, interlacing his fingers and squeezing hard, completely muffling the detonations. You got yourself a real powerful quirk, Bob said, his voice steady. But you ain't got the brains. The strategy. The sense to use it right. Bakugo snarled, raising his other hand. Shut up. Before he could finish, Bob drove his head even harder into the ground. GHH. Bakugo groaned in pain. You'd have better luck if you were with your Detroit Smash. Midoriya's fist connected squarely with Bob's face. The impact sent him flying back, skidding several meters across the asphalt before he could stop himself. Bob looked up, surprised. In front of him, Midoriya was in a fighting stance, his body wreathed in green energy, his eyes steady and determined, while Bakugo remained on the ground behind him. I don't know if you asked about me, Midoriya said, his voice serious, not breaking eye contact. But if you did. He clenched his fist, raising it toward Bob. I'm here. A/N, I saw some comments asking me to start posting chapters more quickly. Thing is, I already post chapters daily, which, honestly, isn't that easy to find around here. Still, I got thinking, maybe it would be a good idea to set up those stone goals I see in other fics on the site. That way, you could earn extra chapters if you manage to reach them. I don't know why I never thought of this before, maybe because I'm still a bit of a newbie to this whole gem and ranking system, or maybe because I'm not that desperate for stones myself. Anyway, the idea is out there. There won't be a chapter tomorrow, but now we have goals established. I confess, I get this idea from a very particular famous fanfic here. Chapter 48, Practical Exam Final. The atmosphere in the area was heavy, almost suffocating, as Midoriya faced Mr. Incredible, his heart pounding hard in his chest. The 25% punch did nothing. His right arm was still tingling, a clear warning from his own body. I still have 3 punches with the right. That's what he had before his arm simply gave up. His safe limit now was 35%. One single blow at that percentage, maybe 2, if he pushed himself to the absolute limit. Anything more than that, and his arm would break. He knew it. He could already feel it in his bones. On the other side, Bob brought a hand to the communicator on his chest. Hey, Lucius, he said calmly. I've got both of them with me now. Both? Frozone replied, surprised. Wait a minute, it hasn't even been a minute since you mentioned the other one. Yeah, Bob answered, cracking his neck. They came straight for me. It's almost like they're underestimating us since All Might left the scene. On the other end of the line, Lucius let out a low chuckle. Hey, that's a big mistake. Bob gave himself one last stretch, his back popping at the end. Guess it's time to teach them a lesson, then, he said. A lesson about never underestimating the best duo in the United States. That's what I'm talking about, Frozone replied. Give M an education. The communication ended. The next second, Mr. Incredible charged. Midoriya froze for an instant out of instinct, but he soon moved forward, leaping to the side and dodging the heavy punch that passed where his head had been a second before. He spun in the air, landed sideways, and, seizing the opening, delivered a Detroit Smash at 25% straight into Bob's flank. The impact echoed. But Bob had simply caught the blow. His enormous hand closed around Midoriya's fist. Shock ran through the boy's body, and before he could react, Bob's punch came straight for his stomach. Ugh! Midoriya was sent flying backward, the air escaping his lungs as he vomited part of his breakfast mid-flight. His body slammed against a building wall with enough force to crack the concrete. He gritted his teeth. Before he could fall, he twisted his body, dug his feet into the wall, and propelled himself back, shooting toward Mr. Incredible once more. Bob was already prepared, stance firm, one arm raised to defend and the other ready to counterattack. As he charged, the world seemed to slow down for Midoriya. Punches at 25% won't even scratch him. Midoriya clenched his fist. If I want to cause damage, I'll have to raise the percentage. But that will destroy my arms eventually, and I don't even know how much this guy can take. Bob raised his defensive arm. But, punches aren't the only thing I can use. At the last second before impact, Midoriya let his body drop forward. He somersaulted in the air, executing a perfect flip. His body spun, his right leg reaching high as Bob's eyes widened, realizing the movement too late. Unlike my arms. My legs can handle up to 40%. And up to 2 hits at 35%. Midoriya came down with everything he had. Manchester Smosh. The axe kick struck Bob's head with violent force. The impact was deafening. Mr. Incredible was smashed into the ground, the asphalt exploding into a massive crater. Fissures spread across the avenue like spiderwebs, cracking the ground and climbing up the walls of the surrounding buildings as a cloud of dust and debris filled the air. Midoriya emerged from the smoke cloud and landed on the ground, touching down first with his left foot. When he tried to steady his right, a sharp pain shot through his leg like an electric shock. "GHN," he grunted, almost buckling. Midoriya forced his body to stay upright, taking a deep breath. "It hurts like hell. But it's still in one piece, and the bones are still where they should be." Before he could recover, Bakugo's voice sounded behind him. "Deku." Bakugo called out, his voice hoarse as he struggled to his feet. "What the hell are you doing here?" Midoriya turned in time to see Bakugo lifting his gaze, his eyes burning with rage. "You thought I couldn't handle that guy on my own," he snarled, advancing slowly, each step loaded with hostility. Midoriya tried to answer. "Kaken, I just..." Bakugo grabbed the collar of his costume tightly. "This pisses me off so goddamn much," he shouted. "That damn hero look on your face. Tell me, do you think I'm so inferior, huh? Do you think I'm weak? That's not it." Midoriya replied, desperate. "Liar." Bakugo yelled, cutting him off. "You always lie. Always. Just like when you lied about not having a quirk." With a violent shove, Bakugo threw him aside. Midoriya hit the ground with a dull thud. "Go to hell with your bullshit lies." Bakugo continued, breathing heavily. "You can keep acting like you're better than me, like those other bastards. But in the end, the one who'll be on top is me." Midoriya stared at him from the ground, confused, his chest tight from the sudden outburst. "Kaken," he murmured, barely audible. "Stop calling me that." Bakugo screamed. "Stop calling me by that stupid..." "Hey." A deep voice cut through the argument. A huge shadow formed in the cloud of dust behind Bakugo. The dust began to settle until Mr. Incredible emerged, perfectly fine. He ran his hand through his hair, removing a few pieces of concrete stuck there, massaging his head as if feeling a slight, annoying ache, nothing more than that. "I have no idea what you two are arguing about in Japanese," he said with a half-smile, "but I just wanted to say one thing." His gaze fell on Midoriya, still on the ground. "That was one hell of a kick." Midoriya's eyes widened. Bob cracked his neck, his muscles tensing up again. "You're pretty good at fighting, kid." Midoriya's eyes widened. "How?" he murmured, almost voiceless. In his head, the math just didn't add up. How was he standing there like nothing happened? What Midoriya didn't know was that, among the very few people in the world truly capable of rivaling All Might, Mr. Incredible was one of them. He might not have the symbol of Peace's explosive, absurd strength, but in terms of pure physical power, the two were almost evenly matched. So much so that Bob had once beaten All Might in an arm wrestling match. At the peak of his youth, Bob could lift even aircraft carriers. Now, older, he was no longer in his prime, but still, he was absurdly strong. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. "Bob, find cover," Lucius's voice came over the intercom. "I'm bringing a surprise for the boys." "Got it," Bob replied without hesitation. Before leaving, he slammed both hands onto the ground. The impact generated a seismic wave that spread across the asphalt like an invisible tide. When it reached Midoriya and Bakugo, they lost their balance and were thrown to the ground. Bob seized the moment and ran, diving into an alley. "What the foo?" Bakugo began, getting to his feet. Then they both looked up toward the avenue. And froze. A colossal avalanche was coming toward them. It wasn't just snow, it was a white sea swallowing everything. Cars, lampposts, signs, all swept away as if they weighed nothing. The volume was so massive it nearly reached the tops of the surrounding buildings. "Kaken," Midoriya shouted. "We have to get out of here, now." "Shut up." Bakugo shot back, taking a step forward. He raised his right gauntlet, bringing his finger to the pin. "Watch closely, you damn nerd," he growled. "I'll show you how it's done." The avalanche drew closer, the ground shaking beneath their feet. "I'm gonna blow all this shit away with MY power," Bakugo yelled. And I'll show you why you're still inferior to me. The gigantic shadow of the avalanche fell over them. Bakugo pulled the pin. Boom. A monstrous explosion tore through the air, splitting the avalanche in half with a deafening roar. But the relief lasted less than a second. Behind the first mass came even more snow. What the? Bakugo's eyes widened. He tried to raise his arm for another attack. But Midoriya landed a sharp punch on him, knocking him aside. Without wasting a moment, Midoriya grabbed Bakugo by his costume and quickly dragged him into an alley, narrowly escaping the white sea that swallowed the entire avenue. He threw Bakugo to the ground. You bastard. Bakugo growled, bringing a hand to his jaw. What the hell are you doing? Midoriya yelled back, his voice finally firm, filled with anger. Bakugo turned to him, surprised. Midoriya continued, his gaze hard. I know you've always been the guy who never gave up until he won. He said. Always moving forward, always confident. That's what I admired about you, even when you faced off against those bullies when we were kids. Bakugo gritted his teeth. But now. Midoriya continued, I'm not seeing that same confidence in your actions. Bakugo froze instantly. Maybe it's my fault, Midoriya admitted. But blaming others because you can't achieve something, that just shows weakness. Bakugo's eyes widened. You want to win, don't you? Midoriya asked. Bakugo grunted, slowly getting to his feet. Midoriya extended his hand toward him. Then I need that Kaken back, the same one that I'm sure will help us pass this exam. It looks like Midoriya and Bakugo have finally sorted things out, commented Kaminari, his eyes glued to the screen showing the two of them running through alleys and narrow streets of the fake city. Thank goodness. Uraraka sighed in relief. I was starting to get genuinely worried. Ida adjusted his glasses and nodded. It's positive to see them finally working as a team. It was inevitable, sooner or later. But how are they going to handle Mr. Incredible and Frozone? Asked Tsuyu, blinking slowly. They are very strong, Ribbit. Momo crossed her arms, thoughtful. Direct combat should be avoided at all costs, she said. The best approach is to go around them, use the terrain, and focus solely on reaching the exit gate. That's easy to say, Kirishima commented, scratching the back of his neck. Actually doing it is another story, especially if they figure out the strategy. Precisely why, Momo replied, they're going to need a very high level of coordination. As the class was discussing, outside the tent, Dash stood apart, staring into space, lost in thought. That is, until a pair of floating gloves appeared beside him. Hey! Ah! Dash jumped, snapping out of his trance. Geez, Toru. Sorry. I didn't mean to startle you, she said quickly. But, what are you doing out here all alone? Nothing much, he replied, running a hand through his blonde hair. Just thinking about Takeda. About Takeda. Toru tilted her head slightly. Why? Dash sighed. He didn't seem too good after we finished our exam. He didn't want to talk much, even asked for some time alone. Toru was silent for a moment, reflecting. Maybe it has to do with All Might suddenly leaving the exam, that was pretty weird. Dash looked down at the ground, thoughtful. Maybe. He murmured. Maybe. Mr. Incredible and Frozone moved through the fake city, scanning their surroundings between buildings and narrow streets. Man, come on now. Lucius complained, sliding a patch of ice under his feet. I get to the party and poof, the kids vanish. Like Dash with that voodoo mess wasn't enough already. Relax, Bob answered calmly. They don't have that many escape routes. Sooner or later, they'll show up. I know. Lucius sighed. But still, feelin' like I'm gettin' a little out of practice here, you know. Bob let out a short laugh. This ain't a party, partner. It's an exam. We ain't here to play around. All right. Lucius raised his hands in surrender. Message received. Just then, a voice came from the alley right behind them. Hey! Where you think you're going? Bob and Lucius turned at the same time, surprised, and barely had time to react before Bakugo launched an explosion right in front of them. It wasn't a destructive blast, it was a flashbang, bright enough to blind them for a moment. DEKU, now! Bakugo yelled. From the alley up ahead, Midoriya appeared, holding one of Bakugo's gauntlets in one hand, his finger already on the pin. Sorry about this, he said quickly, before pulling it. Boom. The explosion swallowed Bob and Lucius along with part of the street, debris flying, facades cracking, and a thick cloud of smoke spreading through the area. Let's go, nerd. Bakugo shouted, already blasting off. All right. Midoriya agreed, speeding off with him away from the blast zone. In the middle of the thick smoke, Lucius coughed, waving the icy air away with his hand. Man, that was too close, he said, catching his breath. If I hadn't thrown up that ice wall, I'd be extra crispy right now. Beside him, Bob rose from the rubble, his suit singed in spots, smoke slowly rising off him. Hey, don't exaggerate, Bob remarked. Wasn't that bad? Lucius shot him a sideways look. Easy for you to say, Mr. Steelskin. I ain't got that luxury. After a blast like that, I could have been barbecue. He shook his head, incredulous, before adding. But for real though, what the hell is UA feeding these kids? Bob looked in the direction Midoriya and Bakugo had fled, clenching his fist. No idea. But ain't no time for standing around chatting. Lucius smirked. Right. Besides. He started, creating ice under his feet. The little surprise I left back there oughta slow him down for a good minute. Then let's go, Bob said, already charging ahead. Farther ahead, Bakugo and Midoriya suddenly stopped. The exit street was completely sealed by ice. It wasn't just a thin layer, it was a giant, thick wall that took up the entire street and even climbed up the surrounding buildings, as if the city itself had been swallowed by an iceberg. You gotta be kidding me. Midoriya murmured. He carefully stepped onto the slippery ground and touched the ice wall. It was hard, cold as hell, and clearly wouldn't give way easily. How are we supposed to get past th? Move. Bakugo cut him off. Before Midoriya could say anything else, Bakugo was already blasting the ice, digging with brute force, carving a path like an angry mole. Midoriya blinked, surprised. He's really going to dig through it, he thought, almost in disbelief. It's gonna take more than a little ice to stop me from getting to the G. Going somewhere, fellas. The voice came from behind them. They both turned at the same time. Frozone was there, gliding calmly on the ice, with a smile that was too relaxed for the situation. Damn it. Midoriya tried to move, but the treacherous ground made him lose his balance for a second. And that was enough for Frozone to take advantage and freeze the boy, encasing Midoriya from the legs up to the neck in an instant. Bakugo launched himself into the air, hand aimed straight at Frozone, ready to blast. Bam. Mr. Incredible came out of nowhere and slammed his shoulder into Bakugo midair. The boy felt his spine jar with the pain before being thrown away, crashing and sliding across the ice until he stopped at the base of the structure where Midoriya was trapped. Kaken. Midoriya screamed, desperate. Bakugo groaned, forcing himself up. I already told you to stop calling me by that stupid name. He snarled. He raised his hands toward Bob. But ice formed on them instantly, freezing his hands in midair. Whoa, Frozone commented, amused. Careful with those hands there, young man. Before Bakugo could react, Bob lunged and punched the frozen gauntlet. Crack. The ice shattered, along with the gauntlet. TCH. Bakugo grunted, surprised, feeling the pain shoot up his arm. Even so, he tried to blast Bob in the face with his other hand. Bob easily caught his arm and redirected the explosion upward. It's over, kid, Bob said, seriously, lifting Bakugo off the ground by the arm. Frozone laughed and whistled. That was fun while it lasted. I guess that means the exam is OV. Thump. A dull thud cut through the air. Bakugo slammed his frozen arm against Bob, who blocked it with his other arm. Stop. It's over, Bob said. Thump. I said that. Thump. Thump. Midoriya watched it all, eyes wide, chest tight. Each of Bakugo's blows seemed to tear something inside him. You hear me? I said it's over, Bob asked, holding his frozen arm tightly. Bakugo looked up, teeth gritted, breathing heavily. Go to hell. He growled. I'm not losing without at least taking some risks. Those words hit Midoriya like a shock. That's it. He murmured. The ice around his body cracked, Midoriya broke free, the ice splitting into pieces. What? Bob turned his head, confused. But his super sense buzzed in his head a moment too late. Boom. A massive explosion erupted from Bakugo's frozen arm, destroying the ice that held it. He screamed in pain, his arm clearly couldn't handle that kind of power, but he kept going. Blasting and blasting Bob without stopping. Yo, yo, yo. Frozone tried to intervene. Bakugo turned his other arm toward him and bombarded him too. Shit, Frozone recoiled, hastily raising a wall of ice. Deku. Bakugo yelled. Stop holding back and deal with this damn wall. Midoriya didn't hesitate. To catch up with Takeda. He concentrated one for all into one finger. No. 2 fingers. I need to start taking risks like he always does. Smash. A monstrous blast of air exploded against the ice wall, shattering everything into a shower of shards. Holy shit. Frozone yelled, being thrown back by the wind. When the dust and ice finally settled, Midoriya was already moving. He picked Bakugo up over his shoulder without a word and charged forward. Let's go, he shouted, running. But Midoriya's legs were immediately frozen by Frozone. You're not going anywhere, he said, advancing with Bob. Bakugo raised his hand, trembling. We won, dumbass. Then he let loose one final, massive explosion behind Midoriya toward them, ultimately propelling both of them with full force in the other direction. The ice binding Midoriya's legs broke. The two were launched straight at the gate. And passed through. Team Midoriya and Bakugo passed the exam. Chapter 49, Shopping with Friends. The League of Villains hideout remained shrouded in gloom. The air was stale, heavy with an uneasy silence, broken only by the distant sound of dripping water and the occasional clink of glass. The dim lights cast long shadows across the peeling walls of the makeshift bar. Behind the counter, Kurogiri polished glasses with slow, deliberate movements, as if that were the only thing maintaining order in that place. Shigaraki Tamura remained seated on the bar stool, a dark coat covering his body, the hood pulled low enough to completely hide his face. In his right hand, he held a photograph of Ryo. His fingers twitched. The image began to crack, and then turned to dust between his fingers, disintegrating completely. Kurogiri, his voice came out low, raspy. How much longer do I have to wait for those people to get here? Kurogiri didn't stop cleaning the glass. I ask that you be a little more patient, Tamura. It shouldn't be long. The bar door creaked open. Hey there. Shigaraki. Jiren's voice echoed cheerfully. Man, it's been days since I heard from you. Shigaraki didn't turn around. Did you bring them? Jiren smiled even wider. Come on in, come on in. 2 figures stepped through the door. Wow, Toga twirled on the spot, excited. So you're Shigaraki, huh? Right, right. Dabi cast a lazy glance around. What a depressing atmosphere, he commented. I expected something much dirtier. This place is actually too clean. Shigaraki was silent for a few seconds before finally reacting. Kurogiri. He said. Warp these 2 out of here. I don't have the patience to deal with the 2 kinds of people I hate the most. A child, and a guy with no manners. Kurogiri hesitated. Tamura, perhaps it would be best to hear what they have to say. They came all this way. A conversation wouldn't hurt. Perhaps their ideals. Fine, fine. Jiren. Introduce them. Ha. Knew you'd come around. Jiren rubbed his hands together. Let's start with this little cutie here. Toga took a step forward. I'm Himiko Toga, she said excitedly. Life is hard, boring, and dull. I want to create a better world, a more fun and easier one to live in. She tilted her head, smiling. What you did in Hosa motivated me so much I want to be like you, Shigaraki-kun. I want to copy you. I want to kill you. Shigaraki turned his head slightly toward Toga, the hood still hiding his features. Are you some kind of lunatic? Jiren burst out laughing. Don't knock it. You 2 will get along eventually. Now, he pointed at Dabi. This one doesn't have a criminal record yet, but he's very interested in joining up. Dabi, he said. For now that'll be my name. He crossed his arms. And to be honest, now I'm not so sure about this. Like, you're just gonna let this crazy bitch in, just like that. At least the lunatic has a record, Shigaraki replied. Now give me your real name. I'm not interested in nicknames. I'll tell you when I need to. Dabi shrugged. But changing the subject. I can make your ideals a reality. If you help me with one thing too. Enough, Shigaraki interrupted. His body began to tremble slightly as he rose from his seat. Crack. Crack. A metallic sound echoed. I've heard enough, his voice carried pure irritation. You two aren't taking this seriously, and it's pissing me off. He stood up and turned toward them. The hood fell back partially, revealing a face with a large scar tearing across the left side. His left eye was gray, opaque, dead, violently contrasting with the other, still alive and alert. This is bad. He muttered, scratching his neck with his right hand. Bad, bad, bad. His left arm shot up violently. Clang. A metallic sound rang from Shigaraki's arm before a wave of zero-point energy enveloped Toga and Dabi. You two have no idea. His voice trembled with hatred. Of everything I've been through to get here. After the exam ended, the students returned to the classroom, all of them, except for Ryo. In Yue's infirmary, the boy stood before the bed where All Might rested. The hero looked frail, wrapped in bandages and hooked to an four, a far cry from the colossal figure everyone knew. Ryo took a deep breath, and bowed deeply. I'm sorry. He murmured. I messed up. I got too carried away, and ended up doing that to you. All Might blinked a few times, tilting his head. As I explained a few minutes ago, young Takeda, that wasn't your fault. And this wound on the abdomen already. That just makes it worse. Ryo interrupted, his voice laden with guilt and shame. I ended up hitting and beating up a cripple. All Might furrowed his brow. Cripple. Ryo clenched his fists. I let myself get carried away. The idea of fighting the real symbol of peace. I lost control. And I almost hurt Ms. Midnight too. If it weren't for you. He took another deep breath. I know I messed up in the end. That's why I'm apologizing. All Might stared at him for a few seconds, and then smiled. You really have changed, he said calmly. As 13 said. Ryo looked up. Few people admit their mistakes out loud, young man. That requires strength, All Might continued. And courage. To accept your own mistakes, that's also part of growing up. He gave a slight nod. I accept your apology. Some time later, Ryo left the infirmary. He let out a long sigh, relieved, but still resentful. I thought he were stronger. He murmured to himself as he walked down the hall. And I ended up punching a cripple, with a smile on my face. He ran a hand over his forehead, the discomfort sticking in his mind. Takeda, the cripple basher. The nickname echoed in his head, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. When he arrived at the classroom and opened the door, he barely had time to react before being crushed in a bone-crushing hug. Takeda. Kirishima shouted, emotional. I get to go with you guys to the training camp, dude. NGH. Ryo grunted, the air forced from his lungs. To get it, but, can you let go? Ah. Sorry. Kirishima immediately released him. Ryo fell back to the floor, breathing heavily. Wait. He said, confused. What do you mean you get to go? Didn't you fail the practical exam? Because Aizawa said everyone gets to go, Kaminari appeared behind Kirishima. Even those who failed. A trick again, Mina popped up from the other side. But this time, a good trick. She and Kaminari cheered loudly. But we still have to do the hellish summer classes, Kirishima added. The three made faces at the same time. Ryo sighed. I see. He said, putting a hand on Kirishima's shoulder. Do your best there, man. Got it. Ryo gave a small smile, until another voice rang out behind him. Takeda. Dash appeared at the door, excited. I've been looking for you everywhere. What is it? Ryo asked. Dash handed him a piece of paper. Packing list for the camp, from Aizawa. Ryo read the list, and his eyes widened slightly. This is huge. Yeah, Dash laughed awkwardly. Some of the class is thinking of going to the mall now. The exams are over, and we still have plenty of time today. Ryo raised an eyebrow. So? Dash asked. Wanna come? It might help you relax, too. Rio hesitated for a few seconds, then let out a short sigh. Okay. I'll go. Dash's smile widened instantly. You won't regret it, bro. We're gonna have a blast. Tamura, please calm down. Kurogiri carefully raised his voice. If you let yourself be consumed by anger now, this organization will never grow. Furthermore, we are at the peak of public attention. We should capitalize on that. Shut up. Shigaraki snapped back. The invisible pressure holding Dabi and Toga simply dissolved. The two fell back to the floor with a soft thud. Ah. Toga stretched her neck, still smiling. I can talk again. What the hell was that? Dabi muttered, staring at his own hands before looking up. Shigaraki was already walking toward the bar door. Hey, Jiren called out, surprised. Where are you going? Shut up, Shigaraki repeated, without even looking back. Tamura, you cannot simply leave in this state. Kurogiri tried to stop him. The only response was the door slamming shut, the sound echoing through the bar. Jiren let out a sigh, reaching into his coat pocket and pulling out a cigarette. Seems our business partner isn't in the best of moods today, he commented, lighting the cigarette in his mouth. I thought he was going to kill us. Toga said excitedly. When Shigaraki pinned us with that thing, it was so thrilling. Dabi kept staring at the closed door. That was weird. He thought, serious. When he raised his hand, my instinct screamed nonstop. It was as if he was going to blow up the entire bar right then and there. Outside. Shigaraki walked along the crowded walkway, the hood completely covering his face. People passed him by, laughing, talking, pushing strollers, living. It irritated him. Laughter, smiles. As if they didn't know or care that, somewhere out there, someone was being killed by someone else at that very moment. Idiots. How can they live like this? Being so ignorant. So happy. He passed through the entrance of the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall, walking past storefronts and excessively cheerful colors. Everything seemed wrong. That's when he saw two students standing at a mask stall. Hey, look at this, one of them said, picking up a helmet. Isn't it just like that guy 14? Whoa, it really is, the other laughed. Put it on, this is so damn cool. The boy put on the helmet while his friend pulled out his phone. Wait, let me take a picture. Shigaraki's teeth gritted. The name echoed in his head. 14. That damn kid. A strange sound escaped his throat, something between a growl and a choke. Loud enough to make the two teenagers turn around, but there was no one there. Shigaraki had already moved on. Everything here is disgusting. People moved like cockroaches. Crawling from one place to another, without purpose, without awareness, bothering his existence just by existing. Making a mockery of him. He remembered Kurogiri's words. Those two have the same ideal as me. They want to destroy and burn what they hate. He stopped in the middle of the crowd. So, what was the difference? Shigaraki raised his gaze. And his eyes widened at what he saw ahead. Kirishima and Dash stared at Rio in absolute silence. Both had their hands on their chins, eyebrows furrowed, analyzing every detail of their friend's clothing choice as if it were a work of art, or a crime against fashion. A loose black shirt with "No Sense" printed on the chest. Camouflage cargo shorts, full of pockets. And, to cap it all off, his red Crocs. Crocs. Kirishima finally broke the silence. For real. Rio shrugged, completely nonchalant. They're comfortable. And you guys said to wear casual clothes. This is my casual. An almost childlike gleam passed through Dash's eyes as he stared at Rio's feet. Dude, that reminds me of my Lightning McQueen Crocs from when I was a kid. Rio slowly turned his head. Are you making fun of me? No. Dash replied quickly. I mean, maybe a little. Before Kirishima and Dash could tease him further, Ida appeared beside them, hand raised high. We should not judge a classmate's clothing choices. One's individuality is also expressed through fashion. Well. Momo tilted her head slightly, analyzing Rio. I'd say his taste is simple, yet. A vein pulsed on Rio's temple. Even you, Momo. He let out a tired sigh, running a hand through his hair. All right. I get it. Seems like I'm gonna have to buy some clothes too. Actually. He thought for a second. It's been a while since I bought anything new. Kirishima's eyes widened. How long is a while? I guess, last year. Last year. Kirishima reacted as if he'd heard heresy. How do you even survive like that, man? By surviving, Ryo replied simply. Mina popped up excitedly, already pulling on his arm. All right, leave it to me. I can fix this right now. I'm in too. Kaminari raised his hand. This is becoming a mission. It's a man's job to help another man dress better. Kirishima finished, all pumped up. Ryo blinked, completely caught off guard. Really? He ended up smiling. All right. Fine then. Before being officially dragged off by the group, he turned to Dash. And you, what's on your list to come with us? Dash slowly raised his paper, a defeated smile on his face. Everything. The silence lasted half a second. Then let's go. Mina yelled, pulling both of them along now. Head back to the meeting point when you're done. Jiro called out, watching the group walk off with the rest of the class. Got it. Mina replied, waving before continuing to pull Ryo and Dash along. Within seconds, they vanished into the bustling crowd of the mall. Mission, dress up Ryo. They had barely reached the first door when Ryo was practically shoved into a changing room by Mina, his arms piled high with clothes. Trust me, Mina said with a mischievous smile. This is gonna be fun. I'm already regretting this. Ryo murmured, stepping into the stall. Minutes later, the changing room curtain slid open. Ryo emerged in a simple gray t-shirt, a light jacket over it, and a pair of regular jeans. The group fell silent for a few seconds. Not bad, Dash said, tilting his head. Yeah, acceptable, Kaminari agreed. Way too basic, Mina declared, crossing her arms. Next. Ryo sighed and retreated back into the stall. When the curtain opened again, Ryo stepped out in a fitted, open-collared shirt, a stylish jacket, and looking unexpectedly suave. Mina's eyes went wide. Whoa. She pointed at him. Would you look at that? He looks amazing. Amazing is a strong word. Kaminari averted his gaze. Kind of, too showy. Bro, you look like one of those BTS guys, Dash commented, snapping a picture and laughing. I love it. Mina declared, determined. Next. Why are you guys afraid to give a compliment? Ryo asked the boys, confused, as he headed back to the stall. Because this feels wrong on multiple levels, Kirishima answered. The third time, Ryo came out in a leather jacket, heavy boots, and a dark shirt. It all matched his naturally serious expression. Kirishima practically lit up. Dude, he exclaimed, pointing. That is pure, unadulterated manliness. He looks like he's about to collect a debt, Dash observed. Or break someone in the parking lot, Kaminari finished. Mina tilted her head, appraising him. It fits, but it's a little too intimidating. Ryo looked at himself in the mirror. Would I scare kids? Absolutely, they answered in unison. For the final change, Ryo stepped out in a simple light-colored t-shirt, a light jacket, comfortable pants, and subtle sneakers. Nothing over the top. Nothing flashy. Just him. Silence fell once more. That's perfect. Mina said excitedly, clapping her hands. Simple, but strong. Kirishima nodded. He can wear this every day. Dash smiled. Finally something normally normal. Kaminari approved with a thumbs up. Ryo blinked, slightly surprised. Really? Really, Mina confirmed. It's you. After shopping, the group ended up stopping by the arcade to kill some time. Mina was already fuming at the crane game. This is robbery, she complained after losing for the 7th time. Ryo watched in silence. Can I try? If you get one, that's already good. Ryo put in the coin, and began. 10 minutes later, the machine was almost empty. Ryo handed plushie after plushie to Mina, who hugged them all, and then hugged him. You're amazing. Thank you. Ryo froze and turned red. Hey, take it easy. At the air hockey table, Kaminari snapped his fingers. I'm a prodigy at this. At the arcade back home, they call me Swift Strike. He lost badly to Dash, and then lost again to Rio. He slumped onto a nearby bench in the iconic pose of Joe's death scene. My reputation. Kirishima put a hand on his shoulder. Every warrior falls one day, brother. At the punching machine, Kirishima maxed out the score and raised his arms. HAH, he bragged. You can't beat something that's already been beaten. Can I try? Rio asked. The next punch made the machine jam, beep, and shut down. Rio looked at it, then at his friends. Do you think I'll have to pay for it? The four nodded in unison. Absolutely. Finally, they squeezed into a photo booth, making ridiculous poses, funny faces, and peace signs, laughing as if there were no tomorrow. When they came out, Rio was holding the photo strip in his hand. He looked at it for a second longer. And smiled. After some time, the group finally returned to the mall's central plaza. Everyone already had everything they needed for the camping trip, but it was impossible not to notice who was suffering the most, Rio and Dash. The shopping bags almost hid their bodies, but Dash definitely took the trophy, with bags hanging from his arms, over his shoulders, and even balanced against his chest. Dude, you've become a walking store, Kirishima commented, laughing. He walked over to help his friend. Give me these. Kirishima took a few bags. Kaminari. On it. Kaminari helped too, relieving Dash, who let out a sigh. Thanks, for real. They reached the plaza and began looking around. I think we were the first ones back, Mina commented, spinning in place. Should we wait for the others? Kaminari asked. Maybe we should. Rio stopped mid-sentence. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Before he could even think, his inert transition activated on pure instinct. He slowly turned his head over his shoulder, staring into the crowd behind them. Among so many people, a hooded figure stood out. A green aura began to envelop Rio's body. Hey, Takeda. Kirishima called him, alarmed. What are you doing? We can't use quirks in public. But Rio didn't answer. In the middle of the crowd, the hooded man raised his face. The hood lifted just enough to reveal Shigaraki with a twisted, sickly smile. Before anyone could react. A scream echoed from the other side of the plaza. Everyone's attention snapped in that direction. The crowd erupted into chaos, people pushing, confused voices mixing. What was that? Kaminari asked. I don't know. Mina answered. When Rio looked back, Shigaraki was no longer there. A tall man passed by the side, and, in the next instant, the villain had simply vanished. The green aura around Rio began to fade, his chest rising and falling heavily. Takeda. Dash grabbed his arm. What are you doing? We need to get to safety. Rio pulled his arm away carefully. You guys go. He said firmly. I need to see what happened. Wait. Take. Too late. Rio was already plunging into the crowd, dodging people, pushing past shoulders, his heart hammering in his chest. Why is he here? He passed by a couple. Why today? Now. He sidestepped a guy running in the opposite direction. My friends are here. His eyes widened, and in the same instant, the whites of his eyes slowly darkened. If you did anything to my friends, he murmured, his voice laced with threat. I will kill you. He broke through the circle of onlookers, and as he emerged on the other side, he found himself facing the entrance of the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. On the ground, kneeling, was a figure in a suit. Huh. Takeda. Midoriya's voice sounded behind him. Rio turned quickly, seeing Midoriya, Uraraka, and the rest of the class who hadn't appeared yet. A wave of relief hit him hard, but it didn't last. Rio. He recognized that voice. Rio slowly turned towards the kneeling figure. Kobayashi-san. The blonde bodyguard lifted her face, her eyes red, her face streaked with tears. Rio. She sobbed. That's when he saw it. A pile of dust right on the ground in front of her. Beside it, broken sunglasses. The world around Rio seemed to stop. It can't be. Rin was openly crying now. Sakamoto-senpai. Her voice broke. Is dead. Chapter 50, Distortions. The parking lot of the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall was relatively quiet when a black car navigated through the spaces until it stopped in a free one, more towards the back. The door opened first from the rear. Rio stepped out, adjusting his backpack, tapped his foot twice on the ground to settle his red Crocs, and stretched slightly. Soon after, Kobayashi got out from the passenger seat, almost leaping out. "Wow, it's been forever since I came to a mall," she said excitedly, stretching her arms. "Senpai, maybe we could walk around a bit later, right?" Sakamoto got out from the driver's side, closing the door calmly. "We're not here to hang out," he replied seriously. "We have work to do." Kobayashi's excitement deflated instantly, her shoulders slumping. "Okay." Sakamoto shook his head in mild disapproval, then turned to Rio, who was still adjusting his backpack and giving little taps with the heels of his Crocs. He arched an eyebrow. "You still wear those?" Rio turned, looked down at his own feet, and shrugged. "Yeah. They're comfortable." Sakamoto sighed. "You need to develop a bit more of a fashion sense." "Hey, don't be like that," Kobayashi chimed in. "He doesn't look that bad. He's actually kinda cute, in a silly way." "Even so. Weren't you the one who gave me these Crocs?" Rio interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Sakamoto froze. "Huh." Kobayashi slowly turned to her senior, her eyes wide. "Wait, you were the one who gave them to him," she said, surprised. "I didn't expect you to be the type to give gifts, senpai." "It wasn't a gift," Sakamoto replied quickly, clearing his throat. "He needed them." "It was," Rio corrected. "He gave them to me as a birthday present last year." Kobayashi was silent for a second, and then burst out laughing. "Birthday Crocs," she laughed loudly. "I can't believe it. I didn't have many options at the time." Sakamoto retorted, clearly embarrassed. Rio smirked and took 2 steps forward, straightening his posture and deepening his voice, imitating the man. "Rio. I hope you appreciate something simple. It's nothing much." He extended his hands in an exaggeratedly formal manner, as if presenting a precious item. Kobayashi almost doubled over laughing. "That is so like him," she said between laughs. Sakamoto brought a hand to his face, sighing deeply. "You two are just messing with me." But when he looked up again, he saw Rio laughing and smiling. And, without realizing it, Sakamoto smiled too. A few seconds later, Rio took a step back. "Well, I'm going to meet my friends now. Be back by 6:30, Sakamoto immediately reminded him. "Got it." Rio was already walking away when... "Rio." He stopped and turned around once more. Sakamoto hesitated for a brief moment. "Be honest," he said. "Did you like the present?" Rio blinked, surprised. For a moment, he remembered the feeling of that birthday. Of receiving a present, from someone, after so long. He smiled. "I liked it a lot." Sakamoto simply nodded in silence. With that, Rio headed into the mall, while his 2 guardians watched him walk away in silence. One too serious to admit, and the other too excitable to hide, that looking after that boy meant more than just a job to them. Some time later, Kobayashi paced in short circles near the car, clearly restless, while Sakamoto remained leaning against the vehicle, arms crossed and gaze watchful of their surroundings. "Senpai," she began, drawing out the word. "We could just take a quick little peek inside the mall." "No," he replied without even turning his head. "But think about it," she insisted, taking a step forward. "Rio's already inside. If we stay out here, we can't see anything. Inside, we can keep watch from a distance, still do our job, and it's even safer." Sakamoto closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. "Kobayashi. I promise I won't get distracted," she said too quickly. "Okay, maybe just a little. But it's for the mission, I swear." There were a few seconds of silence. 5 minutes, he conceded. "And you stay in line." Kobayashi's eyes sparkled. "Okay." The mall's central plaza was crowded, noisy, and lively. People laughed, children ran, shopping bags went back and forth. Kobayashi looked around with genuine curiosity. "Wow, look at that store," she commented. "And that one over there too." "Don't get excited," Sakamoto replied. "Focus." "Okay," she said, clearly not focused. They walked past a few stores, or rather, they stopped at several. Kobayashi always found something, just to look at. The 5th stop was at an ice cream shop. "Just this one, senpai," she said, already analyzing the flavors. Dark chocolate, pistachio, vanilla, which one would you pick, senpai? Pistachio. Now choose already, he urged, already looking back over his shoulder. Right, right. It's rude to rush a woman, you know. Sakamoto ignored her, his gaze sweeping through the crowd until it locked onto a target. In the center of the flow of people, a man in a dark coat, hood pulled low, face hidden. Sakamoto frowned. Kobayashi. I know. She replied distractedly. Just a few more seconds. Not that. There's a guy. He looked back again. The man was gone. He's gone. Sakamoto's eyes scanned the plaza, alert, his body already on guard. Kobayashi, he called again. But she was still choosing. He hesitated for a second, and decided to act alone. Sakamoto moved away, stepping into the crowd, his eyes searching for any trace of the hooded figure. People passed by, bumping into him and complaining. Then he saw it, further ahead, a hooded figure, walking slowly towards the center of the plaza. And right there, just ahead, were Ryo and his friends. Laughing and having fun, but completely oblivious. Sakamoto's face hardened. He quickened his pace, his hand instinctively going to the gun under his jacket. When he got close enough, he grabbed the man by the shoulder and spun him around forcefully. Hey! But he was met with a man with a blue dog's face, startled, eyes wide. What the hell, the man complained. Are you crazy? Sakamoto immediately let go. Sorry. My mistake. That wasn't cool at all, the dogman grumbled before walking away. Sakamoto stood still in the middle of the crowd for a few seconds, confused. Must be seeing things, he muttered. He looked again at Ryo in the distance, being practically dragged along by his friends. It drew a small laugh from him. Sakamoto turned and started walking back towards the ice cream shop, near the mall entrance. I guess I need to relax more. He stopped for a moment and reached into his coat pocket, pulling out a photo of his daughter. She was smiling brightly, in contrast to the cold hospital environment in the background. And 3 days after that sweet smile, she was gone. Enjoy it, kid. He murmured. Happiness doesn't last as long as we imagine. Like I always told my daughter. Always be strong. He starts walking again. So you know him. The voice sounded right behind him. Sakamoto's body reacted before his mind. He tried to turn. But a hand covered his face. And everything went dark. After the incident, the police were called almost immediately, and the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall ended up being temporarily closed. Caution tape, sirens, overlapping voices. Still, none of that could erase the image of Ryo crying from the class mind. Despite the combined efforts of the police and heroes, Shigaraki was never found. Meanwhile, at the League of Villains hideout, the atmosphere was completely different. The bar door swung open forcefully, and Shigaraki almost bounced into the place, a wide, disturbing grin plastered on his face. Kurogiri flinched, the white cloth he was using to wipe a glass nearly slipping from his grasp. Tamura, he called, surprised. Jiren, leaning against the counter with a glass in hand, watched the scene with interest. Noticing Shigaraki's macabre smile, he cracked a crooked grin of his own. Well, he commented. Looks like someone's mood improved overnight. Was the air outside really that good? Shigaraki slowly turned his head towards him. Good, he repeated, his voice vibrating. Then he laughed. It wasn't good, it was amazing. He turned abruptly towards the sofas, where Dabi was lounging lazily and Toga was swinging her feet, bored. Shigaraki pointed at the two. Hey! You still want to join the league? Toga grinned widely, her eyes sparkling. Of course, she said, almost singing. Dabi raised an eyebrow. Maybe. Shigaraki spread his arms. Then you better take the opportunity now, he replied. Because I'm in a very good mood. Later that day, Ryo was taken to the police station to give a statement. The room was simple and cold. 1 table, 2 chairs, light that was too white. Detective Tsukachi arranged the documents carefully, flipping through them one last time before lightly tapping the stack on the table. That's all for now, he said in a calm voice. Thank you for your cooperation, you're free to go. Ryo didn't respond. His empty gaze remained fixed on some undefined point ahead. Tsukachi noticed this and let out a soft sigh. My condolences for your loss, he said sincerely. I know it's hard, but with time, the pain lessens. The people who leave us keep living in the memories they leave behind. Moving on isn't forgetting, it's carrying them forward. Thank you for your words. Ryo's voice came out low, hoarse. He stood up before the detective could continue, walking to the door and leaving the room. Outside, night had already taken hold of the city. The parking lot was illuminated only by streetlights, which cast long shadows on the asphalt. Several men in suits, reinforcements dispatched by the government, were waiting for him beside a black car. As Ryo approached, one of them opened the rear door. This way, please. He got in without a word. The car drove off. Two other vehicles followed close behind, in an escort formation, heading towards UA. Ryo rested his forehead against the car window, watching the city go by. The lights, once so vibrant, now seemed dim, distant, almost unreal. He lowered his gaze. His hands rested open on his lap. Then his eyes were drawn to the bright red of his Crocs. The contrast was cruel. The tears came without warning, falling one by one onto his hands. He clenched them tightly, his fingers trembling with the pure rage he felt in the silence of the moving car. The next morning, Class 1A was quiet. It wasn't the lazy silence before class, nor the typical morning disinterest. It was a heavy, dense silence that seemed to spread between the desks. The previous day's incident was still fresh in some minds, and for others, it had arrived hours later, via television. Dash slowly turned his head to the empty desk on his left. Takeda. He murmured, almost voiceless. After that, he went back to staring ahead, with the same dejected look many there carried, especially those who had witnessed everything up close. The classroom door opened. Aizawa entered as usual, his bag slung over his shoulder, his gaze tired. Good morning. Good morning. The class responded in unison, but with no energy whatsoever. Aizawa sighed. Yeah. He murmured. It seems yesterday's incident really shook you up. His gaze swept across the room until it inevitably stopped on the empty desk in the back. Takeda isn't here today, he said. As I suspected. He lightly tapped the papers on the podium. To a certain extent, that's good. He needs time to process everything. He made a brief pause. He was the most affected by what happened. Kirishima made a discreet grimace, remembering the scene of Ryo crying, his body trembling on his knees on the ground. Aizawa continued. What happened made one thing clear, they are in the villain's crosshairs. His tone became more serious. Because of this, the original plans for the camp were cancelled last minute. The room reacted immediately. What? Several voices echoed. Midoriya raised his hand, distressed. Does that mean we're not going to the training camp anymore? No, replied Aizawa. You are still going. The relief was short-lived. What was cancelled were the planned accommodations, he added. The new location has already been decided, but it will not be revealed until the day of the trip. The low buzz returned, nervous. After that, classes proceeded as normal, at least on paper. The atmosphere remained heavy. Midoriya tried to focus on his notebook, following the explanation, when something caught his attention. His pen rolled on its own across the desk. He frowned. The pen moved again. A subtle tremor. Midoriya blinked, confused. He didn't feel anything shaking, but something was definitely wrong. Meanwhile, in the basement of UA. In the anti-radiation containment chamber. Thud. 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 Heavy blows echoed against the reinforced walls, accompanied by dry booms. Ryo punched the wall in front of him. The surface was already covered in web-like cracks, a massive crater marked on the special concrete. Each punch made the air shudder. HNGH. The first impact came with a black flash. The second one too. The third. The fourth. One after the other. 5. 6. 7. 8. 8 punches, each one exploding in distorted black flashes, the energy tearing the space around his fist. Then came the 9th. Thud. But no flash came. On the other side of the reinforced glass, Ainen watched everything in silence. Her expression was unmistakably sorrowful. She had tried to speak to him earlier, tried to console him, tried to say a few words of support. Ryo had even thanked her, even smiled, but she knew that smile wasn't real. He hid the pain he was feeling all too well. And the hatred. Ainen clenched her fists. She wanted to do something, wanted to go in, say something more, but she knew that pushing now would only make things worse. So she decided to give him space. It was the best she could do at that moment. Rio punched the wall again. The first punch in this new sequence produced a black flash. The second did too. On the third, the flash emerged weakly. On the fourth, nothing. His fist remained embedded in the wall. Rio stood there, motionless, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling irregularly. Sweat streamed down his face, dripping onto the floor. "Don't stop now," he muttered through clenched teeth. His voice trembled. "Keep going," he said to himself. "You have to keep going." He clenched his fist tightly. "I have. Go. I have to keep going. Evie, are you thing?" The voices in his head, which had remained silent until now, began to surface once more. He felt hands emerge from his back, enveloping him and gripping him tightly, as if trying to drag him back into the darkness that was once again overtaking his consciousness. Go. Go Evie everything. Chapter 51, Island. The Cybertech private airfield was in full swing in the early hours of that morning. White lights reflected off the clean asphalt of the runway as teams rushed back and forth, pushing carts, crates, and floating platforms toward a compact cargo plane that was clearly too advanced to be ordinary. The model was known as the ST Atlas V-04 Skyhaul, a mid-sized technological cargo carrier. It resembled a military aircraft, only sleeker, for vectoring turbines, 2 on each side, and a vertical lift system built into the fuselage, allowing for takeoff and landing almost like a VTOL jet. Its dark exterior featured smooth lines, subtle blue lights, and the Cybertech logo etched on the sides. Inside the plane's open hangar, gigantic crates were being secured in place. Armored modules, rectangular, dark metal boxes with serial numbers, digital seals, and warnings in red like "Do not open" and "Prototype." Everything was held down by magnetic rails and hydraulic straps, without a single window. "Come on, come on, come on," shouted Happy, one of the crew in charge of check-in, walking around with a digital clipboard in hand. "Departure is in 8 minutes, move those asses." He glanced at the list quickly. Support equipment, check. KM-17 tactical combat armor, check. New plasma shield prototype, check. Happy swiped his finger across the screen once more, and stopped. He squinted. Tactical strategic operational multiphase modular support belt for containment, storage, distribution, and dynamic reconfiguration of high-tech utility devices, model Omega Plus Ultra MKXIV. He made a face. "I'm not reading that crap even if you paid me." He lifted his head and shouted. "Hey! Bring over that belt that blew up John." "Hey," complained a man further back, carrying a crate with one arm while the other was in a cast. "No need to bring that up." "Sorry, John," replied Happy, without much remorse. "But it works better as a reference." Yeah, grumbled John. "If this job didn't pay so well." Inside the plane, 2 technicians were adjusting the final modules. "Dude," commented one of them, patting one of the armored crates. "These babies are gonna put on a hell of a show at Island. Can you imagine the scientists' faces when they see this stuff? They'll go nuts, tearing their hair out just seeing how advanced these little guys are." The other crossed his arms. "I don't know, after that incident with Captain Celebrity, I'm still a bit tense about robots." "Relax," the first one replied, smiling. "Think about the future. Imagine those killer robots getting their butts handed to them by this stuff. Wouldn't that be something to see?" The colleague thought for a second, and nodded. "Okay, I admit that would be pretty cool to see. A real battle of pure steel." "Hey! Stop standing around with your asses idle." Happy's voice cut their chat short. "Is everything secured in there, or do you want this stuff flying out into the stratosphere?" "All good," they replied almost in unison. "Great. Then let's get out of here." In the cockpit, the 2 pilots were adjusting the holographic controls. Vertical lift systems. Online. Vectoring turbines. Stable. Cargo bay. Sealed and locked. One of them pressed the communicator. "Control, this is Skyhaul. Requesting green light for takeoff to Island." There was a brief silence. "Green light granted, Skyhaul. Have a good flight." The turbines began to spin, emitting a deep, controlled hum. The plane rose slowly from the ground, hovering for a few seconds before tilting its fuselage and accelerating down the runway. The ST Atlas V-04 Skyhaul lifted off smoothly, climbing into the sky towards Island. Carrying with it cutting-edge technology, and problems they didn't even know were yet to come. The Heights Alliance was quiet that afternoon. Too quiet. The only sound that broke the still air of the apartment came from the kitchen, the low sizzle of hot oil in the pan. Rio stood before the stove, an egg suspended between his fingers, just above the hot metal. He didn't move. His gaze was empty, lost somewhere that wasn't there. Black, abstract figures seemed to form around him. Shapeless shadows. Dark hands emerged from all sides, gripping his arms, his back, his chest, as if trying to pull him back. What did you get so strong for? It was useless. You couldn't do anything. Sakamoto is dead. The hands tightened their grip. It's your fault. It was you. And it will be again. Your friends will be next. Rio's jaw clenched. Shut up. The shadows pressed in closer. That promise you made. Crack. Rio broke the egg. The shell split open, and its contents fell straight into the pan, spreading out with a louder sizzle. The sound was enough to cut through the moment. I'm hungry, he said, firmly. So shut up. The voices ceased. The black figures dissolved like smoke in the wind, disappearing one by one until nothing remained but the ordinary, silent kitchen. Rio took a deep breath and went back to what he was doing. He started scrambling the eggs, adding already cooked rice to the pan. A simple tamago don, nothing elaborate. White rice, slightly creamy eggs, a bit of soy sauce and green onion. Basic food. Comforting. As he cooked, he spoke without turning around. Why are you here, Ainen? There was a small jolt behind him. Hey, wait, she replied, surprised. How did you know I was here? Instinct, said Rio, without looking. I've known for about 5 minutes. Ainen blinked. That's kind of scary. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure. Well, about your question. I came for a visit. I wanted it to be a surprise, but... She sighed, clearly I failed. Rio turned off the stove and moved the pan aside. It's still weird for you to just show up like this, he said. The semester ended yesterday, so there's no activity at school today, plus you're always busy with the agency. To make time for this, it must be something really important. He finally turned around. Ainen was dressed casually, no uniform, and seemed slightly awkward, with the expression of someone who's been caught red-handed. She scratched her cheek, avoiding his gaze. Yeah, you got me. Nisa kinda sent me here to give you an important message. She took a step forward, grabbing a bowl. But before that, Ainen started helping set up the lunch, serving the rice, arranging the eggs carefully. First, I'm gonna help you with this. Rio watched for a few seconds, in silence. Thank you, he said finally. Ainen smiled softly. Go on, have a seat, Ainen said, pointing to the table. Rio obeyed without complaint. He sat down as she finished serving lunch, carefully placing the bowl in front of him. Once everything was ready, Ainen sat across the table, resting her forearms on the surface. So, do you want to hear the principal's message first, or would you rather eat first? Rio looked at the food, then at her. Doesn't matter. Before or after doesn't change anything. It can be now. All right. Ainen took a small metallic disc, about the size of a large coin, from her pocket and placed it right in the center of the table. She touched its surface with her finger. The device emitted a soft beep, and then a holographic projection formed above it. Nizu's image appeared with a small hop. The principal adjusted his tie within the hologram itself and flashed an animated smile. Hello, Rio, said the recording, in its usual cheerful tone. I hope you are well, or at least recovering from the recent incident. Rio remained silent, just watching. I'll be brief, Nizu continued. I know you probably don't need, nor want to hear long motivational speeches right now. Still, I'd just like to say this, you have dealt with more than any student your age should have to deal with, and you're still standing. That says a lot already. The image made a small gesture with its paw. You don't need to force yourself to be okay all the time. Sometimes, just keeping on walking is enough. Rio lowered his gaze slightly. Anan watched in silence, not interfering. Now, Nizu proceeded, his tone shifting a bit, moving on to the main subject. Do you remember the sports festival? Rio blinked, confused. Yes. And do you remember the prize you received for placing first? Rio furrowed his brow. Prize? He paused for a second. To be honest, not really. Anan glanced at him, surprised. Rio, you didn't even ask about it, she asked, trying to sound casual. No. I didn't even think about it. Ah, of course, said Nizu, with a smile. Knowing you, I suspected that might be the case. Rio raised his head, slightly offended. Hey. Your prize, the recording continued, ignoring any reaction, is a Onedi trip to I-Island, specifically for the opening event known as the I-Expo. I-Island. Rio repeated, confused. I-Expo. What's that? Excellent question, replied the hologram, once again. Rio's eyes widened slightly. He turned to Anan. Is this really a recording? It is, she answered, equally surprised. Maybe he already expected you to say that. Nizu explained I-Island to Rio. A mobile artificial island, created through investments from various companies linked to the hero industry, conceived as a true technological paradise. A place dedicated almost entirely to quirk research and support item development. Thousands of scientists lived there with their families, spread across the island cities, studying everything from the origin of quirks to new ways of assisting them with advanced technology. It was a living hub of innovation, where heroes and science walked hand in hand. The I-Expo, on the other hand, continued Nizu, is an event that encompasses the entire island. During its opening, the technological advancements developed there and by partner companies worldwide are displayed to the public. Professional heroes from various countries are officially invited by the sponsors, and, as a bonus, the public use of quirks is permitted on the island. Rio's eyes widened slightly upon hearing that. But the spark of surprise soon faded. His gaze fell to the table. Sounds cool, he said, without much conviction. But I don't know if I want to go. Actually. I don't even know why you're telling me this. Nizu's hologram maintained a calm smile. I imagine you're wondering why I'm telling you about this, he said. The reason is simple. David Shield, the founder, main financier, and administrator of I-Island, wants to meet you. Rio immediately looked up. He assisted me in the analysis of your quirk, Nizu explained. Many of the training and containment methods you use today came from exchanges of information between us. During this time, David has shown great interest in you. Rio furrowed his brow, skeptical. Don't worry, added Nizu. He's just curious, and genuinely interested in helping you. His goal is to analyze your quirk with the state-of-the-art technology resources available on the island. Perhaps discover new ways for you to control your quirk, and, who knows, allow you to become even stronger. The word stronger echoed in Rio's mind. For a moment, his interest was piqued, but was soon stifled. Strength, at that moment, felt hollow. He had been strong, yet he couldn't protect what was important. The idea of becoming even more powerful only reminded him of the destruction he could cause, more than it did about actually doing good with it. The decision is entirely yours, concluded Nizu. David made it clear he'll understand if you choose not to go. Still, I recommend you think about it calmly. It could be an opportunity to get some fresh air. Step away from your usual environment. Sometimes, a change of scenery helps more than we imagine. The hologram smiled one last time. That's all for now. I'll be awaiting your decision. The image dissolved and the device turned off with a soft click. Silence filled the kitchen. Rio remained still for a few seconds, staring at the table, until he heard Anan's voice. So, what do you think? She asked, tilting her head slightly with a restrained smile. Rio thought for a few more moments. Then he let out a sigh. I think I'll go, he said finally. I don't really have much else to do anyway. Anan clapped her hands together, excited. Great. You won't regret it. I hope not. It'll be fun, continued Anan. There are new support devices, prototypes, technologies that haven't even hit the market yet. Are you going too? Rio interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Anan blinked, surprised, before smiling. Yes, I am. I'm one of the invited heroines, she replied. We can keep each other company. I see. The idea of the trip started to feel less heavy. Maybe even bearable. Maybe it won't be so bad after all. "Oh, I almost forgot," said Ainan, breaking the moment. "Do you have any clothes for the event?" "Huh." Silence settled between the two. Ainan averted her gaze, a little awkwardly. "Looks like you're going to have to buy one." The lab was bathed in white light and translucent panels. Mechanical arms moved, sensors blinked in steady patterns, and the low hum of calibrating systems filled the air. At the center of it all, David Shield was adjusting the final parameters of a cylindrical capsule made of light and dark alloys, covered in layers of insulation and security seals. He checked the data projected on the hologram beside him, rotating a few values with his fingers and adjusting the power of the anti-radiation containment fields. Everything had to be perfect. There was no margin for error when dealing with that type of quirk. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He still found it curious that Ryo Tanaka had accepted the invitation. After what had happened 2 days prior, David hadn't expected a positive response. Nizu had mentioned the incident, and David had imagined the boy would refuse without a second thought. Still, it seemed Nizu had found the right words to say. Or perhaps Ryo was just looking for something. David finished the check, powering down some systems and mentally noting a few minor adjustments he'd make later. He rested his chin on his hand, thoughtful. "I'll have to be careful with the boy," he murmured to himself. No stepping on sensitive ground when talking to him. The boy didn't need empty speeches or kind words. The memories of the incident were still too fresh for him. David thought about maybe asking Melissa to walk with him, show him the main areas, the open labs, the livelier part of Island. Maybe that would lift his spirits a little. Normally, David wouldn't do all this for a single student, even one with a rare quirk. But with Ryo, it was different. Because he owed the boy a great deal. The day he received the news that All Might had lost an arm still made his chest tighten. Panic had seized him in that moment. David remembered dropping everything and calling his friend immediately, the voice on the other end of the line calming him, saying he was alive, that he was not in danger. It was in that conversation that All Might spoke about Ryo. About how the boy faced the danger he'd in. About how, even injured, he didn't back down. About how he saved not only All Might but also his classmates when it wasn't his obligation to do so. All Might spoke with admiration. And hearing that made David feel he owed something to that boy he had never met. The least he could do was help him too. The sound of the retractable door sliding open interrupted his thoughts. "Dad." David turned just in time to see Melissa Shield entering the lab, walking toward him with hurried steps. "Samuel is looking for you," she said. "He wants to discuss some important matters about Cider Tech." David's eyes widened. "Ah, really?" He brought his hand to his forehead. "I completely forgot about that." "Again?" Melissa remarked, crossing her arms with a half-smile. "You're always getting lost in your research." David laughed, sheepishly. "My fault. Thanks for letting me know." As they spoke, Melissa's gaze wandered around the lab, taking in the equipment, the capsule, the data-filled panels. "I've never seen this setup before," she commented. "Is it new?" "Yes, it is," replied David. "It hasn't been officially presented yet. I'm going to have a very important guest here." Melissa turned to him, curious. "Important how?" David hesitated for a second, then gave a sideways smile. "Let's just say his quirk is special." "Special enough to need anti-radiation equipment?" she asked, her eyes gleaming. "Exactly that." Melissa's interest practically exploded. "So, can I watch the analysis?" she asked quickly. "I promise I'll just observe." "That's it." David scratched the back of his head, thoughtful. "I will think about it." "Really?" Melissa perked up immediately. As if Mira Caldwell being part of the iExpo wasn't enough, now maybe I get to see the analysis of a super rare quirk up close. She seemed too excited to contain her smile. David simply watched her for a moment, thinking that perhaps this visit could be good not just for him, but for his daughter as well. Chapter 52, Island. That morning, Island's airport was especially busy. Aircraft from different airlines landed and took off non-stop, bringing heroes, researchers, investors, and guests for iExpo. The boarding gates were spread across wide terminals, while ground crews coordinated everything with near-choreographed precision. Then, a sleek and discreet mid-sized private jet touched down smoothly on the runway. As soon as it came to a stop, a small reception team was already waiting outside. The aircraft door was opened with external assistance, and Ainen was the first to descend, wearing her hero costume without the helmet, looking around in surprise. Wow! Slipped out of her, softly. Right behind, Rio also descended, observing the overly organized reception, the people lined up and smiling. Isn't this a bit much? Ainen gave a half-smile. Maybe. But let's not waste the effort of those who wanted to welcome us well. One of the receptionists approached. She had the appearance of an anthropomorphic black cat, with attentive golden eyes, upright feline ears, and an elegant uniform with the I-Island emblem on the chest. A very warm welcome to I-Island, she said, giving a polite bow. My name is Kuroha Yamazuki, but you may just call me Kuroha. I have been assigned to accompany you. Okay. Thank you, Ainen replied, returning the bow, feeling a bit awkward. Kuroha continued. Mr. Shield regrets he cannot personally greet you at the moment. He is extremely busy with the final preparations for the event, but he hopes you can forgive him. The entire team bowed apologetically in unison. It's not a problem at all. Ainen quickly replied. It's already a great honor to be received in this way. Kuroha smiled, pleased. We're happy to hear that. Now, if you'll allow me, we'll take you to where Mr. Shield is located. Some team members approached and collected the minimal luggage Ainen and Rio had brought, guiding them across the tarmac to a side area of the airport. Normally, people entering the island need to go through a full security inspection, Kuroha explained as they walked. But, as you are high-trust guests of Mr. Shield, that step has been waived. Ainen stopped for half a second, surprised. Are you sure that's okay? Absolutely, Kuroha replied calmly. It was a direct authorization from Mr. Shield. Besides, he is very eager to see you. Rio raised an eyebrow. Eager. Keep an eye on this guy. They arrived at a compact aircraft with 4 propellers and an oval body. It looks like a drone, just giant-sized, Rio commented. Ainen quickly nudged his side with her elbow. Hey. Ah, my bad, he corrected himself, looking at Kuroha. Sorry. Kuroha chuckled lightly. It's quite all right. In fact, you're not wrong. This aircraft, the Aquila VT-4, was based on the design of autonomous transport drones. Minutes later, they boarded along with Kuroha. The cabin was enveloped in reinforced translucent material, something between glass and advanced polymer, allowing for a wide view not just from the sides, but also beneath their feet. As the aircraft smoothly took off, rising in near absolute silence, the view opened up completely. I-Island revealed itself in all its grandeur, visible from every angle. Moving structures, entire sectors reorganizing themselves, artificial green areas nestled among futuristic buildings, the ocean reflecting light around the island. Ainen observed everything in silence, clearly impressed. After a few minutes of flight, the aircraft slowed down and landed smoothly on the landing pad installed on top of the tallest building on I-Island. The landing was almost undetectable, and as soon as the rotors ceased their movement, the side door opened automatically. Kuroha was the first to step out, gesturing for Ainen and Rio to follow. This way, please. The rooftop was clean, organized, and far too quiet for such an important place. From there, they could see a good portion of the island, with the smaller buildings scattered below like pieces on a board. Kuroha led them to a side entrance, where doors slid open without a sound upon recognizing them. Shortly after, they were inside a spacious, discreet elevator with metallic walls and soft lighting. As soon as the doors closed, the elevator began its descent almost immediately. This is Island's central building, explained Kuroha. Besides being Mr. Shield's main laboratory, this is where the entire island's defense system is controlled from. Ainen raised her eyebrows, surprised. Really? I heard the defense system here rivals Tartarus's. Kuroha smiled with a hint of contained pride. Yes. It's every bit as good. Maximum security is essential when you have so many scientists and families living here. The elevator slowed after a few seconds and the doors opened silently. Kuroha led the two down a long, metallic corridor with smooth panels on the walls and lines of light embedded in the ceiling, until they stopped before a retractable door. She tapped the side panel, and the door opened. The office that was revealed was spacious and well-lit, with panoramic windows offering an impressive view of the city below. In the center was an organized desk, and behind it, David Shield, still seated, was talking on the phone. Yes, I understand. We'll talk about that later, he said, before noticing the visitors. His eyes widened slightly, and he promptly ended the call. "Excuse me for a moment," he said to the person on the other end before hanging up. David stood up energetically, a wide smile spreading across his face. "It's an honor to finally meet you both in person." He approached Ainin first. 13. Or rather, Ainin Kuros, he said respectfully. "The pleasure is all mine." "The pleasure is mine," Ainin replied with a polite smile. "I've heard a lot about your agency through friends and partners," David continued. "One of the agencies in Japan that uses the most support gear. I'm genuinely glad Black Hole values the work of scientists." Ainin scratched her cheek, a bit awkwardly. "No need to exaggerate so much." David chuckled softly before turning to Rio. His smile didn't diminish, on the contrary. There was something genuinely admiring in his gaze. "So you must be Rito Takeda, right?" he said. "It's a great pleasure to finally meet you." David extended his hand. Rio looked at the man, then at the outstretched hand. He stayed like that for a few seconds before accepting it. "Nice to meet you." "I hope the journey was smooth," said David. "I was truly very eager to welcome you to my island." Rio's wariness grew. David noticed it almost immediately. He cleared his throat, bringing a hand to his chest lightly. "Ah, my apologies. If my enthusiasm made you uncomfortable," he said, awkwardly. "I just get excited when I can help someone I owe so much to. Especially someone like you." Before Rio could respond, Ainin took a step forward. "Rito," she called, her tone calm. "Mr. Shield has been a great help in the studies of your quirk, remember? Even from a distance. He is a trustworthy person." Rio averted his gaze for a moment, took a deep breath, and nodded slightly. At that moment, Ainin's phone rang. She looked at the screen and made a slight grimace. "It seems my sponsor must be calling me already." She turned to David. "My apologies. It looks like I'll have to step out for a while." Then she looked at Rio. "Behave, okay?" "Okay," he replied. "Take good care of him," Ainin said to David, her tone firm yet polite. "Leave it to me," David replied seriously. Ainin left accompanied by Kuroha, the door closing behind them. The office fell silent. For a few seconds, only the distant sounds of the city filled the space. David was the first to break the silence. "Well," he said, pointing with his thumb over his shoulder. "Would you like to see the analysis lab I prepared?" Rio hesitated. Then he remembered Ainin's words. He sighed. "Sure." David smiled again. "I'm glad to hear that." David led Rio down a few more corridors until they reached the analysis lab. The space was large, clean, and quiet, with reinforced walls, thick cables running across the ceiling, and several active monitors displaying real-time graphs. In the center of the room, a tall, oval-shaped capsule, made of thick, translucent material with metallic rings encircling its structure, immediately drew attention. "This is the analysis lab I built for you," said David, spreading his arms with a visibly proud smile. "Everything here was specifically designed to handle extreme energy levels, including radiation." Rio merely looked around. He didn't seem impressed. Nor particularly curious. That made David's smile falter a bit. He doesn't seem very hopeful, he thought. "Well." David cleared his throat. "How about we run a quick test? Nothing too invasive. Just to get a baseline." "Fine," replied Rio, without enthusiasm. That was enough to perk David up again. "Great." He walked over to the capsule and input a few commands. The structure opened with a soft hiss. "You'll need to remove most of your clothes," he explained. "We need direct contact for the sensors." Rio raised an eyebrow. "Seriously?" "Afraid so." A few minutes later, Rio was inside the capsule, wearing only a snug pair of shorts provided by the lab. Small sensors were attached to his chest, arms, and legs, and an oxygen mask covered part of his face. David was adjusting the final parameters on the main computer. "Ready?" he asked. Rio just gave a thumbs up. "Okay, starting analysis." The capsule closed, and the system activated. A bright arc of energy appeared, moving swiftly around Rio's body as if performing a full scan. Then, the arc stopped above his head and began to descend slowly, inch by inch, all the way down to his feet. Rio followed the movement for a few seconds. Then he looked away. This is all going to be the same as always. Since childhood, he had been in rooms like this. Different machines, different scientists, the same look on their faces in the end. In the end, he was never a talent. Never a promising case. He would always be a risk. A walking hazard. It seemed that no matter how much he trained, how much stronger he became, or how much he learned to control his power, when it truly mattered, he failed. People got hurt. People died. It was like carrying an unstable reactor in his chest, something that only needed one mistake to drag everything around him down. As this thought deepened, the world around him began to fade. Rio's consciousness sank into a dark void. Shadowy figures emerged all around, undefined shapes, hands reaching from all sides, grasping his arms, legs, back. You're still going to keep trying. In the end, you won't be able to protect anyone. You won't prove anything. You'll just cause more destruction. The hands pulled him down, deeper into that silent abyss. In the real world, David stared at the monitors and froze. What? The values were rising too fast. Too fast to make sense. No, this can't be right. He adjusted the filters, recalibrated the sensors, ran the reading again. The numbers weren't just increasing. They had doubled compared to the data from a month ago. Energy output has doubled. David began scrolling through the side data, reading aloud in a low, almost disbelieving voice. Radio waves, microwaves, infrared, visible light, ultraviolet. X-rays. He swallowed dryly. Positrons, protons, heavy ions, muons, neutrinos, antineutrinos. The list went on. This is. He took a deep breath. This is far beyond alpha, beta, gamma, and neutrons. David ran a hand over his face, dazed. It seems like he's emitting the entire known spectrum of radiation. He furrowed his brow. But that doesn't make sense. Quirks are specific. They do one thing. Even when they seem versatile, there's a fixed core. He stared at the graphs again. Unless. He brought his hand to his chin, thoughtful. His quirk isn't literally radiation. David's heart began to beat faster. Especially because he's shown he doesn't just emanate the energy itself, he also interacts with it and other types of energy at a fundamental level. His eyes widened. The entire nuclear spectrum. David slowly turned toward the capsule. The entire nuclear spectrum. He murmured, a chill running down his spine. He looked back at the screen, nervous. No, this is insane. A quirk like this, tampering with a fundamental concept that underpins one of the forces of the universe. He took a deep breath. I need more tests. This might just be a statistical fluke, just an extreme reading. Before he could continue, the capsule beeped. The system shut down and the structure opened automatically. Rio stumbled out slightly, bringing a hand to his head. I feel a bit dizzy, he said. And my head hurts. He looked at David. So. What were the results? David stared at the boy in silence for several seconds. Should I tell him? Giving that kind of knowledge to a child was dangerous. Like putting a sharp knife in the hands of someone still learning how to live, it could be used for chores, or to harm. But David knew Rio was no ordinary child. Everything David had heard about him pointed to someone who didn't want to destroy. He was someone who carried the guilt of being able to do it. David took a deep breath. He's someone who wants to change. That's clear. And that makes all the difference. David smiled, adjusting his glasses as he observed the data on the monitor. We got results, far more surprising than I expected, he said, turning his gaze to Rio. And it reinforces the possibility that your quirk isn't as simple as you believe. Rio lightly furrowed his brow as he put part of his hero costume back on, clearly not expecting to hear that. If my hypothesis is correct, David continued, you might be capable of interacting with the entire nuclear spectrum. Nuclear spectrum. Rio murmured, confused. This was completely new to him. Before David could elaborate, the lab's automatic door slid open with a soft hiss. Papa. Rio turned his head, surprised, to see a blonde girl entering with lively steps. She had a light and energetic presence, her wavy hair falling over her shoulders as she approached David with an open smile. Melissa. David blinked, clearly caught off guard. Shouldn't you be at the academy right now, working on your independent research? She averted her eyes for a moment, clasping her hands behind her back. Well, let's just say that was a little white lie. What? David began, confused, but was interrupted when the lab door opened again. I wanted to surprise Papa by bringing someone you really like. David followed his daughter's gaze, and froze. I'm here, to see an old friend, said All Might, cheerfully, nearly filling the entire lab entrance. Toshi. The one and only. All Might laughed, stepping forward and enveloping his friend in a strong hug. I came all this way just to see you, Dave. David let out an emotional laugh as he was practically lifted off the ground. I really didn't expect this. So? Melissa said, appearing from behind All Might. Are you surprised? Very. Extremely surprised, he replied, still flustered. We have Melissa to thank for this, said All Might, smiling. How long has it been since last time, huh? Hey, don't remind me how many years have passed, David replied, laughing. Neither of us wants to think about how old we are. The two laughed together while Melissa watched the scene with a satisfied smile, until she noticed Rio's silent presence to the side. She tilted her head. Who is he? David's eyes widened for a moment. Ah. Of course, forgive me, he said quickly. Melissa, this is Rito Takeda. The important person I was telling you about yesterday. Melissa blinked, surprised. He's much younger than I imagined. Young Takeda. All Might's voice sounded surprised. You're here. Melissa turned to All Might curiously. Is he another acquaintance of yours, uncle? Before All Might could answer, Midoriya's voice echoed from the entrance. T. Takeda. He immediately clapped his hands over his mouth. Sorry, he said, bowing repeatedly. All Might laughed. He's a student in the UA Hero course and a classmate of young Midoriya. Melissa's eyes widened slightly, and then she smiled. Ah. I see. She turned to Rio, animatedly. Sorry for my rudeness earlier. I'm Melissa Shield. Nice to meet you. She extended her hand, and Rio shook it after a brief second. No problem. David and All Might exchanged a satisfied look, until All Might coughed discreetly. David understood the signal. Well, it's been a while since I've caught up with Toshi, he said. Would you mind if we had some time alone? Sure, Rio replied. Yais. Midoriya agreed, still a bit awkward. Melissa, David continued, could you show them around Island? With pleasure, she replied enthusiastically. Are you sure? Rio asked, a bit uncertain. Of course, she said, smiling. It's an honor to help future heroes. Rio hesitated for a moment, but eventually relaxed as he remembered Ainin telling him to enjoy himself on the island while he could. All right, then. Chapter 53, A Short Tour of Island. The island's entertainment district unfolded before them like a vibrant spectacle. Futuristic buildings of all sizes and colors rose on every side, with holographic screens, elevated walkways, and attractions flashing in vivid hues. The place was packed, people coming and going, conversations mixing with music and announcements, creating an energy that felt more like a major city center than a floating scientific facility. As they walked, Melissa cast a curious glance at the two. What should I call you? Izuku? Midoriya. Rito. Takeda. Midoriya fell silent for a few seconds, clearly overthinking, before scratching his cheek. You can call me Deku. Melissa's eyes widened slightly. Deku? That's a bit of an unusual nickname. It's because that's his hero name, Rio explained. Ah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's okay. Midoriya tried to reassure her, waving his hand a bit awkwardly. Melissa then turned her attention to Rio. And you? Rito. Takeda. Whatever works, he replied. You can call me whatever you want. It's the intention that matters, not the name. The answer made Melissa visibly flustered for a moment. Okay then. Rito, she decided, with a small smile. They continued walking until they reached the central plaza. Midoriya stopped for a moment, looking around, clearly awestruck. Wow, this is amazing. Seeing all this, it doesn't even feel like we're on a floating island. Rio observed the attractions, the over-the-top colors, and the smiling people. It looks more like an amusement park than anything else. It's all very flashy. Melissa laughed. The island has almost all the amenities of a big city. Well, almost. Almost. Rio asked, turning to her. The scientists and their families can't travel freely, Melissa explained. Everyone here has a duty to maintain absolute confidentiality, to prevent information from leaking. That's a bit extreme. It's the price of total security, she answered. All of this exists to protect the scientists who work here. Wow. Midoriya shouted, completely excited. I can't believe he's here. Rio looked ahead, following his friend's gaze, and ended up widening his eyes. Walking calmly among the buildings was a gigantic kaiju lizard, with imposing scales and a confident posture. Despite the absurd size, he was wearing pants and a large, unbuttoned shirt, and a pair of Jordans which made the scene even more surreal. The giant waved to the people down below as he slowly moved forward, drawing applause and excited cheers. It's the kaiju hero, Gajira. Midoriya announced, practically bouncing in place. That is definitely the first time I've seen someone with a quirk like that. Murmured Rio, still trying to process the scene. Melissa gave a light laugh. He was probably invited by a sponsor, like many other heroes here today. They help promote new technologies, products, and of course, sign autographs. Rio looked at the many other heroes around. Right, that explains a lot. The Grand Central Plaza was packed with pro-heroes from various parts of the world were scattered around the place, each drawing attention in their own way. Near the main fountain, a tall and extremely handsome man was turning heads wherever he went. He had long, chestnut-brown hair, striking blue eyes, and wore a hero costume that seemed to have come straight out of ancient Greece. A sheathed sword rested at his waist, while a round shield was propped beside him. Perseus, the number 7 hero from Greece. He was completely surrounded by excited women, asking for autographs, photos, his number, and some clearly had no respect for boundaries. Ladies, please, calm down, Perseus said, sweating slightly as he tried to maintain his heroic posture. Please, I'm already in a committed relationship. Come on, just a little kiss. Sign here too. You're even more handsome up close. Perseus took a step back, his eyes widening as one of the women blatantly squeezed his backside. MHA. That is definitely not part of the contract, he exclaimed, completely red-faced. Further ahead, in another corner of the plaza, a tall, muscular woman was attracting the attention of a group of children. She had long hair, blue eyes, and a gentle smile that contrasted with her imposing build. Use your ultra genes, the children shouted, jumping with excitement. The woman chuckled softly. Of course, but everyone stepped back a little, okay. As soon as the children obeyed, her body began to grow slowly, gaining height, width, and grandeur, until she reached an impressive 40 meters. Whoa, the children shouted in unison, buzzing with excitement. Their dads watched below too, some with expressions that were, curiously pleased. Mother Ultimate, the number 3 heroine from the United Kingdom, carefully waved to the little ones before starting to shrink back down, still smiling. Finally, near one of the tech booths, was Cargirl, the number 13 heroine from Italy. She had just handed an autograph to a fan when a man appeared in front of her in a very unsubtle way. He had tanned skin and short, spiky hair in shades of red and yellow, resembling living flames. He wore dark sunglasses, which he soon lowered, revealing bright amber eyes. FIU. He whistled. Damn, you are so fine. Cargirl blinked, surprised. How about dinner with me, he continued, smirking. And don't worry, it's all on me. Before she could answer, he leaned in slightly. All that beauty of yours is kinda burning my heart. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in flames, dancing intensely as he laughed. See. I think I'm feeling a burning love for you, baby. The flames stopped as quickly as they appeared, and his clothes were intact due to their special material. I have many names, he said, confidently. But you can call me Igneel, the number 1 from Brazil. Now, how about a trip to the biggest restaurant here? Who knows, maybe I'll show you how I can heat up a lady's chassis. Cargirl stood completely dumbfounded for a few seconds. Then, she crossed her arms, and answered in her native tongue, her voice laced with emotion. C'est completamente fuori di testa. You're completely out of your mind. Igneel tilted his head, confused. Huh. She continued, her tone shifting to something between irritation and disdain. Pensi davvero di poter avvicinarti così, dicendo sciacaches, come esse fossi una qualsiasi. You really think you can just approach me like this, talking nonsense, as if I were just anyone. He opened his mouth to answer, but she took a step forward. Her tone changed again. Lower. More dangerous. More provocative. Ma. But, she said, slowly tracing a finger in circles on his chest, Confesso che mi piacciono gli uomini assai. I confess I do like bold men. Igneel swallowed hard. Cargirl leaned in slightly, her lips close to his ear. Non voglio la cena. I don't want dinner. She ran her finger across her own lips before gently tapping it on her own chassis, as if wiping away something invisible. Ti voglio nella mia stanza, alle 10 di sera. I want you in my room, at 10 tonight. She smirked. E cerca di non scaldare troppo il mio chassis, non voglio ritrovarmelo tutto bruciato il giorno dopo. And try not to overheat my chassis. I don't want to find it all burned out the next day. Without waiting for a response, Cargirl walked past him with firm steps and left the plaza, leaving a trail of curious looks behind her. Igneel stood still for a few seconds, completely bewildered, then a slow smile spread across his face. Cara. He murmured, turning to look in the direction she had gone. Echo que ella ta tau na minha. Men. I think she's totally into me. Back with the group, Melissa leads Rio and Midoriya to the main pavilion. As soon as they enter, they are greeted by a spacious hall with bluish tones, illuminated by holograms and transparent display cases. The place looked more like a futuristic museum, showcasing extremely advanced support equipment designed for high-level pro heroes. Deku, look at this, Melissa calls out, pointing to a sleek aircraft suspended by magnetic fields. That's the Beagle. It can fly normally and also move underwater. Midoriya's eyes sparkle. That's amazing. Next, Melissa turns to Rio. Ridicun, come see this one. She points to a large cylindrical tank filled with water. Inside it rests a complex diving suit, bordering on alien design. With this suit, you can descend up to 7,000 meters below sea level. Rio observes it for a few seconds. That looks like something an alien would make. Besides, going to the bottom of the sea doesn't sound that fun. Melissa laughs and continues showing off other inventions, a helmet capable of generating a three-dimensional field of vision up to 10 square meters through magnetic echolocation, an electromotive cannon capable of firing projectiles at Mach 30, a specialized armored suit for underground excavation, even a lightsaber prototype, kept under strict security measures. All of this was created based on my father's patents, Melissa explains proudly. It really is incredible. Midoriya says, amazed, before turning to Rio. Don't you think so too? Yeah. Replies Rio in a low, flat tone, devoid of any emotion. Midoriya notices his friend's lack of enthusiasm and, remembering the earlier incident, his own excitement fades a bit. Glad you're enjoying it. Melissa, walking ahead, doesn't notice the change in atmosphere behind her and continues excitedly. All this equipment helps heroes all over the world in their daily work. Whenever I come here, it fills me with energy. You must really respect your father, Rio comments. Melissa turns her face to him, smiling. Yes, but it's because I dream of becoming an amazing scientist like him. Rio stares at her for a few seconds in silence. I see. He says finally, looking away. Good for you. The reaction leaves Melissa slightly confused, but before she can ask anything, Midoriya calls to her, curious. Now that I think about it, you study at the academy here, right? Yes, I do. I'm in my 3rd year. So the I-Island Academy is like, the place where everyone who wants to be a scientist dreams of getting into, right? Just like UA. Melissa laughs. That's pretty much it. But I still have a long way to go. I need to study a lot more. Midoriya nods in agreement. Me too. He says, looking at his own hand. I need to try a lot harder if I want to become someone like All Might. He clenches his fist with determination. You must really like Uncle All Might, huh? Melissa asks, laughing. Midoriya looks flustered the next second. That's about right. Before he can explain further, Rio interrupts. Now that I think about it, what were you doing with All Might? Midoriya's eyes widen and he begins to stammer disjointed words, entering a panic. Well, you see, IIT's just. You seem to be having a lot of fun, Dikukun. The voice comes from behind the group, too sweet, and at the same time strangely threatening. Midoriya freezes. He slowly turns around and comes face to face with Uraraka, standing there with an oddly serene smile. You Uraraka. How did you get here? You seem to be having a lot of fun, Dikukun, she says again, the smile never leaving her face. Rio raised an eyebrow upon noticing not only Uraraka, but also Momo and Jiro there. How did you guys, he began, confused. Melissa tilted her head, curious. Are they friends of yours? Classmates. Midoriya corrected. And, it seems there was just a small misunderstanding. He turned to Uraraka and the others, forcing a nervous smile. Melissa is showing us the expo. That's right, Melissa reinforced, cheerfully. My dad and Uncle All Might. NNO. Midoriya suddenly shouted, pulling Melissa back in a panic. I mean, please don't say he came with All Might. Melissa blinked, confused. Huh, why? There are reasons. Midoriya answered, breaking into a cold sweat. The mood grew heavy. Rio watched the scene in silence, then shifted his gaze to Uraraka, Momo, and Jiro, who were now staring at them with clearly suspicious expressions. He let out a weary sigh, like someone who already knew that this mess would end up falling on him, and took a step forward. Midoriya came with me, he said in a firm tone. Midoriya's eyes widened. I won 2 invites to come here as a prize from the sports festival, Rio continued. I decided to give the other one to him. Really? Uraraka blurted out, surprised. I wasn't expecting that, Momo admitted, adjusting her posture. Yeah. I also didn't picture you inviting Midoriya, Jiro added, with a curious half-smile. The tension began to dissipate. The 3 seemed convinced, and Rio felt a near relief run through his shoulders. Near. Because, right behind him, Midoriya was staring at him with an intense gleam in his eyes, overflowing with gratitude. Thanks for covering, Takeda. Rio, on the other hand, felt a slight shiver. That gaze felt like it could bore holes in his back. He brought a hand to his chin, pondering. He hadn't lied, there really had been an extra invite. The problem was, he never got around to using it. He didn't know who to invite besides Ainen, who already had her own ticket. Maybe Dash. The name crossed his mind a few seconds later. And then. Huh. Rio froze. His eyes suddenly went wide. What's wrong? Momo asked, noticing his strange reaction. Rio didn't answer. Internally, only one phrase echoed, hitting him like a punch to the gut. I completely forgot about Dash. Chapter 54, Catching Up the Speedster. The restaurant was located in an open area of the iExpo, with tables spread outside. A large blue umbrella shaded one of them from the sun, where Melissa was sitting with Uraraka, Momo, and Jiro. The 4 chatted animatedly, especially the girls from UA, who shared details about their internships. Melissa listened with shining eyes, asking questions here and there, clearly excited by every story. Wow, so that's how UA internships work? Melissa commented, leaning forward slightly. It sounds so over-the-top, but amazing. It was tiring, but worth it, Uraraka replied with a confident smile. But meanwhile, at the next table, the atmosphere was completely different. Rio was practically slumped in his chair, his forehead resting in his hands, muttering softly about how he could have possibly forgotten Dash. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. A terrible friend, that's how he saw himself now. I can't believe I completely forgot about him. He grumbled, his voice heavy with guilt. Midoriya, sitting across from him, gave an awkward smile and tried to help. Takeda, seriously, everyone makes mistakes. Dash probably wouldn't even mind and would forgive you. The response only made Rio let out a heavy sigh and sink even lower, as if he'd just taken a critical hit. Midoriya froze for a moment. Okay. I guess that probably didn't help, he thought, starting to get nervous. Before he could try to explain himself better, a waiter approached the table, placing a glass in front of Midoriya. Here's your drink. Thanks for waiting. Midoriya recognized the voice instantly. He slowly looked up, and his eyes widened slightly. Kaminari. Siro. The 2 were standing there, wearing staff badges. Kaminari flashed a wide grin, while Siro waved. You guys too? Rio asked, furrowing his brow as he turned to them. Yep. Kaminari replied. We saw a notice saying they needed temporary teams for the event. So we decided to sign up. Siro gave a thumbs up. You get to work, earn some money, and still walk around the expo during breaks. Exactly. Kaminari added, winking. Not to mention we can enjoy seeing all the wonderful gatherings of cute girls around here. That's just you, Shiro corrected immediately. I really came for the pay. Midoriya laughed, somewhat awkwardly. Yeah, that's a pretty convenient reason, really. Kaminari leaned in a little closer to Midoriya and whispered. Hey, where do you and Takeda know that hottie over there from? Huh? Midoriya blinked, confused. Who? Kaminari almost shouted in a whisper. The blonde beauty over there with the girls. Who else? Ryo heard everything. He let out a tired sigh and shot a stern look at Kaminari. Stop acting like a pervert. This is exactly why you'll never get a girl. It was a direct hit. Why you didn't have to go for the weak spot. Kaminari recoiled dramatically, clutching his chest. Ryo just rolled his eyes and turned his face away. Kaminari and Shiro immediately picked up on the weird vibe and fell silent, exchanging slightly embarrassed looks, a mix of regret and guilt for bothering their friend. Midoriya tried to change the subject, attempting to ease the tension, but before he could say anything, an explosion echoed in the distance. What was that? He asked, turning his gaze toward one of the attractions further back. Ryo also instantly turned toward the source of the explosion. Before anyone could react, he had already shot off at high speed, the ground trembling under his feet as he left behind a sharp trail of wind. He's fast, murmured Melissa, lowering her hands and staring open-mouthed in the direction Ryo had gone. Uraraka, Momo, and Jiro stood up almost simultaneously. Let's go too, said Uraraka, already hurrying off. Melissa, you coming? Asked Jiro over her shoulder. Of course. Meanwhile, Ryo reached the location in mere milliseconds, braking at the protected railing edge. On the other side, a small artificial mountain was still shrouded in smoke. The giant screen above the arena zoomed in on the image, and as the dust settled, the revealed silhouette made Ryo's eyes widen slightly. Kirishima. The announcer's voice echoed a moment later. Final time, 33 seconds. 8th place. Ryo let out a low, incredulous sigh. Is everyone just popping out of nowhere now? Kirishima. Midoriya shouted as he arrived right behind him, also surprised to see Kirishima. Melissa stopped beside the two and tilted her head, curious. Is he another classmate of yours? Yeah, Ryo answered immediately. Before more comments could surface, the announcer spoke again, announcing the next participant. Ryo narrowed his eyes upon seeing the figure in the arena. Isn't that Kaken? Midoriya shouted again. Ryo shot a quick glance at him, and Midoriya immediately shrank back. Sorry. Ready. Start. Bakugo shot off like a missile, crossing the field while blasting robots one after another without losing speed. When the 6th and final robot was destroyed, the announcer almost lost her composure. Incredible. He cleared everything in 15 seconds. Taking the first place outright. Easy, Bakugo muttered as he landed, clicking his tongue. Hey, aren't those two up there Midoriya and Takeda? Kirishima commented, looking toward the stands. Bakugo followed his gaze and immediately gritted his teeth. Those bastards. Ryo made a face. Midoriya stepped back from the edge a little. Huh? Why? The answer came on its own. An explosion echoed, and the next instant Bakugo appeared, grabbing the rails from the other side and starting to swing on them in an almost animalistic manner. What the hell are you two doing here? Kaken. Stop that. Midoriya panicked. People are watching. I don't give a damn. Bakugo snarled. But then a hand covered his face. Bakugo froze. Ryo was staring at him closely, his eyes cold, sharp, and not at all happy. You might not give a damn, he said in a low, threatening tone, but I do. Now, could you please stop thrashing around like a chimpanzee and act like a person? Bakugo felt a cold sweat run down the back of his neck but forced a hard expression. He slapped Ryo's hand away and climbed down from the railing. I'm only stopping 'cause I want to, he growled. Around them, the rest of the class whispered. The general impression was clear. Takeda was scary. Before the tension could escalate, Kirishima crossed the space between them. Yo. Ryo noticed the redhead approaching and instinctively adjusted his posture. When Kirishima came within dap-up distance, the two landed a perfect dap, the impact echoing crisply through the area, and perhaps across the entire island. Bro. Kirishima gripped Ryo's hand firmly before pulling him into a hug. I didn't expect to see you here. Glad to see you're better. I missed you. Ryo was silent for a few seconds. Then, a small smile appeared. Taking it slow, but I'm doing all right. Kirishima broke into a wide grin. That's it. Real men stay strong, even through the worst times. Ryo tilted his head slightly, thoughtful for a moment, before letting out a half-smile. So, how exactly did you end up here? He finally asked. Kirishima opened his mouth to answer, but any explanation died right there when an even bigger explosion echoed through the arena. What? That's impossible, the commentator shrieked, completely incredulous. Ryo immediately turned toward the arena, narrowing his eyes. Down below, at the center of the destroyed track, was Dash, standing atop the wreckage, arms crossed and a cocky grin on his face, posing as if for a magazine cover. Final time, 0.7 seconds, announced the commentator, almost breathless. New first place, by a ridiculous margin. Ryo leaned on the railing next to Kirishima. He won the tickets from his parents the second they said they weren't going, Kirishima continued, scratching the back of his neck as he watched the arena below. Ended up with 3 seats. Invited me, Bakugo, Anne. The sentence died when a female voice echoed a few meters ahead. You were amazing, Dash. Pony shouted, waving excitedly from the edge of the stands. Ryo raised an eyebrow, following Kirishima's gaze to the girl. Pony was waving enthusiastically, clearly thrilled, while Dash responded with a somewhat shy wave, his crooked smile giving everything away. I take back everything I said. I don't regret one bit not inviting that traitor. Dash's smile vanished for a second when the blonde noticed Ryo in the stands. For a moment, he froze. The next, a huge grin spread across his face. Takeda. Dash simply vanished from the center of the arena. Huh. Kirishima blinked. Did he disappear? Take a step back, Ryo advised calmly. Huh. Kirishima barely had time to react. Whoosh. Dash blew past him like a yellow blur, leaving the redhead spinning like a tornado, and in the next instant, crashed into Ryo with a hug far too strong for someone with super speed. GH. Ryo let out a grunt, his body being pushed back a few centimeters. Damn, Dash, take it easy. I missed you, man. Dash said, squeezing a bit tighter before realizing what he was doing and quickly letting go. Sorry. Ryo adjusted his posture, massaging his shoulder. I missed you too, he admitted, his voice low but sincere. Dash blinked a few times, clearly relieved. Really? He asked, hesitant. Are you okay? I am, Ryo replied with a half-smile. I'm taking it one step at a time. Dash let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. That's good. Pony soon approached them, practically bouncing. Dash. You were amazing, she said excitedly, before noticing Ryo. Oh. Takeda. You're here too, like the others. Hello, Pony, Ryo greeted, letting out a weary sigh afterward. Believe me, I'm just as surprised as you are to find all these guys here. He then turned to Dash, giving him a sidelong glance. And I didn't expect little Blondie here to be spending so much quality time with someone. Dash froze. What? Kirishima tilted his head, confused. Are you talking about me, or Bakugo? Ryo just shot him a quick look. Kirishima's brain word, clicked. OHHH, he broke into a wide grin. That's right. Dash has been spending a lot of quality time with someone, huh? Dash turned red instantly. Hey. That's not how it is. Pony looked from one to the other, confused for a few seconds, and then chuckled softly, not fully understanding but finding the scene amusing. Ryo turned his gaze back to Dash. Your Japanese has gotten better, he commented. You already know almost all the phrases. Just the pronunciation left. Dash scratched the back of his neck, somewhat awkwardly. I'm trying my best. He then broke into an excited grin. Hey, since you're here, do you want to join the event? It's really fun. Yeah. It'd be awesome to see what time you get. Kirishima chimed in, excited. Ryo looked at the arena, then at the 3 in front of him. If you guys insist. After a few minutes, Rio was already in the arena, while part of the class spread out along the edge, watching curiously. It looks like Takeda is going to try too. Midoriya commented, leaning forward slightly. Indeed, a firm voice replied behind him. I am curious to see how he performs. Midoriya spun around in a jump. Aida. You're here too. Ida adjusted his glasses with a polite smile. Yes. My family received invitations. We are, after all, a renowned hero lineage. As is mine, Todoroki added, appearing right behind him. In my case, I just took my father's place. Midoriya felt awkward. Ah. 2C. But his attention quickly snapped back to the arena as the announcer raised her voice. All right. The next participant is Rito Takeda. Ready. STA. Before the word even finished, the world around Rio slowed down until it almost stopped. Sound distorted. Colors lost their intensity. And people froze like statues. 3% should be enough for now, he murmured to himself, calmly walking past the frozen announcer. He began to walk. Each step left a glowing mark on the ground. In a few moments, Rio was already in front of the artificial mountain. He climbed it as if it were nothing, reaching every robot along the way and delivering just one precise taps to each of them. No explosions. No exaggerated impact. Just taps. When he finished, he descended the mountain, walked back to the starting point with the same calmness, and took a deep breath. Inner transition, off. Time resumed. RT, the announcer finally concluded. But the next second they blinked. Boom. The mountain behind Rio exploded into multiple parts simultaneously. The robots shattered all at once, waves of heat rising into the air, while the ground displayed a melted trail of footsteps where he had walked. A stunned, absolute silence took over the place for a few seconds, until someone finally yelled. What the hell was that? Bakugo shouted, his mouth agape. I have no idea, Kirishima replied. I just blinked and everything blew up. He turned to Dash. Hey, did you see anything? Dash was motionless. Eyes wide. Jaw clenched. He had seen it all. Or rather, almost all. Even using his accelerated perception, he had to push himself to the limit to keep up. It was still difficult. A slow smile spread across his face. Now I see. See what? Kirishima asked. That Takeda. Dash said, not taking his eyes off the arena, is right alongside me, at this very moment. Meanwhile, Rio was already turning to leave. Wait, the announcer called, clearly flustered. It seems there was a technical issue. The timer didn't record the time. Would you like to repeat the test? Rio shook his head. No. I'm already done. Ah, all right, she replied, understanding nothing. Then, thank you for participating. Rio left the arena calmly, while the system remained oblivious to the fact that he had completed the course in 0.03 seconds. And no one there besides Dash had any idea what had really just happened. Rio looked at his suit, intact after being exposed to the high kinetic temperatures of his run. That Edna woman wasn't lying when she said in that message my suit could handle high temperatures now. He put his hands in his coat pockets. Good thing I didn't end up naked. Chapter 55, Venting and Talking. The amusement square looked like it had come straight from a modern circus, just without over-the-top extravagance. There was a metallic carousel with animals styled in geometric shapes, slowly rotating to the sound of upbeat music, a luminous juggling tent where simple drones floated in synchronized patterns, and a circular stage where artists performed acrobatics on nearly invisible wires, earning constant applause from the crowd. But what really caught the eye were the quirk attractions, stalls where the use of quirks was not just allowed, but necessary. One of them featured a simple sign. The unexpressive man. Make him react. If you succeed, you win a prize. At that moment, a couple was walking away from the stall. The young man walked with his head down, while his girlfriend pulled him by the arm. I told you to stop, she complained. You've already spent way too much money on this. But I almost got it. He mumbled. No, you didn't. Let's go. The man behind the counter raised his hand in farewell. Come back anytime. We won't, the girl yelled from afar. He let out a slow sigh. Whatever. Outwardly, his face remained absolutely neutral, a mask of eternal boredom. But on the inside. Haha. Another couple fell for it. I'm surfing on money today. Who would have thought my useless quirk would finally shine, huh? His quirk, inexpression, completely removed his ability to show emotions. And for years, that had been a curse. Sad movie. He'd cry, with the same face as someone waiting for the bus. A love confession. He cried with joy, with a face like someone looking at their dinner in the microwave. A relative's funeral. Same thing. Getting fired for allegedly groping his coworker. Wait. That one had actually been him. His entire life had been a series of misunderstandings, mostly rejections and suspicious looks. But now, here on Island, things finally seemed to be changing. He was making money, using his quirk legally, and even watching people fail spectacularly trying. He was so satisfied with it all that he barely noticed the new couple stopping in front of his stall. The girl with long, straight black hair, purple streaks, and blue-purple eyes was reading the sign attentively. Then, she turned to her boyfriend. Think you can handle this? I want everything from here. Tony smiled, confident, adjusting his shirt collar. Of course I can. Stay right there and learn from the master. The unexpressive man looked at him. Ah, I love these confident ones. They're always the ones who fall the hardest. The rules are simple, the men said in the same neutral voice. If you can change my expression, you win one of the prizes. If you can't, you have to pay. All right, Tony replied, snapping his fingers. Can we start? It started a long time ago. Perfect then. Tony took a step forward. What's about to happen is nothing personal, pal, but you shall know swag. The men blinked. Rio and the others moved through the attraction area, the sound of laughter, impacts, and excited exclamations filling the air. Among so many flashy game stalls, one in particular had gathered a small crowd, the High Striker, or Streng Thatest game. Midoriya took a deep breath before gripping the oversized mallet. Okay. I'll give it a shot, he said, focusing 25% of one for all into his arms. He swung with all his might. Bang. The puck shot up fast, but lost momentum before the halfway point, stopping just above a quarter of the way up before plummeting back down. Huh. Midoriya's eyes widened. It's a lot harder than I thought. Hey, at least you got it pretty high up, Kirishima remarked, letting out a defeated sigh. I barely managed a few inches. He turned to Bakugo. Wanna try? Bakugo crossed his arms, annoyed. You can't blow this game up. A few meters back, the rest of the group was watching. The device must have been specifically calibrated for brute force quirks, Momo commented, analyzing the structure. That's right, Melissa confirmed excitedly. A lot of the attractions here are adapted like that. It makes things more interesting for the people testing them. That explains all those crazy games we passed earlier, said Jiro. Melissa smiled. This attraction is famous among people with strength quirks. So far, no one has managed to get the top score. And no one. Uraraka repeated, surprised. Melissa laughed. They say it was designed using All Might's strength as a baseline, so, you can imagine how hard it is. Crash. Rio brought the mallet down with force, and the base of the device shattered on impact. The puck shot up like a projectile, racing all the way up the track, completely ignoring the bell at the top, and flying off into the sky, disappearing among the island's buildings. A heavy silence fell over the group. Melissa slowly looked up, her jaw hanging open, following the speck in the sky. Wow. It looks like Takeda broke the thing, Uraraka commented, half in disbelief. Well, Jiro said with a half-smile, at least we now have someone who got the top score. Will they charge for the damages? Ida asked, adjusting his glasses in pure bureaucratic despair. Rio dropped the broken mallet, looking at the destroyed base. Maybe I overdid it a little. Dash arrives beside Rio, looking at what was left of the hammer game. Didn't overdo it at all, he said, crossing his arms. You obliterated that thing. Now how am I supposed to impress Pony if it's never going to be my turn? Rio turned slowly, raising an eyebrow. Impress who? MHA. Dash joked on his own tongue. Tu said, impress everyone. Impress everyone, of course. Rio stared at the blonde for a few seconds, clearly suspicious. Right. He finally replied, turning away and starting to walk. You can try the other attractions. Seems like there are a bunch around here. Next time, I'm going all out. Kirishima punched his own palm, following his friend. I'll show my absolute best. Next time, I'll destroy it better than you, Takeda. Bakugo yelled, following him angrily. This is not a destructive competition. Ida ran up to the group, gesturing forcefully. Property damage is extremely wrong, Anne. The girls just laughed, walking past him without paying much attention. Relax, Ida, said Jiro. No one wants to break anything. Anymore, added Uraraka, laughing. At that moment, Todoroki finally appeared after having gone with Pony to buy some food, biting into a candied apple. Did we miss anything? Maybe. Pony replied, with 2 cotton candy sticks in her hands. With that, the group moved from attraction to attraction like a true walking disaster. Broken records, machines groaning for mercy, and booth owners staring into the void with shattered souls. It reached a point where some operators began politely denying their participation, citing maintenance, daily limit, or simply pure, unadulterated fear. I think they don't want us here anymore, commented Kirishima, scratching the back of his neck. So they shifted their focus from the attractions, returning to a classic. The roller coaster seemed to have been designed by someone who clearly hated physics, impossible curves, absurd drops, and tracks that defied all common sense. The car shot forward, and screams filled the air. I'm gonna die. Dash yelled in complete panic, clinging to his seat as if his life depended on it. This is amazing. Pony, beside him, grinned from ear to ear, completely thrilled. Midoriya screamed a mix of fear and excitement, Kirishima laughed loudly, Bakugo yelled at everyone to shut up, and Ida was clearly having an internal meltdown trying to maintain his composure. Ryo, on the other hand, rode with an absolutely neutral expression, the wind tousling his hair. Slow, he thought. Why is Dash screaming like that? Then he remembered. Oh, right. He's afraid of heights. He felt something squeeze his hand. Ryo glanced to the side and saw slender fingers interlaced with his. He looked up and found Melissa with her eyes tightly shut, shoulders tense, clearly trying not to panic. He watched her for a few seconds, then turned his face forward, without letting go of her hand. He squeezed back, firmly, just like his mother used to do when he was scared. I hope this calms her. And Melissa did seem to relax a bit. When the roller coaster finally stopped, Dash practically fell out of the car, Pony was clapping, and the rest of the group tried to catch their breath. After that, they headed to a large, dark room, completely filled with projections of an artificial cosmos. Stars, nebulae, and galaxies covered the walls, floor, and ceiling, with no visible borders, as if space had swallowed everything. Wow! Uraraka murmured in awe. She then had the idea to use her quirk to enhance everyone's experience, making pairs float one at a time, gently carrying them through the space above. Laughter echoed. Dash and Pony spun past each other, colliding with a projected nebula. Next. I think I can manage 4 at once, said Uraraka, touching Ryo and Melissa. The two began to float. Melissa lost her balance almost immediately, spinning sideways, clearly disoriented. Whoa! Before she could panic, Ryo propelled himself carefully with small bursts from his feet, reaching her and holding her shoulders, stabilizing them both. Easy, he said simply. Melissa blinked a few times, blushing slightly. Thank you. I'm not very good at this. It's fine, he replied. Just relax. She nodded, taking a deep breath. With that, Ryo guided her gently, floating together, surrounded by artificial stars and soft silence, enjoying that small but magnificent zero-gravity stroll. After that serene ride through the artificial cosmos, the group enjoyed several other attractions. A carousel where everyone sat inside floating teacups that spun more than they should, eliciting laughter and dizziness. A hall of mirrors where Dash, impressively, managed to get lost 7 times, swearing each reflection was the right one this time. A haunted house where Bakugo, clearly annoyed by the scares, ended up blowing up part of the set, and Kirishima never stopped teasing him for jumping because of a fake spider hanging from the ceiling. By late afternoon, with the sky beginning to paint itself orange and lilac, they headed for the Ferris wheel. Ryo ended up in a gondola with Melissa. Again. She was a bit quiet, hugging her own arms, still somewhat red with embarrassment. After the scare in the haunted house, she had practically shrunk against Ryo. Technically, it was Bakugo's explosion's fault. Sorry about before, she said, fidgeting with her fingers. I think I must have caused you too much trouble today. Rio blinked, confused. It wasn't any trouble at all, he replied, turning his gaze to the landscape outside. I didn't even mind. Melissa seemed to relax a bit, letting out a slow breath. The gondola rose, and the view of Island opened up before them. Lights were beginning to turn on, reflecting on the sea surrounding the floating island as the sun bid farewell on the horizon. It's beautiful from up here, Melissa commented, leaning against the glass. The island looks like something else altogether at dusk. What do you think? Yeah. Rio answered, distant. Melissa furrowed her brow slightly and turned to him. Ridicon, you seem a bit distant. It took him a second to return to reality. Sorry. I just got distracted. She watched him for a few moments with a careful, curious gaze. You've been like this the whole outing, she said gently. Even when smiling, you seem far away. Rio fell silent. So you noticed? He murmured. He let out a long sigh. I'm just tired, I guess. Melissa shook her head slightly. You don't seem tired. Not once. He averted his eyes, a humorless half-smile on his lips. Yeah. Seems like I can't fool you. Rio turned back to the landscape, resting his arm against the glass. I was thinking about how this whole hero thing is hard. His voice was low. Everyone looks at it like it's the most amazing thing in the world, like being a hero makes you stronger. I am strong, I know that. But that's not exactly what makes someone a hero. Melissa listened in silence. A hero is someone who arrives on time. Who saves people. Who gives someone hope that, at some point, they'll be saved by that same hero again. He clenched his fingers. For me, being strong just means I cause more destruction if I mess up. And even with training, I still fail. I still arrive too late. The gondola continued its slow ascent. It makes me wonder why I keep trying. He took a deep breath. I don't have a grand dream. I don't have a clear path. I don't know what drives me, and yet I keep moving forward. He fell quiet after that. Melissa didn't reply immediately. But she got up from her seat, went over to him, and sat down beside him, looking at the view from the other side. Can I tell you what I think? She asked softly. Rio nodded. I don't have a quirk, she began. I never have. And for a long time, I thought that took away any right I had to dream of becoming a hero or even helping someone. She smiled lightly, a touch melancholic. But my dad always said that heroes aren't defined by what they have, but by what they choose to do when no one is watching. Melissa turned her face to him. You keep going. Even with doubts. Even afraid of failing again. Even feeling like you don't fit in. She pointed to his chest. That already says a lot about you, Ridicon. He stared at her, surprised. Maybe you still don't know what your path is, she continued, her voice soft. But the fact that you care so much, that already says a lot about who you are. It's not just about strength. It's about heart. It's the will to keep moving forward, even when everything feels uncertain. The Ferris will reach the top. For a few seconds, everything was silent. Thank you, Rio said quietly. I needed to hear something like that. Melissa smiled, sweetly. Don't mention it. That's what conversations up high are for, right? Rio let out a low chuckle. Yeah, now that you mention it, we really are high up. The two fell silent for a few seconds, just watching the island down below. The lights reflected on the sea, and the gentle wind rocked the cabin softly. After a while, Rio cleared his throat. Melissa. She turned, curious. What is it? Rio took a moment to speak, clearly fumbling over his own words. This might sound kind of random, he started, but what do you think someone could do if they could manipulate the nuclear spectrum? Melissa blinked, surprised. Nuclear spectrum, she repeated. Like, actually manipulate it. Yeah. Something like that. He shrugged. I've heard of it, but I never really thought about it deeply. Anne, you're an aspiring scientist, so. She was silent for a moment, then smiled, her expression brightening. Okay, I get it. It's a pretty random question, but that's fine. She shifted in her seat. When we talk about the nuclear spectrum, in practice, we're talking about the fundamental forces, the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force. Rio paid close attention, serious. The strong force is what holds protons and neutrons together inside the atomic nucleus. It determines if something is stable, if it can undergo fission, fusion, that sort of thing. The weak force, which we now study together with electromagnetism in the electroweak model, controls processes like radioactive decay, Melissa explained, getting excited. It's what allows particles to change identity. She opened her hands as if assembling something invisible in the air. So, if someone could manipulate that, they'd be tampering directly with the fundamental building blocks of matter and energy. What exactly could you do? Asked Rio. A lot of things, she replied, smiling. Accelerate or slow down radioactive decay, transmute elements, generate or nullify radiation, heal tissues at the cellular level. Heal? Rio interrupted, suddenly leaning closer. How could you heal? Huh? Melissa was startled, her face turning red instantly. Hey! Wait, you're too close. She lightly pushed his shoulder away. I'll explain, but give me some space. Rio blinked, realizing how close he had gotten. Ah, sorry. My bad. He quickly moved back to his spot, looking sheepish. You're forgiven. She murmured, still flushed, before clearing her throat and resuming her train of thought. Anyway, about the healing. An ability based on manipulating the nuclear spectrum would act directly on the forces that sustain living matter, she explained more calmly. Using the strong nuclear force, you could restore damaged atomic nuclei, maintaining tissue structure. Meanwhile, control over the weak force would allow you to regulate decay processes, particle conversion, and biochemical reactions essential to life. She spoke with a sparkle in her eyes. With that, you could rebuild cells, organs, entire systems, correct mutations, eliminate biological flaws, reverse physical or degenerative damage without side effects. Rio looked at her, completely engrossed. And more, Melissa added. You could also reactivate dormant cells. Basically, you could bring someone's body back to its prime just by healing. She smiled, proud. Amazing, right? Melissa turned to him, expecting some reaction, but found Rio murmuring softly to himself, his gaze distant, clearly taking in everything he'd heard. Strong force, weak force, reorganization, reversal. Ridicon, she called, a bit awkwardly. He blinked, coming back to reality. Oh, sorry. A small smile appeared. I'm taking notes. Melissa chuckled softly, tilting her head slightly as she observed Rio's profile. Can I ask you something? She said carefully. Why did you ask about all of that? Do you plan on using it for something? Rio was silent for a few seconds. His gaze fell to the floor of the cabin as his thoughts raced. Even if it's just a hypothesis. Maybe. He began, hesitantly. Maybe I can manipulate the nuclear spectrum with my quirk. It's just a hypothesis, so. Wait, what? Melissa practically leaped forward. She got so close that Rio had to lean his torso back, surprised. You can actually manipulate the nuclear spectrum, she asked, her eyes shining with scientific excitement. Like I said, maybe. He repeated, somewhat awkwardly. I'm not sure yet. Melissa blinked, took a deep breath, and only then seemed to realize how close she was. Her face flushed instantly. Ah. Sorry. She backed away quickly, adjusting her glasses. I wasn't expecting something like that. She laughed nervously. I thought your quirk was just super strength and super speed, like Uncle All Might. Rio shook his head. Not exactly. I kind of power up with energy that's stored inside my body. Melissa's eyes widened. Like a reactor. He made a slight grimace before answering. Yeah. More or less. She fell silent, processing. I've already managed to manipulate some of the things you mentioned, Rio continued. Heat, energy, but healing, no. I've never tried anything like that. He slowly clenched his hand. I know I have some regeneration. My injuries get better after I sleep or when I'm not even paying attention to them. But it's automatic, it's not something I control. That's already amazing. Melissa murmured, genuinely impressed. But it's not enough for me, Rio said seriously. If I learned to use it consciously, if I could heal someone instead, maybe I could finally save people the way I'm looking to. He took a deep breath. I'm not dismissing anything you told me earlier. Really. It's just, I'm tired of being someone who solves everything by hitting. I want to do more than just destroy. Melissa watched him for a few seconds in silence. Then, a calm, understanding smile appeared on her face. I understand, she said. Truly. She adjusted her glasses, looking thoughtfully at the scenery outside. And, we still have a little time today. Huh. Rio frowned. What do you mean? Melissa leaned forward, excited, but more carefully this time. Would you like to come with me to the Academy's laboratory? She asked. We could test that hypothesis. Rio's eyes widened slightly. Test, now. She confirmed, smiling. Now. Chapter 56, My Hero. The golden afternoon light reflected off the colossal structure of Tower I, a 200-story building rising from the heart of the island. Built to a sturdiness surpassing that of a bomb shelter, the tower had each floor sealed by reinforced retractable doors and special hatches in the ceiling, ready for any emergency. It was there that the Expo would take place. The lower floors buzzed with activity, from the second to the sixth floor. The second functioned as the grand entrance hall, while the fourth to the sixth extended the main exhibition area. On the fifth floor, people were finishing setting up their exhibits, but in one corner, the atmosphere was explosive. Disgusting, snarled a short, elderly woman, arms crossed and gaze sharp. This looks like a funeral suit exhibition, not a fashion show. No soul, no life, no impact. Her assistants practically shrank under the weight of her words. "WWE so sorry, Miss Mode." One of them murmured. "Stop apologizing," she snapped, stomping her foot. "And redo it. All of it. Again." The helpers immediately scrambled, bowing and rushing to rearrange mannequins, lights, and fabrics, while Edna Mode was left behind, rubbing her temple in irritation. "Fifth time." She grumbled. "When are these idiots going to learn to do something properly?" "Mode-sama." The male voice came from behind her, soft, polite, and laden with clear, audible excitement. Edna froze for half a second, and let out a deep sigh even before turning around. "Not you again," she said, clearly annoyed. Before her stood a tall, elegant man with impeccable posture. His long, meticulously cared-for pink hair contrasted with his attentive golden eyes. He was dressed in an elegant and sophisticated formal suit he had designed and made himself, the pink-gold hue impossible to ignore. "It's been so long since we last saw each other," he said, opening into a warm smile. "I was delighted to hear you would be here, Mode-sama." "Enough with that saccharine talk, we are not friends," she cut him off. "We were colleagues. Former ones. Now we are strangers. And stop calling me Sama. We're not in Japan anymore." He placed a hand on his chest, theatrically. "That changes nothing. You shall always remain my Mode-sama. To me, you will always deserve my respect and admiration." The man then shifted his gaze to the exhibition behind her, arching his eyebrows with genuine interest. "I see you haven't come to play. These pieces, they are true works of art. There's something different about them. An air that's more exotic. I see you've positioned them with great care. I think I should take more notes." Edna furrowed her brow. "That bastard. He was always like this. Kind words, elegant tone, judging, analyzing, inwardly smiling at the chaos. A rival since art school days in Japan. Always too elegant, too calm, too insufferable." "Are you making fun of me, Lucien Aoyama Moreau?" she fired off, finally addressing the man by his full name. Lucien Aoyama Moreau, or simply Lucien Aoyama, son of a Japanese mother and a French father, a renowned haute couture designer in Europe. He looked at Edna and simply smiled even wider. Before he could say anything, Edna took a step forward, furious. "All right then," she yelled, marching over to her exhibition. "You lot. Move those lazy behinds. I already explained how this should look. I want presence, I want impact, I want living art." The assistants nearly jumped out of their skins and went back to work at double speed. From a distance, Lucien watched the scene in silence, the gentle smile never leaving his face. "She hasn't changed a bit," he thought. "Still the same Edna I admire, and draw inspiration from." Meanwhile, on the sixth floor of the tower, the atmosphere was quite different from the elegant chaos of the floor below. Ah, if you could move that, a little more to the left, no, the other left. Murmured Mira Caldwell, almost disappearing inside the enormous white lab coat. She pointed timidly, the long sleeves covering almost her entire hands, as she held a tablet. Like this, Caldwell-sama? Asked one of the assistants, a tall man bending slightly to hear her better. Yais, that's it, thank you. Replied Mira, adjusting her glasses as they slid down her nose. The boss is so cute. He thought, smiling without realizing. On the other side of the exhibition, two female assistants were carrying a set of gleaming prototypes. Caldwell-sama, do these support modules go here or closer to the core? Asked one of them, her tone almost too affectionate. Close to the core, but with a space of, about 2.5 paces. Replied Mira, making a small gesture with her fingers. 2.5 paces. Understood, said the other assistant, excitedly. You heard her. 2.5 paces, exactly as Caldwell-sama requested. The two exchanged bright looks, clearly enchanted. The boss is so tiny. And so kind. I want to protect her. Mira, completely unaware of the collective thoughts, paced back and forth, murmuring instructions while nearly tripping over her own lab coat, being discreetly steadied by one of the assistants just before falling. Careful, Caldwell-sama. Ah. Thank you. After long minutes of adjustments, relocations, and questions that were too gentle for the timid woman to handle, everything was finally in place. She took 2 small steps back, analyzed the entire exhibition, and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, done, social interaction is really draining. She murmured to herself. The assistants exchanged glances and smiled. Before she could hide behind a workbench, a female voice sounded from behind her. Mira. Eek, she gave a little jump, looking like a startled mouse. Turning around, she saw her lab partner and colleague, Helena Ward, a woman with brown hair tied in a practical ponytail and attentive green eyes. What is it? Asked Mira, still catching her breath. The SR-12S. Are they prepped for the presentation? Helena asked, consulting the checklist on her tablet. Mira brought the long sleeve up to her chin, thoughtful. The Paladins. Ah. Almost ready. She replied, pointing to a circular black curtain in one corner of the Cider Tech exhibition. I was just about to prepare them. Great. Helena smiled, relieved. That's the last thing on my list. She looked around, observing the exhibition with satisfaction, when suddenly, she clutched her stomach. Ugh. She groaned. Helena. Are you okay? Mira asked, completely distressed. Two don't think so. She grimaced. It must have been those macarons. I knew I shouldn't have eaten so many. DDO, you need me to get someone? Mira asked, worried and unsure of what to do. No. I'm going to the restroom. Helena said hurriedly, already turning away. Sorry, Mira. And she practically ran off. Be careful. And, come back soon, said Mira weakly, left alone in the middle of the exhibition. She looked around, then at her prototypes. Looks like it's just us now. She murmured, smiling slightly. Mira. Eek. She almost dropped the tablet. Turning again, she saw Helena standing behind her. You didn't go to the restroom, she asked, confused. Ah, the pain passed on the way, Helena replied, scratching the back of her neck awkwardly. Okay. That's good. Said Mira, visibly relieved. She then turned around, animated. Then. I'll go finish the adjustments on the Paladins, she said, walking with quick little steps toward the black curtain. Don't overdo it, Helena commented from behind her, with a strange smile. Two won't. Mira replied confidently. And as soon as Mira disappeared behind the curtain, the woman stood still, watching her from behind, the smile remaining fixed for a moment too long. Island Academy stretched out like a small city dedicated to science. A vast campus, modern without being cold, composed of several tall buildings connected by elevated walkways and glass corridors. The main building, imposing with its 10 stories, dominated the center of the complex, while other smaller buildings housed specific sectors: engineering, biochemistry, robotics, hero support, and applied research. This is the academy, Melissa said, walking beside Rio with light steps. Where we train to become scientists, or at least survive exam weeks. She smiled, trying to lighten the tone. They were walking through one of the 3 buildings dedicated exclusively to individual laboratories, each assigned to outstanding students. The corridor was long, too white, too bright. The pale walls, the aligned metal doors, the light panels above the ceiling, for some reason, it gave him a strange sense of déjà vu. A subtle, almost imperceptible discomfort. It looks like the NCRCDQ. It was similar. Too similar. Ridicon. Melissa's voice pulled him back. He blinked, pushing the thought away. Nothing. I just thought the hallway looked familiar. What a coincidence, she said, stopping in front of a door. It's here. Melissa made a proud gesture with her hand before turning to the side panel. Her fingers typed the code, and the sliding door opened with a soft sound. Rio was immediately greeted by a central table occupied by chaotically stacked books, scribbled papers, and a box to the side. Ooh, sorry for the mess. Melissa laughed awkwardly, entering first. I swear this place was organized, yesterday. Rio's gaze swept across the laboratory carefully. To the left, a data bank blinked softly. Further ahead, a desk with a robotic arm attached, covered in delicate tools. In the opposite corner, a metal isolation chamber, vaguely resembling a freezer. There was also a shelf filled with technical books, photographs, old notes. And on top, several trophies and recognition plaques. You won all these? Rio asked, stopping in front of them. You're really talented. Melissa shook her head, laughing softly. Not that much. She said. Most of them came because I studied like crazy. She pointed to the messy table. You can tell, right? Rio averted his gaze to the table at the same moment Melissa entered a small room to the left. I wasn't getting good grades before. Her voice came from inside. That's because I wanted to become a hero. At any cost. Rio picked up one of the books from the table, Advanced Linear Algebra. He flipped through a few pages as he listened. Maybe you already know the reason. Melissa continued. Especially since I've already told you I don't have a quirk. He closed the book slowly, lowering his gaze. To be a hero, you need an quirk, she said, calmly. I denied that for a long time. But the more I saw, the more I understood. Melissa came out of the room carrying a transparent plastic box, large, with 2 side openings made of a flexible material that would mold to the arms of the person using it. She placed it carefully on the center table. Heroes with incredible quirks still struggle to survive against villains, some even end up dying. She continued, smiling faintly. That's when I saw the chasm I was pretending didn't exist. She ran her hand over the box, almost affectionately. If even heroes with quirks suffer so much, how would someone without a quirk fare? She shrugged, as if it were a simple conclusion. That's why I ended up giving up on that idea. Melissa turned to Rio, her smile gentle, without resentment. Maybe. I'll have better luck in another life. Melissa noticed Rio's lowered gaze and the tension in his shoulders almost immediately. Hey. She called softly. Rio raised his head a little but still avoided meeting her eyes. Sorry. He said. You saying that, about giving up on being a hero, especially surrounded by people who are about to become heroes, it must have bothered you in some way. Melissa blinked, surprised. For a moment, she seemed to process his words, and then she smiled, letting out a light chuckle. No, it didn't bother me at all, she replied naturally. I mean, of course I felt envious at times. It would be a lie to say I didn't. She shrugged. But that's something pretty superficial to me now. Rio finally looked up, confused. Superficial. Melissa nodded slightly and turned, walking a few steps toward one of the shelves. Among the books and prototypes was a framed photo of her as a child, smiling, seated in her father's arms. Because I chose a different path, she said, looking at the picture. A different path. The same as my father's, she explained, a calm glow in her eyes. He never had a quirk that could help him be a hero. But that never stopped him from fighting for peace. She gently touched the frame. He supports Uncle All Might, and so many other heroes, with science. It's indirect, I know. But he creates things that help save lives. That protect. That give people the hope of safety. Rio remained silent, absorbing every word. He doesn't fight villains, Melissa continued, but he helps those who do. Rio brought a hand to his chin. Someone who helps heroes, also saves people, he murmured thoughtfully. Melissa turned to him, smiling more openly now. Exactly, she said, animated. That's how I plan to be a hero now. The lab seemed quieter for a moment, as if those words had found a deep place within Rio. Rio let out a slight smile. I understand, he said. I think, we're kind of similar in that way. Always moving forward, even without knowing exactly where. The difference is that you've already found a goal. Melissa chuckled softly, agreeing. Maybe we are. She stepped away and walked over to the isolation chamber. All right, enough talking for now, she declared, opening the metal door. We have a test to run with your quirk while we have time. From inside, she took out 2 apples, red and shiny. Let's use these as test dummies, she said, animated as she approached Rio. She brought the other apple to her mouth and took a generous bite, making a satisfied sound. So sweet, she commented, bringing a hand to her cheek. Rio slightly furrowed his brow, watching the scene in silence. Only then did Melissa notice his look, turning red to the tips of her ears. Ah. Sorry. Force of habit. She laughed awkwardly. She cleared her throat, trying to regain her composure, and opened the large transparent plastic box, placing the bitten apple right in the center before carefully closing it. So, as I explained before, she began in a more focused tone, for you to heal someone, you need to work on 2 fronts. She made a gesture in the air, as if holding something invisible between her fingers. First, the strong nuclear force. It's what keeps nuclei stable. In the body, that would be like restoring and reassembling damaged atoms, putting the pieces back in the right place. Then, she made another gesture, more delicate. And then comes the weak force. It adjusts the internal processes, regulates reactions, ensures the cells function without collapsing. It's the fine-tuning. Melissa looked at him over her glasses. Have you messed with any of these things before? Rio nodded slowly. I have, used something similar to prevent the ionization of my blasts. Especially when dealing with my gamma explosions. Melissa's eyes sparkled. So you already have a solid foundation. That's a lot, Ridicon. He approached the table and the box, taking a deep breath. He slipped his hands into the side openings, the flexible material molding to the sides of his arms. His eyes focused completely on the bitten apple. If I do this right, he murmured. It should return to its original state, Melissa finished. Think of it like a broken structure. First you reassemble the framework. Then, you adjust the function. Rio closed his eyes. A greenish aura began to envelop his hands, soft at first, almost shimmering. The apple began to react, the bitten part slowly regenerated, the flesh closing up, the skin reforming. Wow. Melissa whispered, surprised. You're really doing it. But then the glow intensified too quickly. The apple shone intensely for a second and then simply disintegrated, turning into fine particles that vanished inside the box. Rio's eyes widened slowly, and he turned his head to Melissa, clearly tense. Was that supposed to happen? Melissa brought a hand to her chin, thoughtful, her glasses sliding down a bit. Looks like you energized it too much, she said, a bit awkwardly. Localized biological combustion. He swallowed dryly. Can that happen to people? She made a guilty face. It can. The atmosphere got weird for a moment, then Melissa smiled, confident. But wait. This wasn't a total failure. It was an extremely promising result, even. You got much further than I imagined on the first try. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling with scientific excitement. Now it's just a matter of adjustment. And this time, with much less energy. With that, the test continued. The second apple reformed almost entirely, only to catch fire from the inside, flames consuming the flesh in seconds. The third one didn't burn, it aged. The skin wrinkled, darkened, the inside dried up as if decades had passed in the blink of an eye. The fourth one changed. Irregular growths appeared under the skin, the shape becoming a mutant apple. Rio pulled his hands back after each failure, his heart tightening with every attempt. It was only then, after error, that he started to have successes. The fifth apple reformed. The sixth one too. The seventh, the eighth, the ninth. By the time they got to the final half dozen, all of them were perfect. Melissa didn't celebrate immediately. Her face grew serious, analytical. She opened the box, carefully picked up the apple and spun it between her fingers, observing every detail. Then, she took it to the scanner, her fingers flying over the panel as she ran a complete scan. The screen blinked. No anomalies. Melissa took a deep breath, and then smiled, giving a thumbs up. Another success. Rio felt the air return to his lungs. He looked at his own hands as if seeing them for the first time. So. I can heal. He murmured, clenching his fists, a genuine light appearing in his eyes. Not yet, Melissa said calmly. He turned to her. What do you mean? Before he could react, Melissa picked up a thin blade from the workbench. Melissa. She cut her own finger. Blood welled up bright red, trickling slowly. What are you doing? Rio took a step forward, panic piercing his voice. Melissa held up the cut finger, steady despite the pain. Proving a point. Using yourself as a guinea pig, he shot back, almost desperate. She took a deep breath, her gaze serious but fearless. Many scientists have risked their own lives so that humanity could take a step forward, she said with conviction. I'm just doing the same, so you can take yours. Rio fell silent, his chest tightening. It's still risky. He murmured. What if it goes wrong? Melissa smiled slightly, confident. It won't go wrong if you don't let your mind go to that place. I trust you, Ridicun. Trust. The word that hits him harder than any punch, the same one Anan used. I'll try, he said finally. But if I feel something is wrong, I'll stop. Okay. That's fine, she replied, smiling. But be quick, it hurts a bit. She extended her finger towards him. Rio approached, his hands enveloping hers with extreme care. The greenish aura appeared again, wrapping around her hand. The glow reflected on the floor, and on the small drops of blood that had fallen there. His gaze fell upon them. I'm pathetic. Letting her bleed like this. The thought came like a blade. How many times has it been like this? People get hurt around you, people trusted me, and in the end, I only bring destruction and failure. The energy within him wavered. What if this goes wrong? What if you fail again? What if, in the end, all you know how to do is break, never fix? His hands trembled slightly. Rito. Melissa's voice called him, soft. He looked up. She was smiling at him. A small, sincere smile, full of faith. You can do it, Ridicun. Rio looked at her for a few seconds before taking a deep breath, closing his eyes for a moment when Melissa's voice reached him again. Focus only on me, she said with a calm smile, despite the slight pain in her finger. Don't think about what could go wrong. Think only about what you want to happen. Rio swallowed hard. Her words cut through the tangle of guilt and fear like an anchor. He opened his eyes and, this time, didn't look at the blood on the floor, nor at the shadows of the past that insisted on pulling him back. He looked at her hand. Just at that. Just, fix it. The energy responded. This time, the aura became more contained, less aggressive. It didn't radiate outward, it closed in, organized itself, as if obeying an invisible limit he had finally learned to impose. At the deepest level, Rio assembled the pieces of the puzzle that was once unknown to him, feeling the strong nuclear force act like delicate fingers connecting two yellow pieces around the white one, repositioning nuclei and realigning atomic structures disrupted by the blade's passage. Right after, he aligned and slotted a blue piece into a specific slot in the formula, the weak force kicking in, adjusting reactions, slowing down incorrect processes, guiding not just the wound, but Melissa's body back to its prime. She felt the warmth first. Then, nothing. Rito, she murmured. The blood stopped. The skin began to close slowly, without exaggerated brightness, without sparks, without combustion. It simply regenerated, as if the injury had never existed. In moments, the cut had completely disappeared, leaving only the memory that it had once been there. Rio's eyes snapped open, and he let go of her hand as if afraid he had done something wrong. Did I stop in time? He asked, his voice low, almost trembling. Melissa blinked a few times, looking at her own finger. She turned her hand over, brought it close to her face, pressed the skin carefully, nothing. No pain. No mark. She slowly raised her gaze to him. It worked. For a second, Rio didn't react. Then it clicked. It worked. He repeated, almost in disbelief. Melissa smiled wide, a genuine, proud smile, the kind that doesn't fit on a face. She closed her healed hand and raised her arm in the air. It worked, yes, she said, excited. No mutations, no excess energy, no side effects. Melissa's sentence was cut off when Rio pulled her into a strong, sudden hug. Hey. Aridicon. She stiffened for a moment, completely caught off guard, her brain still trying to catch up with what was happening, but he was already speaking, his voice choked and rapid, as if afraid that if he stopped, it would all disappear. I can heal. He repeated, almost laughing and crying at the same time. I can really save people. I can do something good. Something truly good. Before Melissa could react, he lifted her by the waist and began spinning her in the air. The lab seemed to disappear for a few seconds. Her blonde hair fanned out with the motion, the bow at her neck swaying as she let out a small, surprised sound. Arito, she called, her face on fire. But, little by little, the shock gave way to something else. His joy was too contagious to resist. A laugh escaped her, first timid, then looser, as she let herself be swept up in the spin, feeling that raw, genuine happiness. He set her down after a few seconds, still breathless, his eyes glistening. Without a word, he pulled her into another hug, tighter, almost desperate. Thank you. He said, his voice breaking. Thank you, really. Melissa returned the hug without thinking, wrapping her arms around him carefully, her hand resting on his back. Don't mention it. She replied softly. You're the one who did everything in the end. She pulled back a little, but Rio shook his head, a huge smile spreading across his face. No. He looked at her, serious and sincere. You guided me here. You helped me take that step, the step I wanted to take for so long. He brought a hand to his chest, as if he was still trying to understand what he felt. You said you helped heroes. He continued. And you did. You helped me prove that I can be more than I was before. That I can be the opposite of what I thought of myself. The smile on Rio's face was different from anything Melissa had seen until then. It wasn't the polite smile from before. Nor the light smile from their outing. It was a free smile. A smile he didn't know he could give when he was called a threat. When he was called a walking disaster. When he was called a monster. A smile he didn't know he could give when everyone around him seemed to be against him. When his mother fell into a coma. When he doubted, every day, if he would ever be able to change. Thank you. He repeated. Thank you for being my hero. Melissa's eyes sparkled, completely taken by surprise. She stood there, gazing at that genuine smile, feeling something warm her chest in a strange, new, almost frightening way. Her cheeks flushed before she could stop it. So, is this it? Is this the feeling of saving someone? Or, could it be something else? Before she could organize her thoughts, the lab's retractable door slid open with a soft hiss. Melissa. I was calling to ask about the project and you weren't answer. The blue-haired girl froze in place upon seeing the scene, the two of them very close, the atmosphere clearly different from a simple conversation. She blinked a few times. Boo. Sorry, she said quickly, already retreating. I didn't mean to interrupt. The door shut in an instant, leaving a thick silence behind. Melissa brought a hand to her face, completely red. Rio blinked, only then realizing how close they still were. Ah, he uttered, removing his hands from Melissa and stepping back. For a few seconds, neither said a word. The lab seemed too small for so much left unsaid, but too big for their hearts. Chapter 57, Island Incident Part 1. Tower I shone at the heart of the island like a beacon in the middle of the night. Lights traced the lines of its colossal 200-story structure, holographic panels displayed iExpo logos and sponsor names, while beams of light shot up into the sky, visible even from the farthest corners of the island. The building was buzzing with activity, drones patrolling the perimeter and lines of well-dressed guests streaming through the main entrances. In the middle of it all, Midoriya was running in a hurry. Sorry, he muttered to himself, dodging guests while hastily adjusting his red suit with thin black vertical stripes. His tie was a bit crooked, his hair more unruly than usual, and his expression was pure panic. He rushed through the main doors almost breathless and headed straight for the central elevators, only to stop abruptly. Ah, that's right. He panted. A verification panel descended from the ceiling. A camera and scanner swept his body from head to toe, analyzing his identity, authorization, and access level. Midoriya stood perfectly still, trying not to look any more nervous than he already was. ID, V11586879. Izuku Midoriya. Access granted. The retractable door opened with a soft shhhk. Phew. He sighed, quickly stepping inside. The elevator ascended in absolute silence, the background music barely registering with Izuku. When it stopped on the first floor, the doors opened, and he walked right into the part of the group already gathered. "Everyone," he said, bowing slightly. "Sorry I'm late." Ida, impeccable in a perfectly tailored dark blue suit, adjusted his glasses with a stiff gesture. Midoriya. Punctuality is a fundamental virtue at formal events. "Sorry," he repeated, on autopilot, before looking around. "Wait, where's everyone else?" "They haven't arrived yet," replied Ida, clearly disappointed. "Frankly, what do they think it means to attend an official event as a group?" Todoroki, in a white suit over a light blue shirt, shrugged. "They're probably stuck choosing clothes." Kaminari laughed. "Maybe they're lost in this maze." Shiro agreed with a nod. Before Ida could retort, one of the other 4 elevator doors opened. Uraraka stepped out slowly, clearly feeling awkward, wearing a pink dress with a full, rounded skirt that resembled a ballerina's costume. Her black tights contrasted with the light color of the dress, and she scratched the back of her neck, nervous. "Sorry I'm late." Midoriya froze. "You Uraraka." She looked up. "HM. What is it?" "And nothing. It's just that." He gulped, his face turning red. "You look really beautiful in that dress." Uraraka blinked, and instantly blushed. "Thanks," she murmured, smiling shyly. "I ended up borrowing it from Momo." Before the atmosphere could get any more awkward, another elevator opened. Momo stepped out first, elegant as always, wearing a sophisticated green dress that looked tailor-made. Right behind her, almost hiding, came Jiro. "Jiro, you don't need to hide," Momo said softly, smiling. Jiro gulped and stepped forward, revealing her hot pink dress with a little black jacket over it, reminiscent of a bold, almost lollipop style that was way too cute for her usual taste. "Sorry," she said, scratching her cheek. "I'm not used to this kind of outfit." "You look super cute in it," Kaminari blurted out without thinking. Jiro froze. "DDO, you really think so?" Her face turned bright red immediately. But before she could answer, Kaminari had already walked right past her, stopping in front of Momo. "You too, Momo, you're on another level today, this should be illegal." Crack. 2 of her headphone jacks shot out in a quick motion and connected to Kaminari's back. Huh. A sonic vibration ran through his body, making him fall stiffly to the floor. Arg. What? What was that for? Jiro turned her back, crossing her arms. Idiot. The group fell silent for a second, until Shiro burst out laughing. "Dude, you totally had that coming." Ida cleared his throat, trying to restore the group's composure. Ahem. "Regardless, pull yourselves together. Important guests are still missing, and this event demands proper behavior." Todoroki looked around, indifferent. "So, we're still missing 6 more." The door of another elevator opened soon after. Dash stepped out first, and immediately seemed to want to go back in. He was wearing a neatly fitted slate blue suit, a white shirt underneath, and a red tie he couldn't stop adjusting. The boy was visibly awkward, his face slightly flushed, his shoulders stiff as if he didn't know where to put his hands. "Sorry we're late," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Before he could finish, Pony appeared right behind him, still gently holding onto his arm. "He got lost on the way," she added cheerfully, her accent thick. "But he was lucky I found him along the way." Pony wore a beautiful light beige dress that fell softly, highlighting her delicate demeanor, and a tiara of colorful flowers adorned her hair. The whole look gave her an almost ethereal air. Shiro whistled loudly. "Ooh la la, look at that. We've got a couple over here." Part of the group laughed. Dash immediately covered his face with his hands. "Stop it." "Hey, don't be like that," said Pony, giving his arm a slight squeeze. "They're just teasing." When Dash had calmed down a bit, Pony let go and walked over to the group of girls. Uraraka, Momo, and Jiro immediately started complimenting her. "You look so cute in that dress. It suits you so much, Pony. You look just like one of those princesses from storybooks." Pony smiled happily, swaying a little from side to side. Meanwhile, Dash was left behind, stuck between Ciro and Kaminari. "Man, not only did you invite her, but you show up all cuddly too," teased Ciro, giving him a light nudge with his elbow. "Yeah," said Kaminari, crossing his arms. "Dude shows up with a pretty date and everything. How shameless." "You're just jealous," Kaminari retorted Ciro with a mischievous grin. "Jealous? Me?" Kaminari pointed at himself. No. "Well, maybe a little. Guys, take it easy." Dash pleaded nervously. "If you talk Japanese this fast I won't understand anything." Midoriya chuckled softly beside Ida, who let slip a small, restrained smile. But then, Izuku noticed movement from another elevator. The doors opened. Ryo stepped out first. He wore an impeccable dark green suit, blazer, pants, and vest all in the same deep tone. The white shirt contrasted with his neatly tied black tie, and his plain black shoes reflected the light. His hair, which was usually looser, was now combed and neat, making his face look even more handsome and elegant. Beside him was Melissa. For a second, the entire floor seemed to fall silent. Her hair was pulled into a high ponytail, tied with a large black bow. Her bangs were swept back, held in place by a red headband, while the rest of her hair softly framed her face. She wasn't wearing glasses because she had switched to contact lenses. Golden oval earrings swayed slightly as she walked. The off-the-shoulder dress had a sweetheart neckline. The top was dark blue, the skirt was a fluid, elegant light blue. A black fabric belt marked the transition between the colors, with a large white rose positioned slightly to the left, hiding the fabric's tie. Black ruffles peeked out from under the skirt at knee height. On her feet were white high-heeled sandals with crisscross straps. Her nails, both fingers and toes, were painted a coral shade, matching the soft lipstick on her lips. Melissa walked slightly shyly, her cheeks flushed, talking quietly with Ryo. "You look very beautiful in your dress, Melissa," he said sincerely, not realizing the others could hear, or perhaps not caring. "Aridikun," she murmured, her face turning even redder. "Thank you." The group fell silent for a moment. Then Kaminari broke the spell. "Okay, this is just unfair now." Ciro nodded in agreement. "Definitely unfair." Uraraka blinked in surprise. "Melissa, you look gorgeous." Momo smiled elegantly. "Truly, that dress is perfect on you." Melissa brought a hand to her chest, feeling bashful. "Thank you." Ryo walked up to Dash and gave him a light punch on the shoulder, smiling. "You look pretty cool in that suit," he commented. "It just seems a little too big for you." Dash scratched his head awkwardly. "It's my dad's," he replied. "I got lucky he still had it in the closet, he ended up lending it to me." Ryo's eyes widened slightly in surprise before breaking into a smile. "I see. The important thing is that it looks good on you." Dash blinked, taken aback by the response. Around them, the rest of the group also noticed the change. "His mood seems to have improved a lot." Midoriya murmured to Ida. Ida agreed, adjusting his glasses. "He's not forcing those smiles anymore," he observed. "It seems natural now." Uraraka approached the two, curious. "You guys noticed it too, right?" Both nodded, and Ida added. "I think the whole group noticed. He wasn't being very discreet during the tour after all." Momo was also watching Ryo from a distance, noticing his smile as he chatted with Dash. "I wonder what happened to put him in such a good mood," she asked. Melissa followed Momo's gaze to Ryo, right as Midoriya and Ida were approaching the two. Beside her, Jiro tilted her head slightly. "Did something happen between you two?" she asked. "You guys went out together after the tour, didn't you?" Pony chuckled softly. "Yeah. She mentioned they were going to her gym or something." Melissa turned to Jiro too quickly, blushing. "Nothing major happened," she said. "I just helped him with something he asked for." Jiro raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Helped him with what, exactly?" Melissa opened her mouth but froze. In her mind, memories came without warning, Ryo hugging her, spinning her in the air, his light laugh, the warm, cozy feeling she felt. Her face turned even redder. She fidgeted with her fingers. "I helped him test something," she replied, looking away. Momo and Jiro looked even more confused, while Pony just laughed, clearly enjoying the situation. Melissa mumbled something inaudible before raising her voice. But we don't have time for this now. She turned, getting everyone's attention. The party is probably starting soon, so we should better go. Before she could finish, a loud alarm echoed through the building. Beep. 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 This is an announcement from the I-Island security system. An artificial voice resonated through the speakers. A report has been submitted indicating the presence of an explosive device in the I-Expo zone. I-Island is now entering a state of maximum alert. "AA bomb," exclaimed Ciro, looking around tensely. "How did a bomb get in here?" murmured Todoroki, frowning. The metallic sound of moving mechanisms filled the surroundings. Security hatches began to descend, sealing off elevators and windows. Main buildings will be sealed as a preventive measure. Dash looked around nervously. What's happening? Rio clenched his fists as he looked around. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not good. Melissa took a deep breath and raised her voice, trying to stay calm. Everyone, stay where you are, she said. This is part of the island's containment system. It activates as soon as it detects any anomaly in the security system or receives an external report. And it seems a bomb has been detected in the tower. The light-hearted atmosphere from minutes ago vanished completely, replaced by a heavy tension spreading through the air. The reception hall descended into chaos in seconds. The party was interrupted by a piercing alarm, and immediately after, containment devices rose from the floor, ensnaring the heroes with brilliant blue energy bands, ultra-resistant. Before anyone could react, armed men stormed the venue, pointing their guns in every direction. Near the buffet table, Edna was next to Lucien when it all happened. What's going on here? He asked, clearly confused. A scream sounded behind them. Eek! No. No, please. A girl quickly crouched and hid under the table. Trembling, she pulled her oversized white lab coat around herself, her glasses sliding down her nose. I'm scared. I don't want to die. Edna slowly turned her head, looking at the young woman hiding. Stop trembling, she said in a dry tone. If you're going to hide, do it properly. And breathe. Panic doesn't help anyone. Despite the harsh tone, Edna remained close to the table, steady, while Mira seemed strangely calm. In the center of the hall, not even All Might was spared. The bindings tightened around him, pinning his arms. He tried to fight against the containment. Damn it, he grunted, straining his body. A gunshot echoed through the hall. Wolfram stepped onto the podium, gun raised. Don't move, All Might, he said coldly. If you try anything, I'll kill everyone here in seconds. He pointed the gun at the guests and sponsors below. The group recoiled in panic. All Might gritted his teeth, but before he could respond, Wolfram kicked him, sending him crashing back against his bindings. There. Very good, the villain smiled. Stay right there. Be a good boy. Wolfram then turned to everyone in the hall. Pay attention. I didn't come here to kill anyone, he said, slightly raising his gun. As long as you do exactly as I say, everyone will walk out alive. Wolfram raised a hand to his ear upon receiving a call on the intercom. HM. Understood. He disconnected and swept his gaze across the hall until his eyes stopped on a man near the podium. You, he pointed. Are you a researcher here? Sam gulped, feeling his heart race. Why wise, I am. Excellent. Wolfram made a casual gesture with his hand. Take him. Two henchmen immediately approached, but before they could touch him, David stepped forward. Wait, he said firmly. He is my assistant. What do you intend to do with him? Wolfram slowly turned, sizing David up and down. David's shield. He smiled. You're coming with us as well. And if I refuse? David asked, tense. Wolfram's smile widened. He raised his gun and, without hesitation, pointed it at Helena in the back. There are many answers to your question in this room, if you're curious. He said, a malicious grin on his face. If you still have doubts, we'll have to take an example with us too. The henchman grabbed Helena by the arms. She tried to resist, but it was futile, casting a tense look back at David. David clenched his teeth. Fine. I'll go. Wolfram nodded, satisfied. Smart choice. With that, Sam, David, and Helena were escorted out of the hall, surrounded by the armed men. On the podium, All Might growled in frustration, straining against the restraints pinning him to the floor. "Damn it," he murmured. "Could I take them all on and reactivate the security system? In my current state." He stopped moving as he noticed a discreet, almost imperceptible flash coming from the lobby above. All Might looked up. Up there, among beams and walkways, two silhouettes were moving carefully. "Why, young Midoriya," he murmured. "Young Takeda too." A determined, faint smile appeared on his face. "Right. I am not alone in this." He gave a slight nod to the boys above. "There is a person on this island who can rival me, and that person will be the key to us handling this crisis." Chapter 58, I-Island Incident Part 2. Control Room, Tower I, 200th floor. The reinforced door slid open with a metallic hiss. Wolfram entered first, followed by two armed thugs. Close behind came David, Sam, and Helena, under tight escort. "Senju," Wolfram called. In the center of the room, standing before the main console, a man turned his head slightly. His whitish blonde hair was disheveled, and the top of his skull was clearly mechanical, covered in plates with a visible ocular lens nestled among the hair. From the nose down, his face was completely human. "Finally," said Senju number 2, his voice impatient. "Took you long enough." Wolfram took a step forward. "I brought him." He turned to the thug beside him. "Swordkill." The man nodded and shoved David toward the center of the room. "Hurry up and unlock the vault," ordered Senju number 2, not even bothering to look directly at him. Swordkill reached up, removed his helmet. His face was revealed under the cold light of the room, dark, purplish-pink, curved and linear marks cut across the skin beneath his eyes and over his cheeks. Faded pink hair fell to his shoulders. He stared at David with contempt. "Acting so proud back in the hall," he said, activating his quirk. Retractable blades slid from his forearm, merging into a single cone-shaped blade. Swordkill brought the sharp tip close to David's face. "You heard him. If you don't want to die, hurry up and do it." David swallowed dryly. He glanced quickly back at Sam and Helena, then looked at Wolfram. "Okay." Wolfram smiled, satisfied. "Take them to the vault room." Two thugs grabbed David and Sam by the arms. As they started to pull them away, David turned. "Wait. What about her?" Helena tried to take a step to follow, but Wolfram raised his gun, casually pointing it at her. "She stays." David immediately spun around. "What?" "No. Don't worry," Wolfram interrupted calmly. "We'll take very good care of her while you're gone." David clenched his teeth but was finally dragged away by force with Sam. The door closed behind them with a heavy clang. Silence fell in the room. Helena and Wolfram stared at each other for a few seconds. "You're frighteningly good at that," Wolfram said finally. "If you hadn't tipped me off about who you'd be, I never would have suspected." A slow smile spread across Helena's face. Her appearance began to distort like a reflection in water. In seconds, her brown hair shifted and gained a silvery sheen, her skin took on a bronze tone, and her facial features changed completely. "Thanks for the compliment," said Mirage, now revealed. "And I must say, you all weren't bad in your roles either." Wolfram raised an eyebrow. "Was that sarcasm?" Mirage laughed softly. "Perhaps." She walked over to Wolfram and Senju number 2, who remained seated before the main console. "So," she continued, "let's get down to business." Wolfram crossed his arms. "The plan isn't just to get the individuality amplifier, since our second client wants a bunch of information from the projects stored in the tower's system. All the data," Mirage added. "Secret projects, hidden research, everything this island tries to keep buried." Senju number 2 let out a dry laugh. "That might be impossible." He tapped lightly on the keyboards. "The firewall here rivals Tartarus. There's no way." "I know, sweetie pie." Wolfram arched an eyebrow as he watched Mirage approach Senju number 2 from behind. She rested her hands on his shoulders, sliding them slowly down his chest and neck. Senju number 2 tensed up. "That's precisely why I wouldn't come without a countermeasure." She ran her fingers from his chin to his ear, and then pulled something from behind his collar. A long, black thumb drive glinted under the room's light. "A gift from my master," she said with a dangerous smile. "A little toy that can slice through that security like butter." Senju stared at the thumb drive, silent, his hand moving subtly to cover his groin. Alright. So let's begin. In the tower's emergency stairwell, Midoriya and the others were rushing upwards. He and Ida stopped on one of the floors when Ida noticed the number painted on the wall. 30th floor, he announced. Midoriya turned to the group right behind him and asked, still panting. Melissa, where's the control room? On the 200th floor. She replied, trying to catch her breath. Kaminari's eyes went wide and he immediately turned to her. Wait, are we seriously gonna have to climb all that? Before Melissa could answer, Rio passed by him, completely calm, not showing the slightest sign of fatigue. It's better than being noticed by the villains, he said, not even slowing his pace. Come on, we don't have time to waste. With that, the group continued their climb. As he moved, Rio recalled the information he had received from All Might. A terrorist group had taken control of the tower and seized the entire island security system, turning everyone there into hostages. The heroes present in the main hall had also been neutralized by the security system. Any move that drew attention was dangerous. Under normal circumstances, All Might would have ordered them to evacuate immediately, but these were not normal circumstances. Not with Rio present. When they reached the 50th floor, Uraraka noticed that Melissa was starting to fall behind, visibly exhausted. Do you want me to use my quirk on you? She suggested, concerned. No, it's fine. She took several deep breaths, trying to recover her air. You should save your quirk for WHE. The sentence was cut off when Melissa was suddenly lifted off the ground. A small gasp of surprise escaped her lips as she realized she was being carried in Rio's arms. If you're tired, I'll carry you, he said, unfazed by the situation. What? But this will tire you out too, she protested, blushing. Not in the slightest, Rio replied. In fact, I'm going slow to keep you guys pace. He shot a quick glance at a surprised Uraraka before turning back to Melissa. We need you at the top as soon as possible to reactivate the security system, right? Melissa blinked, confused, before he added. Hold on tight. The next instant, Rio shot up the stairs at high speed. Melissa reflexively clung to his shoulders, startled by the sudden acceleration. As he ran and passed the rest of the class, Rio organized the plan he received from All Might in his mind, reach the 200th floor, reactivate the security system, and avoid direct confrontation so as not to put the lives of those around the island at risk. Only Melissa could operate the main panel among them, so getting her there quickly was the top priority. The rest of the group stood still for a second, staring at the empty space left by Rio going up the stairs. Did I just see Rio run past carrying Melissa? Asked Zero, incredulous. Seems so, replied Dash. Todoroki passed by them shortly after. That saves a lot of time. Keep climbing. The group resumed their run. Dash was about to do the same when Pony tugged at the sleeve of his uniform. He turned. What is it? Pony just pointed at herself twice, smiling excitedly. Ah. Dash frowned, until his face turned completely red. Seconds later, Dash was shooting up the stairs carrying Pony in his arms, exactly as Rio had done with Melissa. They sped past the group at high speed. Did I just see Dash carrying Pony now? Zero asked again. Seems so. Confirmed Midoriya. Kaminari gritted his teeth, biting his shirt. Why can I never have the same luck these guys are having with girls today? Jiro shot a look at him. She opened her mouth to respond, but ended up giving up, just turning back to climb the stairs. Quit fooling around and hurry up, idiot. Yeah, I'm coming, replied Kaminari, sheepishly, running right after her. The group kept climbing until they finally reached the 80th floor, only to be met with a solid metal door completely blocking the way. Rio and Dash, who had already been there for several minutes along with Pony and Melissa, exchanged quick glances. Rio crossed his arms, staring at the door. Looks like we've hit a dead end. Dash scratched his head. Yeah, looks that way. Now what? The rest of the class arrived right behind them, still trying to catch their breath. Rio turned to Melissa, pointing at the door. Are you sure we can't break through this? Melissa shook her head. No. The entire tower is covered in sensors. If you cause any structural damage here, the villains will be alerted immediately. Before anyone could respond, Kaminari dragged himself over, and without much thought, walked up to a side door. Can't we just go out this way? He asked, reaching out his hand. Kaminari, wait. Midoriya's eyes widened as he tried to grab him. No. Melissa shouted at the same time. Rio acted on instinct. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Kaminari and yanked his hand back. The problem was, the sudden movement caused the door to swing open anyway. The handle was the type that unlocks when pulled. The door opened with a metallic click, revealing the hallway just ahead. Rio stood frozen for a few seconds before sighing in defeat. Shit. In the command room, a sharp beep echoed from the building's control panel. Wolfram looked up at the monitor. What was that? Senu number 2 typed rapidly. A door on the 80th floor has been opened. After a few commands, the screens displayed footage from the security cameras, showing the group running through the halls. Kids. Wolfram clicked his tongue. How the hell did they get in? Mirage's eyes widened slightly as she recognized a face among the group. Wait, that one there. Seal all doors on the 80th floor, Wolfram ordered. It won't help, Mirage interrupted, pointing at the screen. They're UA students. And there's one there who's far too strong. Doors won't hold him. Then what do you suggest? Wolfram retorted, growing impatient. Mirage smiled. Let them reach the botanical garden. We can contain them there with our personnel. Anne. She paused briefly. I recommend deploying the heavy equipment my master provided. Wolfram frowned, surprised. Using that against kids is overkill. No, it's not, Mirage cut in. As I said, there's someone there who should not be underestimated. She watched the screen silently as Rio charged toward the large gate leading to the botanical garden, and destroyed it with a single punch. Mirage's smile widened. If I can capture him, she thought, the master will be very pleased. Rio and the others carefully entered the garden. The place was spacious, illuminated by artificial lights that reflected off the leaves and the surrounding glass greenhouses. Where are we? Rio asked in a low voice. We're in the botanical garden, Melissa replied. This is where they conduct various quirk-related plant research. Before anyone could say anything else, Pony widened her eyes and pointed toward the back of the area. There's someone coming from the elevator, she said nervously, indicating the elevator. The numbers above the door were rising rapidly. Everyone, hide, Rio ordered immediately. We must avoid direct combat. The group ducked behind a large bush, watching in silence. As they waited, Rio leaned toward Melissa. Can we use that elevator to get to the top? Melissa shook her head. No. Only authorized personnel can use it. Rio clicked his tongue, but an idea soon crossed his mind. Then I'll destroy it. That way the villains lose mobility. What? Melissa whispered sharply. That's impossible. That elevator is as sturdy as an anti-aircraft shelter. Rio raised an eyebrow. Is that so? She nodded seriously. All right then, he replied calmly. I can still destroy it. Melissa's eyes widened, and she turned to Midoriya for an explanation. Yeah. Midoriya laughed awkwardly. He's not joking. Before Rio could move, the elevator arrived with a metallic clang. Damn it. I took too long, he murmured, ducking back into hiding. The doors opened, and 2 men stepped out. The first was tall and thin, with yellowish skin and a strange face, resembling a goat. He had narrow eyes, a beard, and a dark green mohawk that ran along the sides of his face. The second was shorter, stocky, with a head almost fused to his thick neck. His small eyes remained closed the entire time, and his hooked nose stood out on his face. Both wore black combat suits. The boss said the kids were here, grumbled the shorter one, Daigo. The other, Nobu, scanned the garden irritably. These brats had to wander into a really annoying place. Uraraka covered her mouth, her heart racing. They're coming. She whispered. Quiet, Ida replied firmly, without even turning his head. The men advanced to the center of the plaza, their heavy footsteps echoing through the garden. They looked in every direction, overly attentive. Rio remained motionless, but every muscle in his body was on high alert, ready to respond at any moment. His hand gripped Dash's shoulder, already prepared to take them down the instant they were discovered. The silence was broken when Nobu stomped heavily on the ground. Finally found you. He growled. Damn kids. Rio activated inner transition in the same instant. The whites of his eyes darkened, but he froze upon hearing a familiar voice echo across the plaza. What did you say, you goat-faced bastard? Bakugo shouted angrily. Ryo glanced slightly to the right. A few meters away, Bakugo and Kirishima were exposed, right in the middle of the plaza. What are they doing here? Nobu clicked his tongue impatiently. What the hell are you doing here? That's exactly what I want to know. Bakugo retorted, taking a step forward. Kirishima grabbed him by the arm. Calm down, Bakugo, let me handle this. Visibly nervous, he took a step forward and spoke politely. SSO, we just got lost. Could you tell us where the reception is? Dash's eyes widened. Have they been lost the whole time since we split up? Daigo and Nobu stared at each other for a few seconds. Then Nobu scoffed and turned away, irritated. I don't have time for cheap lies like that. His gaze turned cold. And since the boss said there's a strong one among you. He raised his hand. SV3S, eliminate these two. Two shadows leaped from the slightly open elevator, moving at incredible speed. Kiri. Bakugo barely had time to react. An explosion swallowed part of the garden. Kirishima. Kaken. Midoriya jolted up along with the rest of the group, immediately drawing attention. More brats. Daigo grumbled irritably. Todoroki furrowed his brow, sensing something wrong. He turned to Ryo. Takeda. He stopped. Ryo was no longer there. Neither was Dash. Todoroki's eyes widened in understanding. He turned toward the column of smoke rising where Bakugo and Kirishima had been. As the dust began to settle, 4 silhouettes emerged. Ryo and Dash were there, unharmed, along with Bakugo and Kirishima. They had acted at the last second. Huh. Kirishima blinked, confused. What just happened? Hey! Bakugo shouted furiously. Let me go, you idiot. He was mad because Ryo was carrying him like a princess. Without responding, Ryo simply dropped him on the ground. Arg. Bakugo grunted in pain. You. Shut up, Ryo cut in seriously. Look. The tone made Bakugo freeze. He followed Ryo's gaze toward the smoke, and his eyes widened. 4 yellowish glows appeared amidst the dust. The smoke dissipated completely, revealing 2 tall, slender black humanoid figures made of movable metal plates. They turned their heads mechanically, scanning the group until they locked onto Ryo. Target located. Initiating containment procedure for Rito Takeda. Target threat level, 11. The air grew heavy. These guys are. Bakugo murmured. Ryo clenched his fists. Sentinels. Chapter 59, I-Island Incident Part 3. The most luxurious hotel on the island rose like a lighthouse of glass and steel in the middle of the night. Over 70 floors of pure opulence, illuminated by golden lights that reflected off the dark sea surrounding it. Even completely sealed off by the island's security protocols, doors locked, entry and exit access blocked, it still maintained an imposing and elegant aura, as if the architecture itself refused to appear vulnerable. On the 69th floor, in the penthouse of one of the most exclusive rooms, the silence of the hallway contrasted with the last echoes of muffled moans coming from inside the suite. The sounds ceased. Between rumpled sheets, Igneel let out a long gasp of relief. Wow. That was insane. He was sweaty, breathing heavily, buried in the covers as he tried to catch his breath. He attempted to shift, but froze mid-movement. Ow. He lifted his leg slightly beneath the sheet, massaging it. I'm even getting a cramp. He muttered, lightly slapping his own leg. We should have recorded that, it was incredible. The woman beside him slowly turned her head. A beautiful blonde with navy blue eyes that seemed to evaluate everything with precision. Valentina Moretti, known to many simply as Cargirl, raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? What, he replied, still breathless. Don't you see how fucking sweaty I am? It's been a while since I sweated like this. Actually, the last time I sweated was in my first 4 years of life. Valentina tilted her head, analyzing him. I see, but we barely lasted 30 seconds. Come on. Igneel immediately turned his face toward her, offended. It was at least 2 minutes, and 15 seconds. Wow. Valentina feigned surprise. An Olympic athlete. Igneel turned to the opposite side, pulling the sheet and trying to salvage some dignity. You know we have to do it again, right? She commented casually. I know. I know. He replied, already closing his eyes. I just need an interva. The vibrating cell phone on the nightstand cut his sentence in half. Igneel muttered something unintelligible and stretched out his arm. Who the hell is calling me at this hour? I hope it's not that bastard Lul. He grabbed the device. His eyes widened. Oops. Be right back. He stood up quickly, almost tripping. Who is it? Valentina asked, curious. It's my bro Menino Neymar. Igneel replied before answering and leaving the room, speaking on the phone. Valentina was left alone in bed, letting out a disappointed sigh. He's lucky he's my type, she murmured, crossing her arms. And still top one of a country. Otherwise, I would have kicked him out half-naked after the fastest first round I've ever had in my life. She turned her gaze to the panoramic windows that covered the entire wall. The island city sparkled below like a carpet of jewels. Golden reflections danced on the ocean. But it wasn't that bad. Then her eyes narrowed. In the distance, the great tower dominated the horizon. Red lights blinked around it, repeatedly. Is that normal? The question had barely finished forming when an explosion erupted from the side of the tower, on the 80th floor. Then a second large green explosion occurred, shooting what appeared to be a green beam in the opposite direction at extremely high speed, slicing through the night sky like green line. Valentina's eyes widened. MHA. What the? Igneel returned to the room, still with the phone to his ear. Neo, mano, eu to falando serios, depois a gente marca, no, bro, I'm serious, we'll set it up later. He stopped. He saw Valentina standing in front of the window, completely motionless. What's with that Dirinthi headlights look? He followed her gaze. His eyes also widened. The phone nearly slipped from his hand. Puta merda. Holy shit. Behind the dense shrubs of the botanical garden, the rest of the group watched the scene unfold, their blood running cold. Those robots. Ciro began, his voice faltering as he leaned forward slightly to get a better look. They don't look like the one that appeared at the USJ. Kaminari finished, pointing with a trembling finger. His arm was shaking so much he could barely keep it steady. Melissa brought her hand to her mouth, eyes wide. No way. Are those? Could those be the same robots her father and the other researchers had spent months trying to study? Momo grabbed Jiro's arm tightly. They're identical. Jiro murmured, a chill running down her spine. That can't be a coincidence. But why would they be here? Momo whispered, her mind already trying to piece things together. Midoriya kept his gaze fixed on the sentinels, noting how they completely ignored the hidden group and focused solely on Rio. They want to kill him. His heart tightened. Is the League of Villains on the island? But how did they get in? And why? The two sentinels tilted their metallic bodies slightly, the air around them seeming to grow denser. What are we going to do? Ida asked, equally tense. There's no way for us to run, Todoroki replied. We're probably trapped on this floor with them. If we try to flee, they'll intercept us. Midoriya forced his brain to work. Damn it. I have to do something, but why can't I move? Before he could think further, footsteps echoed nearby. Daigo and Nobu approached them. Hey! Don't even think about running. Daigo muttered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the square, Dash kept his fists clenched, sweat rolling down the side of his face. These guys. Aren't they from that League of Villains? How did they end up here? He glanced at Rio, who remained with his eyes locked on the sentinels. The sentinels moved at once. The ground sank beneath their metal feet. Takeda. Dash warned. He tried to move, but Rio extended his hand sideways to stop him. The two sentinels lunged forward like projectiles. A double punch struck Rio, who defended with his arms. He crossed his forearms reflexively, blocking the direct blow. The impact made the air explode around them. The plaza floor cracked into a web of deep lines. Even while defending, Rio was pushed back, his feet carving furrows into the ground. The sentinels increased their output. Hidden thrusters on their backs activated with a yellowish glow. And in an instant, the trio tore through the garden. Rio was slammed into the back wall with enough force to shatter the concrete. More impacts followed one after another as he was dragged through the tower until they burst out of the structure. The night wind cut against Rio's face as he was driven out of the building. The city glittered below, like a sea of distant lights. All right. Rio broke free from their strike and then grabbed both sentinels by the head with his hands. Now that we're far from everyone else, let's fight for real. His grip on the metal heads tightened. But first, let's take a trip to the sea. The greenish aura around his body intensified as he increased the percentage he was using. The circles on the soles of his shoes glowed brightly before he unleashed a powerful gamma blast from his feet. The windows of the tower just behind him shattered from the shockwave as Rio was launched in the opposite direction like a green comet. He carried the two sentinels through the night sky at hypersonic speeds, reaching an impressive Mach 50 and still accelerating, propelling himself continuously with powerful bursts. He crossed from the center of the island to the edge in an instant, roughly 2.5 kilometers traversed at over 25,000 meters per second. To any distant observer, it was merely a green streak tearing through the dark, a luminous scar that sliced across the sky in moments. Sound couldn't keep up, as his speed outstripped the distant echoes of his own explosions. Only seconds later did the shockwave detonate behind him as he slowed, scattering clouds and making the sea surface below ripple violently. Rio's grip on the sentinels' heads tightened, fingers digging into reinforced plating, and he twisted his body with such force it created a visible vortex in the air. Let's end this. He hurled them. The two robots shot forward like rag dolls, spinning uncontrollably as their systems scrambled to adjust to the absurd velocity. Rio vanished. A green detonation marked where he'd stood. He reappeared between them, his body perfectly aligned along the collision axis. Both hands open, palms extended. A deep thrum reverberated through the air as his hands simultaneously made contact with each sentinel's torso. Since the League of Villains is here. His voice came out low, controlled. I won't hold back for a single millisecond. Energy release, internal razor beam. The interior of the metal torsos glowed an intense green. It wasn't a normal explosion, they were ultra-thin beams, vibrating at extreme frequencies, forming what looked like geometric patterns within the structures. For a second, the sentinels remained intact. Until an explosion erupted from the inside out, destroying and disintegrating 70% of their bodies, scattering incandescent fragments across the sky before the remaining pieces plunged into the ocean. Rio remained suspended above the sea, his green aura rippling gently around his body. His gaze hardened. Shigaraki is here too. His fists clenched abruptly, a black flash surging from them and distorting the air around. If you're here, he murmured, his voice laced with rage and deep-seated hatred. I have unfinished business with you. Clank. A metallic sound behind him. Rio turned just enough to see from the corner of his eye. Another sentinel hovered in the air. He raised an eyebrow. Another landed to the left. Another to the right. The air began to vibrate with the multiple silhouettes emerging from the darkness of the night. By the time he realized, 8 sentinels formed a circle around him, spaced a few meters apart, perfectly positioned. Their yellow eyes fixed on him. Rio slowly rotated on his axis, analyzing each one. More, he asked, letting out a sigh. Doesn't change anything. They're still weaker than those All Might copies with multiple quirks. He closed his fists, and the green aura around him suddenly exploded outward. The air was blasted away in circular gusts as Rio's body became completely enveloped by his aura, which seemed to expand and cover more space. The ocean surface below sank in a perfect circle, as if something colossal were pressing down from above. The sentinels shifted uneasily in place. 2 advanced simultaneously. But mid-charge, perfectly spherical holes appeared in their torsos. They kept moving forward by inertia before their bodies lost power and exploded midair. Rio reappeared on the other side of the circle. The green aura now rippled like liquid flames. His skin had taken on an extremely pale tone, almost negative under the moonlight. His hair stood on end, vibrating in rhythm with the surrounding energy. Inner transition. The energy condensed further, forming small black sparks mixed with the green. 5%. The ocean below began to boil in isolated spots. The 6 remaining sentinels adjusted their stances, but this time they didn't advance immediately. They were recalculating. Because now they understood that the target they were facing was no ordinary being. During his confrontation with Jack, Rio had realized he wasn't using inner transition effectively, to the point where he recognized he was wasting 98% of the energy he supposedly intended to use. That's why. He took the opportunity to train and reduce his loss rate while facing thousands of All Mights in Jack's dimension, and after great effort, he managed to reduce his loss rate to 80%. And so, at this moment, The sentinels had no idea they were facing someone who was barely using 1% of his full power effectively. Back at the botanical garden, the silence lasted only a second after the brutal sequence of explosions that marked the path Rio had been dragged along. A trail of craters tore through the soil like open scars. Melissa fell to her knees on the grass, her fingers digging into the earth as her body trembled. The shock had drained all color from her face. Aridicon. Her voice came out weak, almost breathless. Midoriya stared at where Rio had been dragged, eyes wide, his chest rising and falling too fast. Takeda, he shouted, his voice breaking at the end. On the other side of the partially destroyed square, Kirishima stood up abruptly. Takeda, he roared, already running toward the massive hole in the ground. But Dash grabbed him by the shoulder, stopping him from moving forward. Hey! Kirishima turned, irritated. What are you doing, Dash? Let me go. The words died when he saw the blonde's face. Dash stood still, head lowered, his entire body trembling, but not from fear. Before Kirishima could ask what was going on. Someone screamed. Midoriya spun around just in time to see Daigo coming toward them. The villain had activated his quirk. His body grew to nearly 3 meters tall. His skin took on a dark purple hue, muscles expanding grotesquely. His arms elongated, forearms becoming absurdly large, enormous hands touching the ground like a gorilla's. Todoroki reacted immediately, stepping forward and releasing a wave of ice, trying to trap Daigo before he could gain momentum. The ice climbed up the villain's legs, but Daigo simply shattered it with brute force, his fists crushing the frozen structures into fragments that scattered through the air. Daigo smashed through the ice with raw punches, breaking it apart as he advanced. Is that all? He taunted, surging forward as he brought both arms down in a brutal strike. Todoroki's eyes widened as he leaped to the side. The ground where he stood exploded, cracking into multiple fissures as a cloud of dust rose. On the other side of the battlefield, Nobu also activated his quirk. His hands grew grotesquely, fingers elongating and connecting through thick membranes. He swung one arm forcefully, and an invisible blade of pressure cut through the space toward Melissa, who was still trying to compose herself. Ida reacted at the last instant, appearing beside her with an explosive burst of speed and pulling her out of the attack's trajectory. The air blast destroyed plants and tore chunks of soil from the ground behind them. Thank you. Melissa whispered, still trembling. Midoriya charged toward Nobu, green energy coursing through his body. 15%. He focused power into his legs before leaping at Nobu and throwing a direct punch. But Nobu jumped and spun in the air with an agile pirouette, dodging the blow by centimeters. You're predictable, he taunted, still airborne, before firing 2 air projectiles at Midoriya. Midoriya saw the distortion in the air and forced his body to twist, avoiding the attacks. Damn it. Nobu landed near Daigo, visibly irritated. These kids are strong, this is pissing me off, he snarled, lunging again. Midoriya tried to track his movements, but as he dodged another blast, he lost his footing on the debris and fell onto his back. For one dangerous second, he was completely exposed. Nobu raised his enlarged hand to deliver another strike, but one of Pony's homing horns shot through the air and struck his hand, drawing a grunt of pain. Gra, he roared in agony. Midoriya blinked, surprised. Pony was near a destroyed palm tree, breathing heavily, another horn already floating beside her. Get away from him. Nobu turned his face toward her, eyes burning with rage. You bitch. He pulled his arm back, ready to launch an airstrike against her. Before he could retaliate, a yellow blur appeared at his side. Dash's punch struck his face with brutal force, compressing the air around it at the moment of impact. Don't you dare touch her, the blonde said, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The next second, the blow sent Nobu flying at high velocity into a cluster of trees. The resulting explosion reverberated through the garden. Daigo watched the scene in shock before growing enraged, slamming his giant fists together. Enough. I don't care if you're just kids, he declared, advancing toward Dash with heavy steps that made the ground tremble. I'll kill everyone. He raised both arms and brought them down in a devastating strike that split the concrete and kicked up a thick cloud of dust. Yet something rushed past him too fast to track. A yellow blur began circling him, accelerating progressively until the wind transformed into a concentrated cyclone of dust and debris. Trapped at the center, Daigo tried to locate the blur, but the blows began hitting him from every angle, abdomen, ribs, jaw, temples, too fast for him to react. He tried to counterattack, but struck only empty air. The speed created multiple afterimages, confusing his senses, and each impact pushed him deeper into the crater he himself had opened. And in the next second, Daigo became completely engulfed in a relentless barrage of Dash's punches. The bloodlust blonde struck without pause, not on impulse, but venting the rage he felt in that very moment. The cyclone began to lose strength as Dash reduced the rhythm of his strikes. The air currents that had once roared like spinning blades became scattered gusts before dispersing completely. At the center of the devastation, Daigo staggered, his eyes unfocused and his purple body marked by countless bruises. He tried to steady himself, but his knees buckled as the world seemed to spin around him. Dash stood before him. The ground beneath his feet faintly steamed from the extreme friction. Without any warning, Dash retreated at high speed to the opposite end of the garden. The displacement was so abrupt that it left behind a violent gust that pushed branches aside and tore loose stone slabs from the ground. The concrete beneath his feet began to crack even before he moved again, unable to withstand the energy accumulated in his legs. He leaned his body forward, muscles tense to their limit. The air in front of him compressed into visible circular waves, slightly distorting the image of the surroundings. The sound of rupture came fractured in escalating stages, like consecutive thunderclaps echoing inside the greenhouse. First a sudden pressure, then the sonic explosion tearing through the air. He crossed the garden like a luminous projectile, his speed rapidly surpassing the sound barrier, doubling it, shattering it. The vegetation along his trajectory was flattened by the pressure wave forming around his body. Daigo barely managed to lift his head before seeing the flash approaching. His instincts screamed danger, but his body didn't respond in time. Dash's fist struck the purple stomach at Mach 15. The collision generated a shockwave that traveled across the entire garden, expanding in a circle and opening deep fissures in the ground. The air was violently compressed outward, pushing the vegetation, cracking pillars, and making the metallic structures vibrate like giant bells. For a frozen instant in time, Daigo's body hung suspended, eyes wide and mouth open in a strangled scream. Grah. Only then did his cry sound as he was launched. His body crossed the entire enclosure like an unguided missile, tearing through the air until it crashed into the dense wall on the other side of the garden. The impact made the structure tremble from its foundations to its peak. Cracks spread like black webs across the concrete before part of the wall gave way, burying the villain under an avalanche of rubble and dust. The echo of the collision reverberated for several seconds, mingling with the sound of falling stones and creaking metal. Leaves still spun slowly in the air as everything began to settle. Dash remained at the initial point of impact, his arm still extended, thin smoke rising from his forearm from the extreme friction. His suit was unrecognizable. Half of the pants had been burned away by extreme friction, the fabric darkened and torn at the edges as if scorched. The blazer simply no longer existed, ripped off somewhere between the cyclone's spins and the final acceleration. All that remained were the vest, singed at the sides, and the partially torn undershirt. The right sleeve was charred all the way to the forearm. He let out a low sigh, surveying the damage. Damn. Behind him, hurried footsteps echoed over the cracked ground. Dash. Kirishima's voice rang out, heavy with concern. Dash turned just in time to see Kirishima running ahead, with Pony right behind him and the rest of the class emerging in the distance. Pony didn't slow down. The moment she reached him, she simply wrapped him in a tight hug, her arms trembling around his torso. Idiot. Her voice came out muffled against his chest, choked with tears. I thought you. She didn't finish. The crying did the rest for her. Dash blinked, caught off guard for a moment, before his shoulders relaxed slightly. The warmth of the embrace contrasted with the cold that still lingered in his muscles. Kirishima stopped in front of them, breathless, his eyes going first to Dash, then to the scene behind him. He swallowed hard. Dude, you okay? Yeah, Dash replied simply, his focus on trying to calm Pony down. Just had a rage burst, but it's over. Kirishima let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders finally relaxing. That's good. The others began to approach, exchanging nervous glances, trying to process the scale of what they had just witnessed. Kirishima then lifted his gaze again, his expression turning serious. Takeda. Dash looked up immediately. He is fine. Kirishima frowned. How can you be so sure? He shot back, his voice laced with worry. He was practically taken out by two of those things, just like the one that showed up at the USJ. Even All Might barely handled that. Pony loosened her grip as Dash began to step forward. She released him completely, allowing him to approach Kirishima. Dash stopped in front of his friend and placed a hand firmly on his shoulder, squeezing it. I'm sure, because I believe in Takeda. Kirishima held the blonde's gaze for a few seconds, searching for doubt. But he found none. The truth is, moments before the sentinels fired toward Ryo, when the world had slowed down due to Dash's thought acceleration, he remembered trying to move, trying to help his friend. But Ryo's hand had stopped him. Ryo had turned his face toward him, even as the robots closed in. His lips moved. Dash clearly saw the words form, but no sound reached him. But the firm, determined look in Ryo's eyes said it all. Finished with a slight nod. A silent farewell, or perhaps a vow of trust. Dash felt his own feet lock in place that second. He let Ryo go. Only after his body was struck and dragged away by the sentinels did the sound finally break through the void, reaching his ears like a delayed echo. Take care of the others, Dash. I'll handle kicking the asses of these tin cans. Dash's hand pressed slightly harder on Kirishima's shoulder before letting go. Takeda won't lose. 3.8k words. I didn't expect the chapter to be this long. Many feats that were supposed to appear ended up being left out. No. The electromagnetic pulse. The Gauss propulsion. And laser beams. Detailing and explaining feats at the same time takes up a lot of space. I was shocked when I saw that the scene of Ryo versus the Sentinels took over 1.2k words and the Dash part 1.4k, if I remove the rest of the scenes where he doesn't appear. And another thing, what's going on with the web novels readers? My view count dropped when I put up the cover of the goat_Alec_, but when I put this one up, the view count and reader count skyrocketed. Is this the meta? I hope not. Stone Goals. Chapter 60, I-Island Incident Part 4. The sky south of the I-Island had transformed into a battlefield. Green explosions tore through the darkness like lightning, followed by rumbles that reverberated across the ocean. Columns of steam rose from the water whenever glowing wreckage plunged into the surface. Amidst the explosions, metallic silhouettes crossed the sky in coordinated pursuit. But what truly dominated the field of vision was a green blur. A green trail that changed direction abruptly, breaking impossible vectors, ascending, descending, inverting, disappearing and reappearing before the Sentinel sensors could lock on. Ryo sliced through two Sentinels in sequence, the first being split in half by an elbow strike that crushed its thoracic structure, the second receiving a direct impact that opened a perfectly spherical hole in its chest. Both exploded behind him before their systems could even recalibrate. They couldn't keep up with the speed at which the target was moving. Ryo appeared next to another Sentinel, grabbed it by the metallic arm, and pulled with enough force to dislocate the shoulder joint. The robot tried to stabilize its thrusters. Too late. Ryo spun his body. And used the Sentinel itself as a bat. The impact against the next robot was brutal. Metal against metal reverberated through the sky like the sound of one anvil colliding with another. Plates flew. Structures were crushed. The metallic bat began to deform with each strike. They're actually quite decent if used as weapons. He kept spinning, hitting another, then another, each collision crushing and shattering structures. Husks were thrown far away, plummeting into the ocean like artificial meteors. When the Sentinel in his hand was nothing more than the upper half of a torso, with its internals exposed, Ryo hurled it in a violent spin toward another coming on an intercept course. The collision generated an explosion in the air. Ryo shot upward immediately. A Sentinel tried to block his trajectory. It received a direct punch to its metallic face. The frontal structure shattered instantly, fragments breaking away from the frame in slow motion and scattering through the air. Ryo extended an open hand. Gamma Blast. A massive explosion engulfed the robot and disintegrated it completely before it could fall. Without slowing down, Ryo switched to gamma rays and went after the others. Green beams crossed the sky in straight lines, striking Sentinels from a distance and melting their husks almost instantly. Metal dripped like wax before fragmenting and falling. Looks like they can't keep up with my speed. He analyzed while moving. If I keep this up, I can clear out all the ones here in a few milliseconds. He glanced around quickly. No new signs emerging on the horizon. Seems like they've stopped coming. Good. That's when something crossed his field of vision. A blur. Too fast. The impact came before the thought finished. A metallic fist collided with his face. The blow sent him flying backward in a straight line, tearing through the air until he hit the ocean surface at a shallow angle. The water exploded beneath his feet as he forced stabilization, being dragged dozens of meters before halting the motion with a reverse blast that lifted a liquid wall behind him. He looked up. The sentinel that had hit him hovered above, with no visible active thrusters. Rio frowned slightly. This one's different. The robot vanished in the same instant. It reappeared in front of Rio with another straight punch. Rio raised his arm and blocked easily, the impact exploding into a shockwave that lifted a column of water right below them, soaking them completely. Pretty fast. But the strength is the same as the others. Before he could react, other sentinels seized the moment. Now that he wasn't in extreme acceleration, they began advancing together. One grabbed his shoulder. Another locked onto his leg. Two more latched onto his back. Rio raised an eyebrow. Seriously? They piled onto him like ants on prey, metallic limbs interlocking and locking, trying to immobilize him. Rio shot upward with a violent blast from his feet, taking them all along. The entire group ascended like an inverted meteor. But the sentinels kept clinging on. Until, seen from afar, they looked like a compact metallic sphere enveloping his body. For a second, they just hung there silently in the air. Then green lights began to emerge from between the metallic joints. Energy release, gamma rebuke. And a massive bright sun-like explosion came from within the sphere of bodies. A huge gamma energy release that expanded in all directions, tearing the sentinels from his body and instantly vaporizing parts of them. Molten fragments spun through the sky before plummeting into the ocean below. Rio emerged with his arms extended to the sides and legs together, the green aura seeming more intense as he adopted this human cross position. He watched the bodies fall. And then, a heat beam struck him from behind. He shifted his body by centimeters, taking no damage from it, but another beam came. And another. And another. In seconds, 8 continuous beams were concentrated on him, fired by a group of sentinels positioned strategically around him. The air vibrated under the thermal pressure. Rio clenched his teeth, receiving the attack's heat, while his hand, raised in front of his face, pushed one of the beams sideways. I can do that too. The pressure increased, slowly pushing him backward through the air. But his eyes began to glow an intense green. Only better. A beam was fired from his eyes. It wasn't just a beam, it was a concentrated stream of gamma energy, dense and powerful. It overwhelmed one of the sentinel's beams, pushing it back in a straight line until it struck the emitter. The robot was completely pierced through by the beam. Split vertically in half. But Rio didn't stop there. He spun his body on its axis, keeping the beam active. The green line swept across the sky like a circular blade, striking and cutting through the other sentinels horizontally before they could stop their fire and regroup. The metallic halves began to fall like incandescent rain. Rio ceased his energy beam, eyes still glowing. Turning slowly toward the last sentinel, the one that flew without thrusters. It's just only me and you now. Kirishima and Midoriya rushed across the lobby, carrying Daigo's unconscious body between them on their shoulders. The main elevator stood imposingly before them, its metal doors closed like one of their last options for reaching the top. Carefully, they lifted Daigo up to the recognition panel. A beam of blue light scanned the unconscious man's face. ID confirmed. Access authorized. The beep sounded like music to their ears. It worked. Kirishima exclaimed, almost losing his grip on the weight in his arms. Yes. Midoriya added, his eyes shining before he turned to the rest of the class. Come on. Everything's good. The group ran towards the elevator. Melissa was following close behind, but her steps slowed until she stopped halfway. Her head was lowered, shoulders trembling slightly. Dash, who was helping guide the others along with Ida, noticed. Hey, Melissa. He called out, taking a few steps back. Come on, we have to go. We need you. She lifted her face. Her blue eyes were welling up, and her usually round, gentle expression now seemed fragile. Are you really sure that Ridicon will be okay? Seeing Melissa like that caught Dash off guard. For a moment, he didn't answer. Melissa hugged her own arms, as if trying to hold herself together. I haven't known him as long as you have, but that doesn't stop me from worrying about him. She took a deep breath, her eyelashes trembling. He was the first person I ever saved. The first one who called me a hero. But seeing things now, it feels like that didn't mean anything. I couldn't help him when he really needed it. Maybe I was right all the time. A quirkless girl like me doesn't have much to do. Dash stood still for a few seconds. Then, a small smile curved his lips. He'll be okay. The conviction in his voice was simple and straightforward. I've seen Takeda go through way worse than this. He crossed his arms, relaxed despite his damaged suit. And to be honest, I've never felt this confident in him before. The look he gave me back there seemed stronger, more determined. His gaze drifted for a moment, remembering the instant the Sentinels dragged Rio away. The determined look in his friend's eyes. I don't know what happened to him, but whatever it was, he came back better than ever. And that makes it easier for me to believe in him. Melissa watched him in silence. The wind from the ventilation system gently stirred the blonde strands over her shoulders. After a few seconds, she raised her hand and wiped away tears that hadn't even fallen. I understand. Thank you. She took a deep breath, recomposing the gentle smile that seemed so much a part of her. You two seem to have a good friendship. I feel a little jealous. Dash let out a low laugh. It's nothing special. It's just the trust between bros. Melissa laughed along with Dash, until the blonde felt a firm touch on his shoulder. He turned just his head, confused. Pony was there. Her smile was sweet, but her eyes had a firm, slightly threatening gleam. We need to go. Now. Dash swallowed hard. Okay. With that, he joined the others in the elevator under the girls' watchful gaze, as the metal doors began to close, isolating them from the chaos outside. In the control room, Senju No. 2's gaze alternated between two windows, one showing the percentage of the copy process of all the tower's information, which was at 35%, and another with the footage of the group in the elevator. Boss. He tried to call Wolfram, but he was busy arguing with Mirage. You just sent all the merchandise and heavy weaponry to capture a single kid, he snarled. Mirage crossed her arms, cold. Capturing him is worth more than everything in this operation. She rolled her eyes. Typical of mercenaries, they can only see figures, never the real gain. No wonder they're called rats. Wolfram frowned, irritated. What did you just say, you doppelganger? Senju No. 2 let out a quiet sigh. Seems like it's just me. He spun in his chair, fingers flying across the keyboard. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the tower map showing the elevator going up. We'll stop you on the 130th floor, and see how far you can get with a few traps. He typed quick commands, locking the main system and activating the security protocols for floors 131 through 150. In the elevator, the number climbed. 126. 127. 128. Clank. The elevator shuddered violently and stopped. The lights flickered. What was that? Kaminari's eyes widened. The digital display froze on the 130th floor. Why did we stop? Ciro asked, looking at the ceiling as if expecting the answer to be there. Melissa was already at the internal panel, her agile fingers typing beneath it. They froze the elevator. She said, opening a side cover and starting to fiddle with the exposed wires of the circuit board. Looks like we'll have to get out here. The doors opened as soon as Melissa made a direct connection between the wires. The hallway of the 130th floor revealed itself just ahead, the group quickly exiting to look for the emergency stairs to continue their ascent. Dash brought up the rear, alert to their surroundings. Pony kept four horns floating around the group, ready to react. They went down the hallway until they reached a large room with automatic doors that slid open before them. The sign above indicated Central Laboratory, 130th floor. As soon as they entered, they were met with hundreds of red gleams lighting up in the darkness. Security robots rose from their charging stations, metal structures creaking as they moved. There are so many. Kaminari gulped. So. What do we? Out of the way, idiot. Bakugo shot past him like a human projectile, thrusting his hand forward and unleashing a powerful explosion that created a deafening roar. The shockwave swept through the first row of robots, knocking dozens down at once. Ha! Is that all you've got? Midoriya advanced right behind him. 25%, Detroit smash. He punched one of the robots, the impact spreading to the others behind it due to the air pressure that dispersed in a violent arc, hurling one robot into 5 others behind it. The floor cracked beneath his feet. His arm tingled, and a sharp pain shot through his muscles. 3 uses left. He thought, clenching his teeth. This pain is nothing, someone out there is going through worse than me right now, so this is no time to be sulking. But the thought was interrupted by an explosion right next to him. "Deku. Get out of my way." Bakugo appeared, sweat exploding from his palms, detonating an entire group behind Midoriya. The smoke engulfed them both for a moment. Midoriya stood still, staring at Bakugo through the haze. The explosive blonde waved the smoke away with an irritated flick of his arm. "What are you doing, standing still in the middle of the battlefield? Keep fighting these clankers." More robots advanced. But before another explosion or punch could be launched, a sudden cold swept through the area. Todoroki walked forward, the right side of his body wreathed in cold vapor. "We're wasting time." Ice spread like a white wave across the laboratory, freezing and creating ice crystals that spread like roots beneath the machines, trapping them. Midoriya and Bakugo were avoided with pinpoint precision, the ice curving around their feet. "Nice work, man," Kirishima praised. Bakugo spun around abruptly. "Hey. I don't remember asking for help, half and half. I could have blown up all these clankers in an instant." Todoroki walked past him without even changing his expression. Yeah, he replied, emotionless. "You can do that next time. We're wasting precious time now." He kept walking towards the lab's exit. "We have more urgent matters." The group began to follow him. Bakugo gritted his teeth, smoke escaping his clenched hands. "You damn bastard." Before he could protest further, Kirishima appeared from behind, placing his hands on his friend's shoulders and pushing him. Let's go. We gotta move." Bakugo slipped on the ice involuntarily, sliding a few meters. "Hey. Stop pushing me, you hardhead. Relax. You'll still get a chance to blow up plenty of stuff." As the two argued, the rest of the class was already advancing towards the next exit, leaving behind the laboratory filled with machines trapped in ice, and time ticking against them. The night sky was a blur of stars and tattered clouds as Ryo tried to keep up with the metallic figure ahead of him. The sentinel vanished and reappeared in short bursts of acceleration, the air exploding behind it as it broke the sound barrier. Ryo dodged by instinct, tilting his body, adjusting his center of gravity, propelling himself with his own individuality, but the difference was clear. "He's not necessarily faster than me," Ryo analyzed, his eyes tracking the luminous trail. "It's just that his initial acceleration is absurd." The sentinel appeared to his left. A punch hit him in the face, compressing the air around him and sending him flying dozens of meters backward. The world spun, the wind tearing at his ears. Another blow. And another. Metallic fist struck his torso, his ribs, his shoulder. Each impact produced a dry thunderclap in the air. It almost seemed like Ryo was getting beaten up. But none of it was really doing anything. Ryo's body absorbed the blows as if they were hammer strikes against tempered steel. There was force there, but not enough to actually hurt him. Not when he was using inner transition at 5%. Still, that wasn't what he was focused on. There was something around the sentinel. Something he could feel. Invisible ripples distorting the air, vibrating like heat haze over asphalt. But it wasn't thermal energy. It's a field. The sentinel appeared above him and came down like a missile. Boom. The punch sent him hurtling backward again. Ryo narrowed his eyes for an instant, trying to organize his thoughts as he stabilized his body in the air. I've heard of this before. Another impact to the abdomen. The blow sent him skyward, tearing through the clouds as the sky spun beneath him. What was the name again? A flash crossed his memory. Melissa's voice, excited, explaining something with that curious sparkle in her turquoise blue eyes. Before he'd left her lab, she had given him a few more tips. You know, you can also interact with electromagnetism thanks to the electroweak force, right? Electromagnetism. Ryo's eyes opened slightly as he felt the waves become easier to sense. But now he wasn't just sensing them. His eyes widened. He was seeing them. Rings. Translucent rings spun around the sentinel's body, expanding and contracting in rhythmic pulses. They weren't visible in the ordinary sense, it was as if his perception had shifted. As if he had tuned into something. The sentinel's head split open like a shell and fired a heat beam, tearing through the night sky. Ryo was hit dead and launched like an incandescent projectile, tearing through the air until he crashed into the ocean. The water's surface exploded, sending up a column of water. Ryo was greeted by the deep dark blue as he sank on his back, staring at the sky distorted by the liquid layer above him. The water around his body boiled, bubbling violently from the residual heat of the beam. Small columns of vapor rose to the surface. He was unharmed so far. Bubbles escaped his lips as his mind worked. Rings, waves, a field. Magnetism. The rings weren't decorative. They were coils. He remembered the pavilion. Him, Melissa, and Midoriya walking among the technological attractions on Island. Midoriya in awe. Melissa explaining every detail with enthusiasm. He remembered one of the few informational pamphlets he'd read while there. The one about the electromagnetic cannon. Or Gauss cannon, as it said on the paper. Consisting of a series of electromagnetic coils that are activated sequentially. When the projectile, which must be ferromagnetic or conductive, passes through a coil, it's energized, attracting it. At the exact moment it reaches the center, the coil is deactivated, or reversed, preventing it from being pulled back. The process repeats with each coil, progressively accelerating the projectile. Accelerating. 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 Ryo's eyes focused again on the rings he could still perceive above the surface, spinning around the sentinel hovering in the sky. He's not just flying. He's launching himself. Repeatedly. Like a projectile trapped in an infinite cycle of electromagnetic acceleration. The rings were the coils. His body itself was the projectile. And the field Ryo felt was the invisible rail. The water boiled around him, but his mind was racing. If it's magnetism, then he should be able to do that too. Ryo closed his eyes for a moment, managing to feel a field around his own body. Lines. Invisible lines crossing through space. He opened his eyes again, a smile forming even while submerged. Looks like I'm going to have to test this hypothesis, Melissa. Submerged, with the ocean boiling around his very body, Ryo closed his eyes and tried to replicate the pattern he had observed. He concentrated the electromagnetic force around himself, tried to form a coil, tried to create a pulse. Nothing. The energy dispersed like vapor in the water. He tried again, compressing the field around his torso. It failed. On the third attempt, something clicked inside him. The darkness around him vanished. It was replaced by a vast, endless white. An infinite space, empty and illuminated by a brightness with no apparent source. Puzzle pieces floated everywhere, countless, all white, spinning slowly like fragments of something greater that had never been assembled. Ryo blinked. This place again. He walked through the void, his steps making no sound. The pieces moved around him like dust in zero gravity, but none touched his body. Until one caught his attention. A single blue piece amidst the white ocean. It pulsed softly. Ryo picked it up. Next to it, another piece began to gain a green color, as if it were being filled by invisible ink. He held it too. A third piece floated before his face. White for an instant. Then, slowly, it tinged itself red. Ryo observed the connectors on the three. He didn't need to think much, his fingers already knew what to do. He brought them together, testing the edges. Click X3. A small, three-piece puzzle formed in his hands. The moment the connectors aligned perfectly, the set began to glow. The light intensified until it was almost blinding, then the small block floated upwards, slipping from his fingers and ascending slowly into the white void. Ryo looked up. What is this place, really? What he didn't know, or perhaps did know, but would never fully accept, was that this space was his own mind. A subconscious domain. An intermediary between intention and reality. There, people, matter, forces, and even abstract concepts didn't present themselves as indecipherable equations or impossible systems to calculate. They manifested as pieces. Complete patterns. Instead of dealing with trillions of complex variables, flux densities, atomic manipulation, vectors, and dynamic fields, his consciousness merely fitted pieces together. Meanwhile, in the deeper layers, his subconscious operated like a supercomputer reading, interpreting, and executing these processes on a fundamental scale. Feeding already solved equations to the conscious part. Acting as a translator and filter agent. Thus, while Ryo believed he was merely understanding something, his subconscious was actually building deep logical relationships and converting physical absurdities into intuitive actions. The white dissolved. The pressure of the water returned. Ryo's eyes opened and the ocean around him vibrated violently. Rings began to form around his body, not visible to ordinary eyes, but clear to him. Compressed magnetic pulses, aligned, sequential. The sea surface exploded behind him as he emerged like a living projectile, leaving a column of vapor in his wake as he shot full speed towards the sentinel. The robot reacted instantly, retreating and accelerating, its own rings spinning around its metallic body. The machine flew at high velocity, accelerating as much as it could until reaching its peak of Mach 57. The air behind the machine turned to plasma from friction. But despite all that, Rio passed the sentinel like a green flash. Going Mach 107.5. Rio pierced through the robot's structural center with a clean cut of pure kinetic energy and magnetic acceleration. The sentinel split in two, the halves separating in silence before exploding into sparks and debris. Fragments began to fall toward the ocean. Rio abruptly decelerated. The rings around his body reversed polarity, creating an instantaneous break. The air rippled around him as he hovered in the night sky, the sea far below reflecting the stars. He looked at his own hands. Then at his legs. So this is how it is. The rings spun around his body, smooth and obedient. I guess I won't need those explosions anymore. He flexed his fingers, adjusting the number of rings. 2 disappeared. 4 emerged. The generation rate increased. Then decreased. He reversed one of them, feeling the immediate response in his body's balance. I feel like this is much more energy efficient too. He turned his face back. Down below, the Sentinel's wreckage sank slowly into the dark waters, swallowed by the ocean. Thanks for the gift, pal. I'm gonna put this to good use.